Chapter 9:27. Han Yunshi wanted to cooperate with Long Feiyi and inform the upper echelons of the D clan's Chamber of Commerce and the military, an open and above-board cooperation. The first elder was flabbergasted. He had never expected that Han Yunshi would make such a request after rejecting the elder's command. Ning Jing had questioned this before, and Han Yunshi had explained it to her. Eastern and Western Qin had stopped fighting because Ning Cheng and Long Feiyi had reached an agreement to deal with Bai Yanqing first. Long Feiyi had agreed to stop fighting because he wanted to use Han Yunshi's poison skills to restrain Bai Yanqing. The first elder still had lingering fears from the previous quarrel. He had thought that the matter would be over now that the princess had returned. He had sent people to track down Ning Cheng's whereabouts. However, not only had Han Yunshi brought up the old matter again, but she had also publicly announced that she wanted to cooperate with Long Feiyi. She wanted the upper echelons of the D clan to know about this. She had even requested to bring up this matter in the name of Myriad Merchant Hall's Elder Assembly. Undoubtedly, she wanted Myriad Merchant Hall to acknowledge her cooperation with Long Feiyi. A private cooperation was already unacceptable, let alone a public cooperation. The first elder looked at Han Yunshi with a frown and did not say anything for a long time. Long Feiyi has a way to lure Bai Yanqing out, and I have a way to restrain Bai Yanqing's poison skills. We can only capture Bai Yanqing if we cooperate, Han Yunshi reminded him. First elder, Bai Yanqing and his master control 90,000 warhorses and 10,000 cavalrymen in northern Li. If Eastern and Western Qin do not cooperate, will the Feng clan really benefit for nothing? Han Yunshi asked. Seeing that the first elder was still silent, Han Yunshi continued. First elder, Western Qin and East Qin still have their own version of the reason for the civil war in the Great Qin Empire. Western Qin's imperial family gave the Feng clan full authority to deal with the flood of Sand River, while East Qin's imperial family gave the Black clan to deal with. Have you never doubted the truth of that year? Don't you want to clarify the grudges of that year? Even if each side has its own version, there must be a truth. Han Yunshi was helpless and could only lie. Long Feiyi has denied the actions of the East Qin Empire in the past, and even slandered my Western Qin's imperial family for ordering the Feng clan to attack the Black clan's army. Why don't we use this cooperation opportunity to capture Bai Yanqing and let Bai Yanqing and Long Feiyi confront each other? We have been enemies with East Qin for all these years. We can't let them frame us for no reason. Han Yunshi did not directly question the truth of the Great Qin Empire's civil war. She used a clever way of speaking, but it made the first elder doubt the truth of the past. Seeing that the first elder was a bit shaken, Han Yunshi continued with a strong medicine. She revealed a self-deprecating smile. First elder, why is the difference between a princess and a crown prince so big? Long Feiyi wants to cooperate with Western Qin. It only takes a single sentence. I, the Western Qin princess. Seeing the first elder's nervous appearance, Han Yunshi fiercely said, I, the Western Qin princess, am at best a puppet. Forget it, forget it. I should go back and properly recover. The matter of recovering the country. Wait for your master Ning to come back and make a decision. I won't blindly meddle. After Han Yunshi finished speaking, the first elder broke out in a cold sweat. Han Yunshi was clearly questioning the D clan's loyalty and mocking the D clan's hypocrisy. First elder, it's this late and you should go back. Properly take your elder token. Han Yunshi said this as she turned the wheel to leave. She even said to herself, it's a good thing I know my place and didn't take any elder token. Her voice was not loud, but it was just enough for the first elder to hear. How could the first elder withstand Han Yunshi's self-deprecation? She was mocking the Council of Elders and the D clan with her self-deprecation. She was warning the first elder that if he didn't agree, she wouldn't care and would become a puppet. When the maid sent Han Yunshi to the door, the first elder couldn't help saying, Princess, if you think it's appropriate, This subordinate will do as you say." The first elder thought that if the princess didn't forget the heavy responsibility on her shoulders, Western Qin would cooperate with East Qin. So what? It was necessary to distinguish the truth of the civil war in the past and let the people of the world come to a conclusion. Not to mention that this cooperation was not Western Qin begging the Long Fei, but rather the Long Fei begging their princess for help and needed the princess poison skills. The first elder comforted himself. Although his heart didn't feel good, he still compromised in the end. "All right, I'll send the news tomorrow. I ask the companies and the military to wait for our good news," Han Yunqi honestly said. She had her back to the first elder, and her lips couldn't help curling into a happy smile. She had finally done it. She didn't need to be sneaky anymore, and she could use the name of Western Qin's princess to openly cooperate with the East Qin crown prince, Long Fei. No matter what, she didn't need to hide anymore, and she didn't need to hesitate anymore. She was filled with hope that the conflict between Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding. If it really was just national enmity and there was no misunderstanding, she was prepared to fight. They had agreed that whether they fought or not, they would live on, because after taking off the heavy responsibility on her shoulders, they still had to be themselves and love each other. She still had to give birth to a dozen babies for Long Fei. She was filled with hope and prepared. Would Long Fei be the same? After the first elder left, Han Yunqi dismissed the maid. She couldn't wait to share this good news with Long Fei. Before the 10-day agreement was up, she had already done it. However, after she entered the room, she remembered that Long Fei hadn't come tonight. Su Donglin had always known her whereabouts. Could it be that Su Donglin didn't tell him that she was already back? Han Yunqi sat in the room for a long time. She almost called Su Donglin, who was guarding outside, to ask him, but she gave up in the end. It was impossible for Su Donglin not to report her whereabouts to Long Fei. There was only one possibility, and that was that he was busy. Looking at the empty room, Han Yunqi was so tired that she didn't want to do anything. She just laid on the table and stared at the teacup in a daze. Although she had accepted the fact that Long Fei hadn't come, she was still secretly waiting in her heart. There was still a bit of hope, and she firmly believed that he would come. However, no matter how long she waited, the room was still silent. Finally, she pressed both hands on the table, stood up carefully, and tried to walk forward. Sure enough, when she took the first step, Long Fei's unhappy voice came from behind her. He said, "Han Yunqi, try taking another step forward." She knew it. She knew that he would be here. Sure enough, she had found out. "What are you going to do if I take another step forward?" Han Yunqi said jokingly. Just as she was about to turn around, Long Fei beat her to it. He strode forward and suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, hugging her. Han Yunqi also stopped moving. A soundless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was as sweet as honey and bright enough to illuminate the dark, cold night. She said, "Long Fei, hug me a little tighter, okay? I've missed you." Long Fei moved closer and pulled her into his embrace. They stuck close to each other and felt each other's existence. "Is that enough?" Long Fei asked. "A little tighter," Han Yunqi said gently. However, the two of them really couldn't get any closer. If they got any closer, he would have to knead her into his flesh and blood. He didn't say anything else. He just hugged her and buried his head in her shoulder. Silently, he kissed her jade neck and ears. He was unruffled and greedy. Occasionally, he would deeply inhale the unique fragrance on her body. It was a scent that belonged exclusively to him. 1 day apart felt like 3 years. What about 2 days apart? He couldn't imagine what he would do if he was separated from this woman for a few more days. He had arrived a long time ago and was staring at her to see if she remembered to change her dressing. Sure enough, he caught her again. As Long Fei's kisses became heavier and heavier, and as his arms got closer and closer, Han Yunqi couldn't help but raise her head and close her eyes to feel his gentleness and passion. Even if he was unruffled, he still remembered her injury. He didn't let her stand for too long. Instead, he carried her to the bed and helped her change her dressing. Long fei yi I. Han Yunshi wanted to say something, but hesitated. She just smiled at him. You've taken down Myriad Merchant Hall? Long Fei Yi asked in return. He knew about Great Elder's arrival and had been watching. Aren't you happy? Han Yunshi asked in return. Only then did Long Fei Yi rub her nose. I'll take you with me tomorrow. We'll go to 100 Poison Sect. I've already made the arrangements. His happiness was well expressed on his face, and he directly put it into action. 100 Poison Sect? Han Yunshi was rather surprised. Surround and attack 100 Poison Sect. Send the poison guards and mercenaries from the City of Daughters over tomorrow. If Bai Yanqing doesn't come out, we'll raise 100 Poisons Sect to the ground. Long Fei Yi said. All right. Han Yunshi really hadn't thought about 100 Poisons Sect before. That was Bai Yanqing's old nest. They had already provoked Bai Yanqing to the doorstep of his old nest. If Bai Yanqing still acted like a coward, then not only would he be removed from the world, he would also be laughed at by the people in the poison world. He would also be looked down upon by his subordinates. With Bai Yanqing's personality, he definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate this kind of humiliation. Moreover, he was wary of her joining forces with Long Fei Yi. Therefore, Bai Yanqing only had one path to take, and that was to bring Gu Beiwe to 100 Poisons Sect to restrain them. Long Fei Ye's move was simply amazing. It was enough to force Bai Yanqing into a corner. Han Yunshi cupped Long Fei Ye's face in her hands and said seriously, You're still the smart one. Long Fei Yi didn't like being close to others since he was young. Even his mother had never cupped his face like this. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit repulsed by Han Yunshi. He allowed her to hold his face. He didn't even mind when she playfully pinched his nose. He focused on applying medicine and bandaging her wound. After treating her wound, Long Fei Yi took out a gold card. 700 million is here. Keep it well. I don't want your money. Han Yunshi said seriously. This was the money to scam Myriad Merchant Hall. However, in a sense, it wasn't a scam. It was just a fee paid by Myriad Merchant Hall to Kingon Bank. If she hadn't come forward, no matter how profitable it was, no matter how much shopkeeper Luo appreciated her proposal, Kingon Bank would never have cooperated with Myriad Merchant Hall. When Myriad Merchant Hall was in trouble, it was already good enough that Kingon Bank didn't kick them when they were down. Therefore, Myriad Merchant Hall owed Long Fei Yi a favor. 700 million to repay Long Fei Yi a favor was truly not a lot. Han Yunshi analyzed the situation for Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi wasn't interested. He asked, If you don't want money, do you want people? Why did these words sound so familiar? She seemed to have said them the other night. Long Fei Yi leaned lazily against the high pillow and raised his brows to size up Han Yunshi. Chapter 928. Long Fei Ye's gaze wasn't meaningful at all. It was malicious. Han Yunshi avoided his gaze and coughed lightly, trying to find a topic to talk about. Oh, right. Remember to remind me to get Tang Li out tomorrow. Now that she had a real say in Myriad Merchant Hall, as long as Tang Li was willing to cooperate with her, it would be easy for her to get the Elders Guild to release him. Other matters could be delayed, but Ning Jing's matter couldn't be delayed. If Ning Jing knew about Tang Li's feelings for her, how would she react? Han Yunshi couldn't help but imagine their future. Long Fei Yi appeared to be disinterested in this topic. He answered lazily. Long Fei Yi had no intention of continuing the conversation, so Han Yunshi could only continue to find a topic to talk about. The child was a knot in Long Fei Yi's heart. She wouldn't be so foolish as to continue mentioning Tang Li and Ning Jing. She thought for a moment, then said seriously, Oh right, I still have to inform Great Elder about Uncle Cheng's matter tomorrow. If Uncle Cheng doesn't get the money in these 2 days, He'll definitely show his true colors. Han Yunchi didn't rush to settle the score with Uncle Chung because she was waiting for Uncle Chung to lose his cool and find trouble with Jia Dai. No matter what, Uncle Chung was still a senior figure in the D clan. Instead of wasting her efforts to find evidence to bring him down, she might as well let him take the bait and expose himself. Long Fei Yi was still disinterested and nodded dispiritedly. Han Yunchi changed the topic again. Long Fei Yi, there's still no news from Gu. Could he? Before she could finish, Long Fei Yi interrupted her forcefully. Han Yunchi, I don't like you mentioning other people's names on the bed, especially Gu. Han Yunchi really wanted to tell him not to talk to her on the bed next time. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to say it. Long Fei Yi quickly used his actions to tell her that she could only call him by his name on the bed. Long Fei Yi, you bastard. Long Fei Yi, no, not here. Long Fei Yi, that's enough. That's enough. Long Fei Yi, you don't. These screams were ecstatic. However, Long Fei Yi was only tickling Han Yunchi. Although Han Yunchi's legs had recovered quite a bit, it was still inconvenient. Moreover, she couldn't resist the strength of Long Fei Yi's hands. Not long after, she lay under Long Fei Yi and raised her hands in surrender. I was wrong, please forgive me. Judging from her tone, she didn't sound like she was admitting her mistake and surrendering. It was obvious that she had no choice. Long Fei Yi was expressionless as he looked down at her. Beg me. Han Yunchi had a lot of backbone. She turned her head away with a snort. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes and licked the corner of his lips as he stared at Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi could feel the dangerous aura, but she refused to comply. She could feel his hot breath getting closer and closer. She knew that he was leaning close to her, so she simply closed her eyes. Seeing this, the desire to conquer in Long Fei Yi's eyes intensified. Suddenly, he pressed down on Han Yunchi's arm with one hand and used the other hand to attack her armpit. Han Yunchi was so frightened that she had goosebumps all over her body. She was most afraid of Long Fei Yi scratching her armpit. Long Fei Yi's hand only wandered around and didn't really scratch her. Han Yunchi was already glaring at him. Let go, you're bullying me. It would have been better if she didn't say anything. The more dissatisfied she was, the more excited he became and suddenly scratched her. Ah, Han Yunchi screamed. Her voice was really too miserable to hear. Su Donglin, who was guarding outside the courtyard, couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the maids had retreated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if absence makes the heart grow fonder, there was no need to be like this. Did His Highness have to torture the princess to this extent? Are you begging or not? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunchi was scratched until tears came out of her eyes. Her watery eyes were filled with stubbornness, making her look even more lovely and moving. I'm not begging. Even if I die, I won't beg. Very good. Long Fei Yi had never been so competitive with a woman before. Han Yunchi was the first and only one. He had once attacked her, but this time he didn't just tickle her once. Once he started, he didn't stop. Let go. Ah, Long Fei Yi, let go. Haha, that's enough. Let go of me, I'm going to get angry. Long Fei Yi, you're too hateful. Let go, you're bullying me. Woo. Long Fei Yi, I'm going to cry. Han Yunchi seemed to have gone crazy. She laughed, cried, shouted, and screamed. She wasn't even willing to say the word beg. She struggled hard with both hands and twisted her body to avoid him. She didn't know if Long Fei Yi was soft-hearted or if he was careless, but she actually managed to break free of her hands. He only stopped when she hurriedly pulled on his hands. The two of them looked at each other. Han Yunchi was panting while Long Fei Yi was calm and patient. Even if she managed to break free, it would be easy for him to restrain her again. He didn't make a move immediately and waited for her to speak. Han Yunchi glared at him and gritted her teeth. She seemed to be hesitating. Seeing this, Long Fei became even more patient and waited. As expected, Han Yunqi opened her mouth. Long Fei, yeah. He couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, she changed the topic and said, "Why don't you beg me?" Just like the previous time, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed him against her chest. She caressed his face, neck, and back gently and gradually helped him undress. At first, he didn't move and just buried his head in her body. But gradually, he didn't want to be outdone. He didn't even need to look at her, and easily removed her clothes. The word beg had already been thrown to the back of his mind. He closed his eyes and kissed her gently. He easily fell into her beauty. However, he soon touched that scar and sobered up immediately. He looked up and saw that there was a deep bite mark on Han Yunqi's chest. "What's going on?" His face immediately darkened. Before Han Yunqi could answer, he pressed her down and said angrily, "Han Yunqi, what exactly happened?" He had bitten her here and left a bite mark, but it wasn't deep at all. It definitely wouldn't leave a scar. How did this scar come about? Seeing Long Fei Ye's violent and overflowing anger, Han Yunqi then realized that this guy might have misunderstood. How did this scar come about? Who else could it be other than him? Who else could it be? Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. "I asked Mu Linger for some medicine, so that you'll be punished for the crime of bullying a disabled person like me." Long Fei Ye's ashen face finally calmed down a little. He was about to lose to this woman. She had stirred up his 7 emotions and 6 desires, and even controlled his happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. So much so that a misunderstanding could destroy his usually hard heart. He gently caressed the scar and looked at it seriously. He said gently, "Han Yunqi, I admit to this crime." Han Yunqi smiled. "All right, seeing that you have a good attitude when admitting to your crime, I'll lighten the punishment." "I'll punish you!" Han Yunqi's voice also unconsciously softened. "Long Fei, I'll punish you to love me forever. Do you accept?" "I accept." The scar on Long Fei Ye's hand was so similar to Han Yunqi's, as if they were a match made in heaven. He was lost in his thoughts when Han Yunqi hugged him and pulled him down. She whispered in his ear, submitting herself to him. "Long Fei, I beg you, love me." The night was silent, the moon was hazy, the land of tenderness, the drunken hibiscus. Nothing was known the next morning. When Long Fei woke up, Han Yunqi was still asleep. He didn't leave cautiously like before, but woke Han Yunqi up. "I'll wait for you at the entrance of the black market in the afternoon," Long Fei said seriously. Although he couldn't wait to take her away from the 3-way black market, Long Fei still gave Han Yunqi enough time to deal with myriad merchant hall's troublesome matters. Han Yunqi immediately woke up. After Long Fei left, she ordered the servant girls to tidy up and immediately rushed to the prison. She could finally rescue Tang Li, the sect head Tang. Tang Li hadn't seen Han Yunqi for 2 days. The moment he saw her, he almost knelt down. "Sister-in-law, why are you only here now? How's Ningjing these few days? Is she better? Is she still taking medicine? Does she still feel uncomfortable? Does she vomit? Is it swollen? Can she sleep at night? How about during the day? Does she feel sleepy during the day?" Under Han Yunqi's incredulous gaze, he asked a bunch of questions. In the end, he even asked, "Is my daughter obedient?" Tang Li had completely refreshed Han Yunqi's understanding of him. "You know a lot," Han Yunqi said very seriously. "How is she?" Tang Li was burning with anxiety. "How do you know she's pregnant with a daughter?" Han Yunqi asked again. Tang Li didn't answer, nor did he ask Han Yunqi. He simply begged her, "Sister-in-law, can you think of a way for me to see her? Just once. I'll sneak out and come back. It'll only take a while. No one will find out." Han Yunqi shook her head. "Sorry, I can't do that." Tang Li was furious. "I want to see my brother." He didn't have the ability to escape, but his brother definitely had the ability to get him out. Even if it exposed the relationship between the Tang sect and the East Qin imperial family, he wouldn't hesitate. In any case, he didn't expect to get any benefits from Ningjing, nor did he want to make things difficult for Ningjing to trick the D clan. He only had one thought now, and that was to take Ningjing home and take care of the baby. He was going to be a father. Looking at the nearly crazy Tang Li, Han Yunqi couldn't help but wonder how Long Feiyi would react if she got pregnant one day. Sister-in-law, Tang Li begged. He was just short of kidnapping Han Yunqi to threaten those archers. Your brother won't help you either. If you want to get out, you just have to agree to one of my conditions. Han Yunqi smiled. Tang Li immediately shut his mouth and waited for Han Yunqi to continue. Han Yunqi lowered her voice and whispered into his ear. Only then did Tang Li know what Han Yunqi had been doing at Myriad Merchant Hall these days. So they'll listen to you? Tang Li asked seriously. They'll listen to me for such a big matter, let alone a small matter like yours, Han Yunqi said with a smile. This isn't a small matter, Tang Li looked aggrieved. Han Yunqi had lost to him. Okay. This is also a big matter. I'll go find the great elder now. Go. Tang Li's attitude was no different from chasing someone away. Han Yunqi realized for the first time that this was the joy of being a father. Seeing Tang Li so happy made her feel great. After Han Yunqi left the prison cell, she went to find the great elder. But Chapter 929. Before Han Yunqi reached the Council of Elders, a maidservant in green came looking for her. Princess, something bad has happened. The maidservant in green was extremely pale. This maidservant in green had been bribed by Han Yunqi to serve Ningjing in her courtyard. Han Yunqi's heart grew flustered. If anything happened to Ningjing and her daughter, how was she going to explain it to Tang Li? What happened? Han Yunqi asked. Miss Jing and Miss Mu Ling have disappeared. Qian, who was serving them in the room, has been killed. The maidservant in green was so frightened that her lips and teeth were still trembling. I was just about to bring in the food when I saw Qian lying on the ground. There was no one on the bed. I immediately went to look for Miss Ling. But Miss Ling was also not in the side room. Han Yunqi thought that the worst-case scenario was that something had happened to Ningjing's body, but she never expected things to be this bad. Ningjing needed to be bedridden. Could she still hold on after being kidnapped? The maidservant had been killed, and Ningjing and Mu Ling had disappeared. This was clearly a kidnapping. Han Yunqi's hands were cold, but she still calmed down and instructed, Go and inform the Council of Elders immediately. Also, don't divulge anything about Ningjing. Otherwise, be careful of your life. Han Yunqi had the maidservant quickly push her to Ningjing's courtyard to inspect the scene. To be able to kill people and kidnap people in Myriad Merchant Hall without a sound, it was definitely not simple. It was either an expert or a mole. When Han Yunqi rushed over, First Elder and the others had just arrived. When they saw the corpse in the room, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Fifth Elder was about to examine the corpse when Han Yunqi stopped him. Don't touch it. Someone go and find a coroner. First Elder understood Han Yunqi's meaning. Han Yunqi knew a little about forensic science, but it was safer to leave unprofessional things to a coroner. While they were waiting for the coroner, Han Yunqi took the initiative to ask the maidservant about the situation in the courtyard since yesterday. Under the reminder of Han Yunqi's eyes again and again, the flustered maidservant finally didn't spill the beans about Ningjing's pregnancy. According to the clues provided by the maidservant, Ningjing and Mu Linger were still there last night. It was very likely that they were kidnapped between night and dawn. Mu Linger was responsible for preparing medicine for Ningjing and lived in the side room. Ningjing was recuperating in the master bedroom. The maid who was killed was the maid who kept watch at night. Soon the coroner arrived. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that the maidservant had been killed in the middle of the night. She was killed with a single stab, and there were no signs of struggle before she died. It must be a mole. Han Yunqi said seriously. There were many guards on night patrol in Myriad Merchant Hall, and Ningjing's courtyard was also surrounded by guards who specialized in night patrol. If it wasn't a mole who was familiar with this place, how could they silently sneak in to kill and take away Ningjing and Mulinger without anyone noticing? There can't be a mole in Myriad Merchant Hall. Second Elder said angrily, even if there is a mole, what's the point of kidnapping Miss Jing? Although Third Elder wasn't as agitated as Second Elder, he agreed with this point of view. Your Highness, Miss Jing hasn't been in charge for a long time. Now that she's sick, if there's a mole, they should know that kidnapping her won't be a threat to the D clan. Could it be someone from the Tang sect? First Elder asked suspiciously. Han Yunqi countered. If it was someone from the Tang sect, why did they only kidnap Ningjing? Why didn't they rescue Tang Li? Second Elder said righteously. They probably didn't find Tang Li. Han Yunqi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She actually hoped that it was the Tang sect who kidnapped them. Then everything would be easier. But how could it be the Tang sect who kidnapped them? Those elders of the Tang sect still didn't know that Tang Li was imprisoned in Myriad Merchant Hall. They only thought that Tang Li had brought Ningjing to East Origin Hall to play. Moreover, even if they wanted to take action, they wouldn't be so bold as to hide it from Long Fei. Second Elder, aren't you overestimating the Tang sect too much? Could it be that Myriad Merchant Hall's defenses are so weak that the Tang sect can kill and kidnap people without anyone noticing? Han Yunqi said mockingly. Second Elder immediately shut his mouth. Third Elder said, Your Highness, if there is a mole, who is it? Why did they kidnap Miss Jing? Han Yunqi was shocked when she heard this. She blurted out, Uncle Cheng. Uncle Cheng? How was that possible? Everyone was confused. Han Yunqi anxiously asked, First Elder, where is Uncle Cheng? Your Highness, even if there is a mole, it can't be Uncle Cheng. When we returned yesterday, Uncle Cheng left halfway. He went to the south to hire a new dealer, First Elder reminded her. Han Yunqi shook her head. She silently cursed herself for being too careless. She had underestimated Uncle Cheng too much. In her panic, Han Yunqi almost blurted out Jia Dai's story. Fortunately, she stopped herself in time. She couldn't explain it clearly. If she could, she would have done so long ago. She couldn't tell the Council of Elders that she and Jia Dai knew each other, and that they had colluded to harm Uncle Cheng and Myriad Merchant Hall, could she? When she discussed the matter with Long Fei last night, all she wanted to do was beat around the bush to remind the head elder of a few things. Now, what should she do? Uncle Cheng, Uncle Cheng. Han Yunqi changed the topic. I don't suspect Uncle Cheng. What I mean is that we hurry up and find Uncle Cheng. With such a major incident, whether it's a mole or an external enemy, it shows that Myriad Merchant Hall's defenses are too weak. Third Elder and Fourth Elder should shoulder the burden of the casino. Let Uncle Cheng come back to handle this. Han Yunqi's words were not as smooth as she usually was. Fortunately, the elders didn't sense anything strange. After all, this was a major incident at Myriad Merchant Hall. It was normal for them to be nervous. Princess is right. Men, hurry up and find Uncle Cheng. Tell him that something big has happened here. Tell him to come back quickly. First Elder immediately gave the order. Han Yunqi was relieved. She thought that if Uncle Cheng didn't kidnap them, then her and Jia Dai's plan would go on as usual. If Uncle Cheng really did kidnap them, then Uncle Cheng would definitely follow up. In this way, the Council of Elders would naturally suspect him, no matter why the kidnappers had kidnapped Ningjing and Muling. Han Yunqi only hoped that Ningjing and the child in her belly were safe. Your Highness, why don't we bring Tang Li here and test him? The Tang sect should give us an explanation about the pear-flower storm needles. First Elder said. Han Yunqi couldn't imagine whether Tang Li would go crazy if he knew that Ningjing was missing. She should give Tang Li a heads-up in private. However, at this juncture, it would be difficult for her to go to the prison in private. She could only hope that Tang Li wouldn't be too impulsive. Han Yunqi hid her worries and uneasiness in her heart. She said lightly, "It's time to deal with it. Bring him to the council chamber." Tang Li, who knew nothing about everything, was very obedient and well-behaved. He let the guards tie him up and didn't resist at all. After being brought to the council chamber, he found an opportunity when no one was paying attention and even winked at Han Yunqi naughtily. A few days ago, Han Yunqi clearly felt that brother Tang Li had grown up. However, at this moment, she found that he was as silly as a child. Han Yunqi's heart ached at the sight of Tang Li, who'd lost so much weight that he was almost unrecognizable and tied up. "Ningjing, where are you? Do you miss your Ali?" "Sect Master Tang, please take a seat." The first elder still prepared a chair for Tang Li. Tang Li's legs were tied up, so he could only hop over and sit down. He sneered, "Haha, so the D clan still has manners of hospitality." Several elders were about to fly into a rage, but the first elder stopped them with a look. He said, "Sect Master Tang, you've been missing for so many days. The Tang clan should be anxious. Does that mean that first elder is planning to let me go?" Tang Li's face became serious. "You have to return the money that my wife and I won. Otherwise, I won't leave." The first elder's expression changed when he said this. On the other hand, the servant girls at the side secretly covered their mouths and laughed. Han Yunqi couldn't laugh. She said, "Sect Master Tang, if you don't give the D clan an explanation for the Pearflower Storm Needles, don't even think about getting a single penny, let alone leaving this place." Tang Li's mouth twitched. "Where's Ningjing? Call her out. The Pearflower Storm Needles was my betrothal gift to her. If there's an explanation, it should be to her." Tang Li raised his eyebrows and swept a glance at everyone. He asked disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Did you ask for Ningjing's permission before taking her betrothal gift?" Ningjing's betrothal gift should naturally be received by the Ning clan's patriarch. The first elder immediately retorted. The Ning clan's patriarch was naturally Ningcheng. "Fine, hand over Ningcheng as well. I'll explain it to you and your sister." Tang Li naturally knew about Ningcheng's disappearance. The first elder couldn't get either Ningcheng or Ningjing to come out. Tang Li's words more or less dispelled third elder and fourth elder's suspicions about the Tang clan's kidnapping. The first elder looked at Han Yunqi, imploring her to preside over the situation. "Sect Master Tang, this princess can represent the D clan's patriarch. If you can give a clear explanation today, this princess will let you go." The moment Han Yunqi said this, the first elder and the others all looked over. Han Yunqi gave them a reassuring look and continued to say to Tang Li, "If you can't give a clear explanation, then don't blame this princess for being impolite." Han Yunqi was paving the way for Tang Li. Tang Li deliberately sized up Han Yunqi. After a while, he said, "Fine, this sect master will give face to the Western Qin princess." Tang Li was silent for a while before speaking. His attitude actually softened. He said, "First elder, this junior has a question to ask. I wonder if you can enlighten me." The first elder was on guard. "Let's hear it. First elder, if you were drugged and raped by a woman, how would you deal with that woman?" Tang Li's words were very serious, but the entire crowd fell silent. After a while, everyone except the first elder burst into laughter. Some couldn't help but laugh out loud, while others forced themselves to stifle their laughter. Han Yunqi looked at Tang Li with a helpless smile. The first elder didn't answer, so Tang Li asked again, "First elder, would you kill that woman or marry her and torture her slowly?" The first elder still didn't answer, but Tang Li didn't press him. He said, "Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is rich and imposing with a large business. My Tang clan can't afford to provoke them. Fortunately, Miss Jing was willing to marry me. Tang Li, and give me a chance to wash away my humiliation. Hearing this, no one could laugh anymore. Everyone assumed that after Tang Li said this, Ning Jing would be tortured daily by Tang Li after marrying into the Tang clan. She would be forced to live an inhumane life. Only Han Yunqi knew that Tang Li was the one being tortured, ordered around, beaten and cursed every day. Ning Jing was like a queen, being held, protected, and given in by Tang Li. Being spoiled by others required opportunities and good fortune. However, being willing to spoil others required opportunities as well. Han Yunqi didn't even know if Tang Li would have a chance to continue being bullied by Ning Jing. She quietly listened to Tang Li's confession. That's right, Tang Li wasn't explaining but confessing. Chapter 930. Tang Li wasn't explaining that the pear blossom storm needles was faked. He was clearly confessing. Unfortunately, Ning Jing wasn't present, so Ning Jing couldn't hear it. Tang Li asked the second elder, "Old man, do you know how to torture a woman?" The second elder clenched his fists and was about to scold Tang Li for bullying a woman, which wasn't what a man should do, who knew that Tang Li would say, "Make her fall in love with you, make her unable to leave you, and then make her scram." As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Tang Li in disbelief. Tang Li looked at the third elder. "Old man, has a woman ever loved you? Why does she love you?" The third elder looked embarrassed and avoided Tang Li's gaze. Tang Li asked again, "Do you know what kind of flowers your wife likes? What kind of cloth does she like to wear? What are the flavors of her 3 meals? What does Xiao Dian like to eat? Which shop's jewelry and rouge does she like? What size shoes does she wear? What kind of fragrance does she like to use for baths? How long will she laze in bed? Will her anger dissipate after being angry for a long time?" As Tang Li spoke, he smiled to himself and continued, "What are the days of the month when her temper is the worst?" The entire place fell silent. Several elders lowered their heads. It wasn't clear whether they were embarrassed or ashamed. Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of Long Fei Yi. She suddenly missed him very much. Long Fei Yi knew everything about her, no matter how big or small. None of the servant girls were smiling now. They were all looking at Tang Li with adoring gazes. How could they have thought that the dignified Tang sect master would care about so many small things? How much did a man have to love a woman to be willing to spend time and effort to understand these things? Actually, love wasn't high and mighty. It wasn't above the common populace. Love was built up from many trivial things in daily life. The more trivial it was, the more beautiful it was. I know. Over the past year, Tang Li's tolerance and compromises, Tang Li's doting and shielding of his own people were needless to say, and Ning Jing's unruly, crafty, mean and cruel ways were also needless to say. With just one sentence, "I know everything," it was enough to show how much Tang Li had done, how much he had paid attention to, and how much he had understood in the past year. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to continue. However, he ended the confession with one sentence. He said, "Unfortunately, I can't torture Ning Jing. She hasn't fallen in love with me yet, but I can't leave her." This kind of farewell was simple and real, yet beautiful and dreamy. Why couldn't Ning Jing hear it? Tang Li looked at Han Yunqi and asked seriously, "Han Yunqi, long before you met Ning Jing, the pear flower storm needles were empty. I used them all when I ran away from my marriage. If I didn't use them at that time, I would have married someone else. I was afraid that I couldn't marry Ning Jing, so I had to fake it. I have nothing to say about this. If Ning Jing doesn't want to go home with me because of this betrothal gift, then you don't have to let me go. Lock me up and I'll eat and live here. I won't leave." Great Elder looked at Han Yunqi, and Han Yunqi also looked at Great Elder. Because of the disturbance at the casino and auction house, Tang Li's matter had been delayed. Back then, it was also Ning Chung who instructed Great Elder to put Tang Li and Ning Jing under house arrest. Ning Cheng's original plan was to kidnap Tang Li to threaten the cooperation between the Tang sect and Cloud Realm's arms trade, so that Ning Jing wouldn't have to waste time dealing with it. But now the situation had changed. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi still had to cooperate, and the war between Eastern and Western Qin wouldn't start so soon. Ning Cheng wasn't here, and Ning Jing's whereabouts were unknown, so Great Elder didn't dare to make the final decision. Great Elder thought that since Tang Li really liked Ning Jing, it meant that Miss Jing had already succeeded in half. It shouldn't be difficult to facilitate the cooperation between the two sides. Now that the D clan was in trouble, it wasn't good to have another conflict with the Tang sect. It was better to let Tang Li go and tell him about Ning Jing. First, they could ask the Tang sect to help find her. Second, they could maintain their relationship with the Tang sect, which would be easier to talk to in the future. The head elder stepped forward and whispered his thoughts into Han Yunqi's ear. Han Yunqi didn't expect Tang Li to confess like this, but she could guess Great Elder's consideration. She secretly gave Tang Li a look, hoping to give him a hint to calm him down. Tang Li saw Han Yunqi's hint, but she didn't know if he understood her meaning. Han Yunqi said calmly, "Come, untie the Tang sect leader." Tang Li had been holding it in, but he couldn't hold it in any more. He asked anxiously, "Where's Ning Jing? Where's my wife?" With this clever confession, Tang Li didn't need to hide his love, nor did he need to pretend. Now he could openly announce to everyone that he liked Ning Jing. He even planned to bring Ning Jing back to the Tang sect and threaten the elders with the child in Ning Jing's belly. He was the only son of the 9th generation of the Tang sect. If those elders, especially his father, dared to touch Ning Jing, he would definitely make them regret it. Hurry up and ask Ning Jing to come out. If she wants a betrothal gift, I'll give it to her. When she returns to the Tang sect, she can choose any hidden weapon she wants. Although Ning Jing's choice of hidden weapon was different from the cooperation between the Tang sect and the arms trade, Tang Li's words still made the elders' eyes light up. They were all annoyed. How could they have been so busy recently that they forgot about the Tang sect? If they had interrogated Tang Li earlier, perhaps Tang Li would have brought Ning Jing back to the Tang sect long ago, and the arms trade would have been completed very quickly. Now that Ning Jing was missing, how are they going to explain to Tang Li? Han Yunqi didn't speak for a long time, and the elders also looked at each other. Tang Li, who was feeling happy, finally realized that something was wrong with Han Yunqi. He felt uneasy. What happened to Ning Jing? Or was there something wrong with his child? Tang Li was about to rush over and question her, but he was stopped by Han Yunqi's sharp gaze. Although the elders now believed in Tang Li, who could guarantee that this group of old men wouldn't think too much after Ning Jing's pregnancy was revealed. Ning Jing married into the Tang sect with a mission. If she was pregnant, she must be willing. Previously, when Ning Jing came to the three-way black market wearing a mask, Ning Qing was already suspicious. If Ning Cheng was present today, Tang Li wouldn't be able to fool around so easily. At this juncture, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tang Li knew Han Yunqi's concerns. He calmed down and gave Han Yunqi a reassuring look. He knew that if he didn't calm down, Han Yunqi wouldn't say anything. Sect Master Tang Ning Jing. Ning Jing went missing late last night. Before Han Yunqi could finish speaking, Tang Li rushed over. "What did you say?" Several guards immediately came forward to stop him. Tang Li insisted on grabbing Han Yunqi's collar and questioning her. Su Donglin, who was hiding in the dark, broke out in cold sweat. Han Yunqi's brows were tightly knitted as she stared into Tang Li's eyes. She didn't stop reminding him and said anxiously, "Ning Jing hasn't been feeling well these few days. The doctor wants her to rest quietly. Mu Ling has been accompanying her. Late last night, robbers killed the servant girl in her room and kidnapped her, and Mu Ling, the Elders Guild is already investigating. I hope you can stay calm and investigate this matter with the Elders Guild." Han Yunqi emphasized the last sentence. She asked again, Sect Master Tang, if they can sneak into Myriad Merchant Hall and kidnap people. Their martial arts must be good. Have you and Ning Jing offended anyone before this? Han Yunqi had already said so much. If Tang Li still didn't understand, Han Yunqi was at her wit's end. Fortunately, Tang Li still had a bit of rationality left. He looked at Han Yunqi and clenched his fists tightly. After a long time, he calmed down. Our Tang sect has never interfered in worldly affairs. Who could we have offended? However, as for Ning Jing, I don't know who she has offended in the past. Miss Jing, previously, Head Elder had just opened his mouth when Tang Li angrily rebuked. Didn't the guards be alarmed by such a big incident last night? Who was in charge of Myriad Merchant Hall's guards? Tang Li was just asking a normal question. He didn't know about Uncle Cheng's incident. However, unfortunately, Uncle Cheng was in charge of the D clan's defense. Myriad Merchant Hall was no exception. The elders exchanged glances. Although they didn't speak, they all had their own guesses. Head Elder's eyes were complicated. He said, this matter was indeed due to the guard's negligence. Rest assured, Sect Master Tang, we will do our best to investigate this matter thoroughly. We won't let go of any clues. Sect Master Tang, please calm down. Since they kidnapped people, they must have a request. Why don't we wait a few days? Perhaps there will be news, Han Yunqi advised. They should rejoice that the kidnappers had only killed the maidservant and taken away Ning Jing and Mu Ling. Otherwise, if the kidnappers had killed Mu Ling and Ning Jing last night, there would be no point in their discussion today. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Her words angered Tang Li even more. He roared angrily, Han Yunqi, are Myriad Merchant Hall's guards all good-for-nothings? Tang Li didn't mean it, but Han Yunqi did. She took the opportunity to say to Head Elder, we must find Uncle Cheng as soon as possible. He must take responsibility for this matter. Head Elder nodded repeatedly. I've already sent people to search for him. Sect Master Tang, please rest in the guest room. Once there's news, this one will immediately send someone to inform you. I'll just stay in Ning Jing's courtyard, Tang Li said coldly. Head Elder couldn't wait to end this awkward discussion so that Tang Li could calm down first. He immediately had the maidservant take Tang Li away. Once Tang Li left, Han Yunqi also breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to leave, but something like this happened all of a sudden. How could she leave now? No matter what, Ning Jing and Mu Ling were lost in her hands. Everyone was focused on Ning Jing, and no one mentioned Mu Ling. As for her, not only was she worried about Ning Jing, but she was also worried about Mu Ling. Ning Jing and Mu Ling were in different rooms, but they were both kidnapped. Why? Was it because Mu Ling discovered that Ning Jing was in danger and rushed over to help but was unable to do so? Or was it because the kidnappers were also planning to kidnap Mu Ling? Although Mu Ling was impulsive and reckless, if it didn't involve her Chi brother, she wouldn't be so foolish and stubborn. If she couldn't beat the kidnappers, she would definitely ask the guards for help. Therefore, Han Yunqi was more willing to believe that the kidnappers were not only targeting Ning Jing, but also Mu Ling. There might be more than one kidnapper. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi suddenly thought of someone. She anxiously asked, Head Elder, is there any news about Deacon Jean in the past 2 days? Head Elder didn't pay much attention to this matter. The attendant beside him quickly replied, Deacon Jean was being chased by Kingan Bank for his debt. The day before yesterday, he hid in Willowflower Alley. I heard that the people from Kingan Bank are also looking for him. Chapter 931. Han Yunqi knew about Willowflower Lane. It was the most chaotic place in the three-way black market with all sorts of people. No one could control it, so it was basically a lawless area. Deacon Jean had actually gone there to hide. Just how hard was Kingan Bank pushing him? Long Fei, you didn't need the small amount of money he owed. Han Yunqi thought that Long Fei Yi probably wanted Deacon Jean to be pushed so hard by Kingan Bank, just like her, because of Deacon Jin's background. At this time, Han Yunqi didn't have time to think about this matter. Saving people was more important. Send someone to look for him and spread the word that if he's willing to come back, Myriad Merchant Hall will help him pay off his debt. Han Yunqi said seriously, "This." First Elder hesitated. The Council of Elders was stingy to begin with, not to mention that the D clan's finances were tight. If the robbers are only after Ningjing, then they can just kill Mu Ling. Why take Mu Ling away as well? Han Yunqi asked seriously. First Elder finally realized this. You mean that Deacon Jean is here to seek revenge on Mu Ling? But Deacon Jean and Miss Jing have no grudges. Why take Miss Jing away? Fifth Elder hurriedly said. There should be more than one robber. It's only a guess now. Hurry and spread the word. See if Deacon Jean comes. Han Yunqi said seriously. Now that they didn't have a single clue, they could only wait for the robbers to come and extort them while using the elimination method to investigate all possible suspects. Just as they were talking, someone from the auction hall came to deliver news of victory. This was the only consolation in the midst of all the troubles. The elders were very gratified and had more trust and expectations for Han Yunqi. The casino and auction hall can't be delayed, especially the reopening of the casino. Third Elder and Fourth Elder will cooperate fully. We must reopen the casino as soon as possible. Everything in the auction went smoothly, and the Second Elder handled everything by himself. The Fifth Elder was in charge of handling Ningjing's matter, so he had to calm Sect Master Tang down. Great Elder, there is still no news of Ningchen. Don't forget about this matter. Han Yunqi assigned the focus of the work and let the Fifth Elder deal with Ningjing, which could save her a lot of trouble. Moreover, with the Fifth Elder's temper, he would soon suspect Uncle Chung. After everything was settled, everyone went about their own business. Han Yunqi immediately went to see Tang Li. At this moment, Tang Li was sitting on Ningjing's couch, stroking the pillow and silk quilt that she had used before, savoring the fragrance that she had left behind. When Han Yunqi came in, she saw Tang Li clutching the silk blanket tightly and pressing it under his nose. After everything was exposed in Medical City, he had never hugged her again. Tang Li didn't even notice Han Yunqi coming in. He was immersed in longing and self-blame. He had already given in so many times. Why couldn't he give in a few more times? If he had given in a few more times and told her that he liked her, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. Han Yunqi came to the bedside and looked at Tang Li's pained face. She remained silent. At this time, any comforting words that were too pleasant to hear were pale and powerless. After a long time, Tang Li murmured, "Sister-in-law, how many times do I have to give in before Ningjing and I can be together?" He was willing to give in to her and the D clan. Han Yunqi smiled bitterly. She and Long Fei Yi had been moving forward all this time, trying their best to complete the 100 steps. However, Tang Li and Ningjing were giving in. Tang Li gave in. Ningjing was pregnant. Ningjing betrayed Ningchen. Ningjing wanted to escape from the D clan. Why didn't they give in? Don't think too much. Ningjing is very smart. As long as the kidnappers have a request, she will definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessings. Han Yunqi wasn't comforting him. She was speaking the truth. Han Yunqi then analyzed Uncle Chung and Deacon Jin's suspicions in detail for Tang Li. She instructed, "I will arrange for Fifth Elder to be fully in charge of this. You must stay calm and cooperate with him." Tang Li looked up. "Sister-in-law, I'm scared of the child." Before he could finish speaking, Han Yunqi coldly interrupted him. "Enough. Don't hide here and be afraid. No matter what the situation is, let's find them first. What's the use of being afraid here? If you were afraid, why did you let Ningjing get pregnant in the first place? Pregnancy was never something that could be done by one person's will alone. If Tang Li didn't bully anyone, would Ningjing have a chance? Han Yunqi's words were very unpleasant and grating. However, these were the only words that could truly wake Tang Li up. Tang Li fiercely jabbed his face and stood up decisively. I will go to Willowflower Alley now. I am familiar with that place. Ever since Long Fei Yi took charge of East Origin Hall, Tang Li often went to Willowflower Alley. When he went to find people, he was much more efficient than the people sent by Myriad Merchant Hall. Han Yunqi secretly sighed. She was now hoping that Ningjing and the others had been kidnapped by Deacon Jean. Deacon Jean only wanted money. Things that could be settled with money were much simpler. Tang Li was about to leave when Han Yunqi hurriedly stopped him. Your brother is in East Origin Hall. If you need help, go find him. Also, help me pass a message. Just say that there has been a change in the plan. Ask him to wait a few more days for me. Hearing this, Tang Li turned back and said seriously, Sister-in-law, regarding the 100 Poison Sect matter, you all will act according to plan. You don't have to worry about me. Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. She waved her hand and told him to leave quickly. However, Tang Li became stubborn. Sister-in-law, this is my own matter. You and my brother don't have to worry about it. I won't drag you all down. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him. You're thinking too much. Since you've come out, you'll have to take responsibility for Ningjing's matter. The one I want to save is that damned girl Mu Ling. Of course. Tang Li knew that she was speaking out of anger. Thus, he also said harshly, Sister-in-law, you want to drag my brother down again for Mu Ling? You want my brother to wait again? Do you know that as long as the grudge between Eastern and Western Qin is not resolved, my brother won't be able to sleep peacefully? Can't you spare a thought for my brother's sake? Tang Li only wanted to provoke Han Yunqi. How could he know what kind of unhappiness Han Yunqi had with Long Fei Yi? Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of Long Fei Yi's lonely eyes. She asked Tang Li indifferently, do you think so too? Tang Li had never seen Han Yunqi look so pitiful. He wondered if anyone else had scolded her like this before. Since he had already provoked her, Tang Li was determined to be the villain to the end. He asked, don't you think so too? Sister-in-law, my brother has never waited for anyone. After he met you, do you know how many things have been delayed because of you? My brother dotes on you, so you should feel sorry for him too. At first, Tang Li did it on purpose, but as he spoke, he began to recall memories of his childhood. He muttered to himself, Sister-in-law, my big brother's never had anyone dote on him since he was young. I even thought he'd never know how to dote on someone in this lifetime. I never thought that he would dote on you this much. Han Yunqi could guess that Long Fei Yi's childhood wasn't good. She had asked before, but Long Fei Yi wasn't willing to talk about it. Tang Li, how did Long Fei Yi's father and mother pass away? Han Yunqi asked in a low voice, because of the perplexing butterfly illusion. Tang Li didn't avoid it. He felt that there were some things that Han Yunqi should know. It had to be said that he had his own selfish motives. He was biased towards his brother and East Qin. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi caught by yanching on this trip and confronted each other about the grudges of the past, they would really meet on the battlefield. He hoped that Han Yunqi would give in and show mercy. Perplexing butterfly illusion? How did Consort one get her hands on it? Han Yunqi grew nervous. The perplexing butterfly illusion was the poison sect's long-lost treasure, something that everyone was fighting over. Even Bai Yanqing was searching for it. So how did Consort one get her hands on it? There were rumors back then that the perplexing butterfly illusion had reappeared in the poison sect, causing countless people in the poison world to fight over it. Many remnants of the poison sect also flocked to the poison sect. Medical City did their best to hide this matter, but it was useless, Tang Li said indifferently. So they went looking for the perplexing butterfly illusion too? Han Yunqi asked. Tang Li shook his head, helplessly. Uncle and Aunt Wan have been searching for the perplexing butterfly illusion for a long time. When Aunt Wan was in charge of the Tang sect's poison sect, she studied its history and discovered records of the perplexing butterfly illusion. She and Uncle found a few poison masters to go with them to the poison sect. It took them 3 years to find the perplexing butterfly illusion. One of the poison masters who went with them betrayed Aunt Wan and leaked information about the perplexing butterfly illusion, causing a huge commotion in the poison world. Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. This was the first time she'd heard about Long Fei Ye's parents. So when the poison world flocked to the poison sect, the perplexing butterfly illusion was already in Consort Wan's hands. Tang Li nodded. Many people in the Tang sect and the Bailey army believe that Uncle died from injuries. Some say he fell ill. Actually, very few people know the true cause of Uncle's death. You know, Han Yunqi grew nervous. They found the perplexing butterfly illusion in a cave back then. Uncle was injured by the poisonous gas it sprayed out. Tang Li sucked in a deep breath. His body was never found. The Tang sect's reclining dragon peak is actually a cenotaph. Han Yunqi's heart suddenly clenched. Then, Consort Wan. Aunt Wan was by Uncle's side back then. She saw him die with her own eyes. Tang Li's voice was choked with emotion. He remembered his mother crying the entire time she told him this. Aunt Wan's personality changed drastically after she came back. She placed all her hopes of reviving the empire on my brother. In those years, she practically trained my brother as a death warrior. Later on, she committed suicide. Tang Li said indifferently. Han Yunqi recalled the scars on Long Fei Ye's body and felt her heart clench. If Tang Li hadn't said anything, how could she have imagined that someone like him would go through such torture? Han Yunqi had pitted Consort Wan just a moment ago, but now Han Yunqi hated her to the core. What was a death warrior's training? That was to disregard all consequences and be prepared to die. They had to undergo high-intensity, high-difficulty training. That was no different from forcing someone to their death. How old was Long Fei Yi back then? However, Tang Li's next words caused Han Yunqi to break down even more. Tang Li said, Aunt Wan committed suicide in front of my brother. I was there at the time too. She said a few words to my brother. Is she crazy? Han Yunqi roared. Maybe, Tang Li said indifferently. Han Yunqi didn't want to hear any more, but she had to. She had to understand everything that happened back then. That was Long Fei Ye's past. Chapter 932. Before Consort Wan killed herself, she left Long Fei Yi with 2 words. One was, Fei, remember how your imperial father and I died. The other was, Fei, remember the meaning of your life. After Tang Li fell silent, Han Yunqi's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. She couldn't imagine how much Long Fei Yi had endured. It wasn't a burden on his shoulders, but in his heart. Only by knowing how much he'd suffered would she know how much he'd conceded. Only then would she know how much he'd struggled and suffered when he chose to accept her, love her, and hide her identity from her. But he hadn't mentioned a word about any of it. It was as if none of it had ever happened, and she knew nothing about it. Compared to her responsibilities as the princess of Western Qin, Long Fei Ye's burden was a true inner torment. Seeing Han Yunqi's red eyes, Tang Li realized he'd said too much. He was about to speak when Han Yunqi grabbed his sleeve and said, Tang Li, I'll leave Ningjing and Muling to you. And don't tell your big brother that I know so much. Thank goodness this woman was still rational. Tang Li exhaled. I understand. Don't worry and go. Han Yunqi didn't send anyone else to tell Long Fei Yi to change the time. She gave herself an hour to calm down and collect her emotions. Once she'd buried all her pain in her heart, she left to take care of Myriad Merchant Hall's affairs. Head Elder, have you notified everyone about the alliance? Han Yunqi asked. I've already discussed it with the elders yesterday. It's better to wait until after the princess leaves. Princess, please don't worry. The Council of Elders will take care of everything below, the head elder said seriously. Han Yunqi relaxed at his words. A complicated look flickered past her eyes before she said, after notifying everyone, spread the news as well. I want all of Cloud Realm Continent to know that East and West Qin are working together. The great elder hesitated. Han Yunqi coldly said, if we don't take this chance to confront East Qin, could it be we'll let East Qin keep slandering our Western Qin royal family? I want the world to know that the civil war in the Great Qin Empire was not the fault of Western Qin. Influenced by Han Yunqi's imposing manner, First Elder also became excited. Yes, this subordinate will do as you say. What the First Elder didn't know was that Han Yunqi had already made a very ruthless decision. Princess, about Ning Jing, the Great Elder asked tentatively. According to the D clan's rules and style, Ning Jing's matters weren't as important as the Wind clan's. Even if Ning Jing's life was in danger, the Wind clan's matters were still the priority. But the Great Elder still hadn't figured out the princess's style or temperament after spending time with her. More importantly, it wasn't just Ning Jing who was missing, but Mu Ling are as well. Thus, he didn't dare to act on his own and could only test the waters. Ning Jing's matters have already been handed over to Fifth Elder. Keep an eye on him and have him cooperate with the Tang clan head. I've already made an appointment with Long Fei Yi. We'll set out in the afternoon, Han Yunqi said seriously. Princess, please be careful. This subordinate has arranged for 2 guards to protect you, the Great Elder said. Han Yunqi didn't refuse, but said, wait by the door. There were still 2 more hours before Long Fei's appointment, but Han Yunqi had already taken care of everything. If this was the past, she'd definitely take a bath and prepare some dry rations before leaving the house. But how could she have the mind to do that? She wanted to see that man immediately and tightly hug him. How could he not tell her anything? Did he want to hide it from her forever? How could he bear this much? Being separated from Long Fei Yi so many times, even being separated for several months, it didn't feel as bad as these 2 hours. Han Yunqi sat in the wheelchair, sitting alone in the room. She was waiting for news, waiting for him to send someone to pick her up. She already couldn't calmly think about anything. Finally, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness, the East Qin Crown Prince, has sent someone over. Han Yunqi suddenly looked up and saw the door open. Standing at the door was no one else but Su Donglin. Princess of Western Qin, please. Su Donglin was neither servile nor overbearing as he rushed to push Han Yunqi's wheelchair before the servant girls could. The Great Elder waited on one side. As soon as Han Yunqi left the room, he signaled for the 2 guards to follow her. They escorted her all the way to the back door before he spoke. Your Highness, take care. Don't worry. Long Fei, you won't dare to act rashly when everyone in the world knows. Han Yunqi even gave the Great Elder a bewitching potion before she left. Most likely, he'd spread the news of the alliance between East and Western Qin to every corner of Cloud Realm Continent very soon. The 5th Elder and the 4th Elder also came to see him off. In front of Su Donglin, they remained silent and did not say anything. At the back door, all of the elders stopped. Su Donglin escorted Han Yunqi to her carriage, while the 2 guards followed them all the way to the 3-way black markets, West Gate. Han Yunqi finally saw the familiar carriage. It was a large and sturdy carriage, parked there with Gao Bohu on one side. Long Fei Yi should be inside. Behind the large carriage were 2 smaller ones. The 2 guards assumed that the small carriage was prepared for Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi knew that Bailey Mingxiang was inside. In the end, they were still at the 3-way black market's gates, with guards following them. Su Donglin quickly invited Han Yunqi to the small carriage. Princess, this way please. Long Fei Yi sat in the large carriage, expressionless as he studied a specially made map. He heard Su Donglin's voice, but didn't bat an eyelid. As soon as Han Yunqi boarded the small carriage, Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to sit. But the carriage was too small for her to stand up, so she was at a loss. Han Yunqi didn't speak, but pressed down on her shoulder to make her sit back down. Bailey Mingxiang didn't know that there were guards following them outside, so she didn't understand why the princess had run over to her place. Hurry up and go. We need to find a place to rest before it gets dark. This princess doesn't want to sleep in the wilderness, Han Yunqi urged. Although the person in question didn't speak, Gao Bohu and Su Donglin didn't dare to slight Han Yunqi. The two of them immediately set off. With a flick of their whips, the horses ran extremely fast. The two guards sent by First Elder rode their horses and followed closely behind Han Yunqi's carriage. How would Han Yunqi deal with these two obstructing guards? Shake them off? Su Donglin was waiting for his master's orders. Su Donglin guessed that Her Highness would speak first, but who knew that after they were far away from the three-way black market, Han Yunqi would speak. Su Donglin, stop the carriage! Su Donglin immediately pulled the reins and slowly stopped the carriage. He called for Gao Bohu to stop the carriage as well. The two guards were puzzled. They dismounted and were about to go forward when they suddenly heard Han Yunqi shout, Long Fei Yi, come over here! The two guards immediately froze. Su Donglin and Gao Bohu were shocked. What was the princess doing? Bailey Mingxiang was also shocked when she saw the guards from Myriad Merchant Hall. Actually, Long Fei Yi was as surprised as they were. He naturally had to send these two guards away, but now was not the time. He had to keep them for a few days so that they could send a few messages back to Myriad Merchant Hall. After reassuring the Elder Council, he would deal with them. They had just left the three-way black market, and the sky was not even dark yet. What was Han Yunqi trying to do? Was she in a hurry? When did she become so clingy? Thinking of this, Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not say anything and allowed Han Yunqi to be willful. Even if her willfulness caused a huge disaster, he would be able to clean it up for her. Long Fei Yi, come over here. Are you coming over or not? Han Yunqi shouted again. Long Fei Yi very obediently got off the carriage and walked over. He wasn't dressed in black today, but loose white robes. His ink-black hair was tied up casually, giving him an air of lazy nobility. He was like a high and lofty god who couldn't be offended. Even Uncle Gao and Su Donglin couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him, to say nothing of the women. Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to look, her head bowed. Just the sight of his boots and robes was enough to make her heart bow and submit to him. Han Yunqi was smiling so widely that her eyes curved into crescents as she watched Long Fei Yi walk closer. Long Fei Ye's attire today reminded her of the time when they were still living in the Duke of Qin's estate in Tianning's capital city. She would often run into him in the courtyard, dressed in snow-white robes as he walked lazily through the winding corridors, either strolling or passing by. She'd stared at him in a daze many times. Under everyone's gaze, Long Fei Yi walked to the front of the carriage. The two guards on the side exchanged glances, unsure whether they should move forward or keep watching, ready to protect him at any time. Her Royal Highness had so rudely called Long Fei Yi off the carriage, so it couldn't be a small matter. But Han Yunqi's next words almost made them fall to the ground. Han Yunqi said, Long Fei Yi, hurry and carry me over. Everyone was stunned. Even Long Fei Yi was caught off guard. But when he saw Han Yunqi reach out her arms, he decisively picked her up from the carriage and carried her in a princess carry. Princess! Princess, you? The two guards were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Han Yunqi lightly waved her hand and shot out two needles. Caught off guard, the guards were hit by the needles before they could dodge. Either your entire body festers and dies, or follow me obediently. I'll give you the antidote tomorrow. Han Yunchi said coldly. When they heard the words festers, the two guards were so scared that their legs almost turned to jelly. They didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly knelt down. Your Royal Highness, please spare our lives. We'll listen to your Royal Highness's orders. Long Fei Ye's smile widened. He hugged Han Yunchi tightly and returned to the large carriage. How could outsiders know what happened in the carriage? Uncle Gao and Su Donglin continued to drive the carriage. The two guards trembled in fear and followed obediently. Bailey Mingxiang let down the small curtain. She bent her knees and hugged them tightly with her arms. She was so lonely that it was as if the whole world had forgotten her in the carriage. Long Fei Yi had just placed Han Yunchi on the seat. Just as he was about to ask, Han Yunchi suddenly hugged him very tightly. He clearly felt that something was wrong with her and asked gently, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just want to hug you." Han Yunchi's eyes were no longer smiling, only heartache. Long Fei Yi lifted her chin and forced her to look up at him. "Han Yunchi, who bullied you?" Han Yunchi said, "Long Fei Yi." Chapter 933. Long Fei Yi, let's never be apart, okay? Han Yunchi asked seriously. No matter what the reason was, she didn't want to leave him, and she couldn't leave him again. Who bullied you? Tell me. This was what Long Fei Yi was concerned about. Who else could bully Han Yunchi to this extent? She was about to cry. If she wasn't afraid of Long Fei Yi's questioning, she would have buried her head in his arms and cried bitterly. But why was she crying? He was the one who had gone through all that torture and suffering, not her. It was useless for her to cry until she was blind. She could only hug him tightly and feel the reality of him. Luckily he had made it through. Luckily he had become stronger. Seeing that Han Yunchi's eyes were red, Long Fei Yi was angry. His tone suddenly turned cold. What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me clearly. No. She avoided his hand and buried her head in his arms again. I just missed you. I missed you. Han Yunchi wasn't a clingy woman, and she wasn't a woman who would act coquettishly and express her love for no reason. Seeing her like this, Long Fei Yi had to suppress his anxiety and anger. He bent down, cupped her face, and asked patiently, "Be good. Tell me what happened." Han Yunchi shook her head and hugged him again. She hugged him tightly, and Long Fei Yi couldn't pull her up no matter how hard he tried. Long Fei Yi couldn't do anything about it. Just as he was about to call Su Donglin over to ask, Han Yunchi let go and covered his mouth. Long Fei Yi, I want to give birth to your children. Give birth to 12 children, okay? Han Yunchi asked seriously. Long Fei Yi was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Of course it was okay, but he had to figure out what was wrong with this woman first. Why? Why are you suddenly? He smiled bitterly. What happened to you? I felt terrible when I saw Ningjing and Tang Li. Han Yunchi could only come up with this excuse. Su Donglin had already reported everything that Tang Li had said in Myriad Merchant Hall today. Tang Li's actions also surprised Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi could predict that once Tang Li found Ningjing, he would definitely fall out with the elders of the Tang sect. What's there to be upset about? Long Fei Yi didn't understand women, but he trusted Han Yunchi. He said unhappily, "Don't worry, you won't get lost. I want to give birth to your child, okay?" Han Yunchi asked again. Long Fei Yi had never seen Han Yunchi so serious. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He nodded without hesitation. "As long as you're willing. However," he added, "wait until we come back this time." Han Yunchi could understand his misgivings, but Han Yunchi blurted out, "I want it now." Now Long Fei Yi was slightly stunned. Soon, he looked Han Yunchi up and down with interest. Did she really understand what he meant? Seeing Long Fei Yi's suggestive gaze on her, Han Yunchi immediately blushed. Only then did she realize that she had spoken too quickly. "I'm not," She was about to explain when Long Fei Yi interrupted her. Are you sure you want it now? No, I'm not. Han Yunqi couldn't explain herself. Long Fei Yi deliberately dragged out his tone. Sure, as long as you're willing. Han Yunqi was embarrassed, angry, and amused at the same time. She hurriedly explained, I'm talking about children. I want children, not me. Long Fei Yi finally couldn't help but laugh. He didn't forget to rub her bangs affectionately. He asked, If you don't want, how are you going to have children? Han Yunqi's face turned even redder. She couldn't refute him. She really lost to him. Her gloomy mood was also amused by him amidst her crying, laughing, and anger. How could this be? She was the one who felt sorry for him and wanted to hug him. In the end, he was the one who comforted her and coaxed her. Long Fei Yi, how exactly should I love you and protect you? Fortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, Han Yunqi really didn't know how to answer him. She might as well just dig a hole and sell herself. At night, they stopped by a small stream at the foot of the mountain. Uncle Gao found a big tree to stop the carriage and started a fire. Su Donglin went to catch some game, and Bailey Mingxiang helped to roast it. Long Fei Yi carried Han Yunqi to the stream and helped her change her bandages. The two imperial guards stood at the side, trembling with fear. They didn't know when the poison would take effect, and they just hoped that the princess would give them the antidote as soon as possible. How do you plan to deal with those two imperial guards? Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. He meant that the two imperial guards knew something they shouldn't know, and silencing them was the best choice. Han Yunqi waved at the imperial guards and asked them to come over. The two imperial guards immediately ran over and knelt down respectfully with their heads bowed. What did Great Elder tell you? Han Yunqi asked. Great Elder wanted this subordinate to report everything that happened here. He wanted the two of us to protect the princess, so we can't. The guard stole a glance at Long Fei, but didn't dare to say anything else. Can't what? Long Fei Yi actually spoke. The ice-cold voice scared the imperial guards, and the two of them didn't dare make a sound. Are you going to speak or not? Long Fei Ye's voice was filled with warning. The imperial guards trembled for a while before saying, We can't. We can't let the East Qin Crown prince approach the princess at all. Seeing Long Fei Ye's dark face, Han Yunqi secretly laughed in her heart. She wanted to warn the two imperial guards, but who would have thought that Long Fei would say, You also saw it. It was the Western Qin princess who told this prince to go over. When these words were said, the two imperial guards shook their heads and waved their hands. No, no, no. This subordinate didn't see anything. Her Highness and the East Qin Crown Prince went in separate carriages. This subordinate has been guarding the princess the entire time, and the East Qin Crown Prince has never approached the princess at all. You're certain? Long Fei Yi asked again. The two imperial guards quickly nodded. Certain, certain. It's just like this. This subordinate will report everything to Great Elder. These two imperial guards weren't stupid. With Long Fei Ye's warning, Han Yunqi didn't need to explain anything. Very quickly, the imperial guards blew a whistle and summoned a hawk. Under Long Fei Ye's gaze, they reported the truth to the Great Elder. Han Yunqi threw the antidote over. Remember to ask me for the antidote in 2 days, otherwise. Han Yunqi deliberately didn't say the following words, scaring the two imperial guards so much that their faces turned white. After taking care of these two imperial guards, they were much more relaxed on the road. It also dispelled the Great Elder's final doubts. After resting for half an hour, Han Yunqi's group set off again. Long Fei Yi had already made arrangements for the 100 Poison Sect, so they didn't have much time to waste on the road. Before leaving, Long Fei Yi couldn't help saying, I thought you wouldn't take care of those two imperial guards that quickly. Han Yunqi didn't try to figure out the meaning behind his words, and directly replied, "I was impatient." Long Fei Yi never thought that this girl would be this direct. He raised a brow as he looked at her, feeling that something was wrong. It was a good thing that Han Yunqi came over in time. She brought over the map he had made and diverted his attention. Han Yunqi looked at the map while chatting with Long Fei Yi. She didn't mention a single thing about what she knew about Long Fei Ye's childhood. She could only be assured in his embrace. While chatting, she unknowingly fell asleep. That night, they crossed over the mountains and headed southwest. However, they didn't know that two people had crossed the mountains at the same time and were heading northeast. They brushed past each other. These two people were none other than Gu and Gu Beiwe. If it wasn't Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi working together, then there was only one person in this world who could kill Bai Yanqing's poison guards, and that was Gu. The moonlight shrouded the mountains and forests. Gu and Gu Beiwe rode separately on their horses and galloped through the mountains and forests. An enchanting woman in red, devastatingly beautiful. Her luxurious and wide robe fluttered in the wind. Her robe fluttered in the wind along with her horses' galloping gallops, covering the entire mountain, the sky, and the moon. She was flamboyant, wanton, and delightful. The other was dressed in snow-white robes. He was like an immortal, gentle as water. He was the white that the ostentatious red beside him couldn't cover up, the white that couldn't be overturned. Even if the entire world was in a hubbub, he would still be as indifferent as the spring breeze, but he could be gentle to all things. The two men galloped through the mountains. Their figures swam like dragons, winding through the small paths in the mountains. When the first ray of sunlight brushed past their faces, they stopped at the foot of the mountain. "Dr. Gu, here." Gu tossed over a canteen of water. After galloping through the night, he showed no signs of fatigue. Under the illumination of the sun, he instead seemed even more spirited. Gu Beiwe caught the canteen and drank a few mouthfuls. He smiled. "You can just call me North Moon." "Forget it. I'll call you Lone Moon. Your surname isn't Gu." Gu raised an eyebrow and replied with a question. According to the secret letter Gu Beiwe had sent over, he searched through all the suspicious valleys and finally found North Moon, saving him. Along the way, Gu Beiwe also told him the entire truth behind his cooperation with Long Fei Yi. Ever since he learnt the truth, he had not said a single word. He galloped all the way here with Gu Beiwe. It had already been 2 days and 2 nights without resting. Fortunately, he had cured Gu Beiwe's poison a long time ago. Otherwise, with Gu Beiwe's body, he probably would not have been able to indulge himself like this. Names are just a form of address. Whatever. Gu Beiwe did not mind. After curing the poison, his complexion was clearly much better than before. During the past 2 days and 2 nights, he could have called for a stop, but he did not. Instead, he accompanied Gu Beiwe to the end. Galloping and galloping was a form of catharsis. Some people relied on this method to heal the pain in their hearts. He would never forget Gu's resplendent smile when he saw him, nor would he forget the moment when Gu's eyes dimmed when he learnt the truth behind his cooperation with Long Fei Yi. When he saw him, Gu was filled with passion. He said to him, "Dr. Gu, come with me. Let's save the poison girl together. We'll help her revive her kingdom and conquer the world." After learning the entire truth, only now did Gu speak. Gu Beiwe was unable to understand where he stood on the grievances between Eastern and Western Qin and whether he trusted Long Fei Yi. However, he definitely felt disappointed. Gu thought for a while before waving his hand impatiently. "Forget it, forget it. The poison girl calls you Dr. Gu, so just call her that." He looked towards the north and yawned. "The 3-way black market is up ahead. We'll be there in a day's journey." Gu Beiwe passed the canteen over and said indifferently, "Seventh young master, if the princess is willing to trust the East Qin crown prince." Chapter 934. Gu still thought that Han Yunqi had been placed under house arrest by Ningcheng, while Gu Beiwe still didn't understand Cloud Realm situation or the various powers. Before Gu Beiwe could finish, Gu interrupted him. That's their business. It has nothing to do with me. Ning Cheng tricked me. This matter isn't over. A complicated look flitted past Gu Beiwe's eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter. Perhaps Gu was only willing to discuss this matter with Han Yunqi. Now, seeing Han Yunqi was the most important thing. With Long Fei Ye's personality, how could he allow Ning Cheng to put Han Yunqi under house arrest for so long? Unless Han Yunqi would rather be put under house arrest by Ning Cheng than forgive him? But even if she did forgive him, how could Han Yunqi face the heavy responsibility of reviving Western Qin? Ignorance is blameless. She still didn't know who she was or what she was shouldering. She could still be herself. Once she knew everything, could she still be as carefree and unrestrained as before? Gu Beiwe didn't know what choice Han Yunqi would make, but he was certain that Han Yunqi's choice would determine his own. How do you plan to deal with Ning Cheng? Gu Beiwe asked. It's best if he dies at Bai Yanqing's hands. Otherwise, if he dies at my hands, he'll feel even worse. Gu said coldly, Let's go. Gu Beiwe said faintly, No matter what, they had to see the princess first. The two of them quickly sped off in the direction of Three-Way Black Market. Gu really was a heartless thing. Even now, he still hadn't thought of Mu Ling. At this time, Mu Ling was also in the forest, forced to head north. In the carriage, Ning Jing was half lying with a pale face, her legs bound. Mu Ling was sitting beside her, her hands tied behind her back. Suddenly, the carriage jolted and the two of them unconsciously leaned forward. Ning Jing, be careful! Mu Ling cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she fell in front of Ning Jing to block her. Not to mention Ning Jing's body. Even a normal pregnant woman wouldn't be able to withstand such a jolting carriage. Mu Ling fell flat on her face, but as soon as the carriage stabilized, she immediately raised her head and struggled for a while before sitting up. Ning Jing, are you all right? Are you all right? Ning Jing was scared out of her wits as well. Fortunately, she didn't fall, or else the consequences would have been unthinkable. It's nothing. She was still panicking. That's good, that's good. Mu Ling was 100 times more nervous than her. Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, the carriage jolted again. Fortunately, it was a small jolt this time and not a big one. However, a small jolt was still a jolt. If it continued, Mu Ling didn't dare to imagine the consequences. I'll tell them. Mu Ling said angrily. You're not allowed. Ning Jing cut him off harshly. Your belly! Before Mu Ling could finish speaking, Ning Jing's sharp gaze stopped her. Ning Jing said coldly, I'm 100% sure that those two are definitely from the D clan and are very familiar with Myriad Merchant Hall. No matter what, I can't let them know that I'm pregnant. But Mu Linger couldn't stop worrying. No buts. Ning Jing was very decisive. Mu Ling threw caution to the wind. Then I'll tell them that I'm pregnant and tell them not to be so jolted. Ning Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She lectured, You're a virgin. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? I'm not afraid. It doesn't matter, Mu Ling said magnanimously. Why? Ning Jing didn't understand. She had drugged Tang Li because she had no choice. She would rather bear the infamy than be married off to those old men from large conglomerates. Because the person I like doesn't like me. So, no matter how good I am, it's useless. No matter how bad I am, it's the same. Mu Ling didn't feel sad at all when she said this. It was as if she was talking about someone else's reality. Ning Jing only realized today that Mu Ling was quite interesting. However, she still said rationally, those two aren't simple. They're not that easy to fool. They'll find a doctor to take their pulse, and they'll know what's going on. At least we can fool them now. They're heading north, probably to Northernly. It'll take them at least 3 to 4 days to get there. They won't be able to find a doctor. Mu Ling asked seriously, Ning Jing, I can guarantee you that if the journey continues for another day, you won't be able to keep the baby in your belly. These words dispelled all of Ning Jing's worries. Mu Ling was right. She couldn't even take care of the baby for the next few days. What was the point of thinking about the future? Then, I'll have to trouble you. Ning Jing avoided Mu Ling's gaze. It's my duty. I owe you. Mu Linger smiled before she started shrieking. Ning Jing quickly covered her ears. This scream was simply too much. The carriage soon came to a stop. A masked man in black lifted the curtains and said angrily, What are you screaming for? Ning Jing tried very hard to identify this voice. Unfortunately, she still couldn't figure it out. The men who kidnapped her and Mu Ling were two masked men in black. That night, they broke into the house while they were sleeping and only alerted the servant girl who was on night duty. She thought that she was the only one who was kidnapped. However, when she was taken out of the three-way black market, she realized that Mu Ling had also been kidnapped. To be able to sneak into Myriad Merchant Hall so stealthily, know where she lived, and know that Mu Ling was in her courtyard, they were definitely insiders of Myriad Merchant Hall. As for who they were, Ning Jing really couldn't guess. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would find it hard to believe that there was a spy in Myriad Merchant Hall. These two men in black had used the voice-changing technique, so she couldn't tell anything. She only knew that one of them was old and the other was young. The one who kidnapped her was the old man. He sat outside the carriage the whole way and was extremely fierce towards her and Mu Ling. The one who kidnapped Mu Ling was the young man. He was in charge of driving the carriage and spoke very little. So far, he hadn't spoken more than 5 sentences. Mu Ling's eyes were immediately filled with tears. I beg you. Before she could finish, the old man in black slammed the curtains down and ignored her. Mu Ling was unwilling to give up and begged again. I beg you to change the carriage. If this bumpy ride continues, the child in my womb will. Before she could finish, the man in black, who was driving the carriage, suddenly stopped. He lifted the curtains and glared at Mu Ling. Mu Ling and Ning Jing were very surprised, but they couldn't care less. Mu Ling cried, Sir, I beg you. The child is innocent. If anything happens to my child, you won't be able to get any benefits by kidnapping me. Sob sob. Needless to say, when Mu Ling was acting, her big, watery eyes were especially moving. The two had no choice but to believe her. The old man in black snorted coldly. Goose child? Mu Ling really hadn't considered this question, but being misunderstood like this, she nodded without hesitation. It's Chi brothers. I beg you, as long as you can save this child. No matter what you want to do, Chi brother will definitely agree. Interesting. Haha. The old man in black looked at the young man. The young man's eyes were gloomy and cold. Pregnant before marriage. Shameless. What a slut. Gu still doesn't know that Ling is pregnant with his child. If you can save this child, no matter what you want to do, you'll have another bargaining chip. Ning Jing also spoke up. The black-robed old man seemed to waver, but the young man remained unmoved. Ning Jing quickly added, The two of you, this is the wilderness. If Ling miscarries and can't find a doctor, 2 lives will be lost. Don't regret it. Mu Ling started to cry. Chi brother, sob sob. Chi brother, where are you? Originally, it was just an act, but crying like this suddenly touched the wound in her heart, and her emotions couldn't be controlled. The more Mu Linger cried, the more heartbroken she felt. Her cries of Chi Gij were enough to break anyone's heart, not to mention the 2 men in black. Even Ning Jing almost believed her. The old man in black laughed and said, Don't even think about changing carriages. Pick the road. Unexpectedly, the young man said coldly, Serves you right if you die. With that, the curtains were fiercely lowered. However, after a while the carriage didn't jolt as much, and it slowed down considerably. Mu Ling secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She winked at Ning Jing and made funny faces. Ning Jing's nervous mood finally relaxed, and she was amused by Mu Ling. Ning Jing said in a low voice, Mu Ling, I think the guy who kidnapped you has a grudge against you. Mu Ling was slightly startled. Ning Jing analyzed the situation to her in a low voice, and Mu Ling immediately called out a name. Deacon Jean. If there was a grudge, and it was a member of Myriad Merchant Hall, then it could only be Deacon Jean. If it was him, then why did he kidnap you? Mu Ling asked in a low voice. This was also something that Ning Jing couldn't figure out. Judging from the interaction between the old man in black and the young man, they didn't seem to be superior and subordinate, but more like collaborators. Ning Jing really couldn't guess who in Myriad Merchant Hall would kidnap her and be familiar with Deacon Jean. He's not going to sell us to Winter Crow Kingdom as slaves, is he? Mu Ling was frightened. Winter Crow Kingdom wasn't famous for its warhorses, but for its slave trade. You and I can't get a good price in Winter Crow Kingdom, but we can extort a sum from Myriad Merchant Hall and Han Yunqi, Ning Jing said seriously. As they chatted, the carriage suddenly stopped. This time, it was the young man who came in. Coldly, he looked at Mu Ling, and didn't speak for a long time. Even Ning Jing was scared, but Mu Ling, was much bolder. She stared back with wide eyes, not to be outdone. I am very valuable. Yes, very valuable. The young man sneered. What do you want? The young man didn't answer. He suddenly picked up Mu Ling, and sat her down. He untied her, only binding her feet. Then he threw her a kettle and 2 cold steamed buns before leaving. Mu Ling was overjoyed. After confirming that the young man wouldn't come in again, she hurriedly used the hot water in the kettle to soften the cold steamed buns. Then she handed them to Ning Jing. Eat quickly, quick! I can't eat that much. You eat too, Ning Jing said in a low voice. I'll only give you 1, no more. Mu Ling said as she wrapped the other steamed bun in a handkerchief and hid it well. I have to save this to save my life. God knows what they want. Ning Jing's heart, which had been cold since she was young, suddenly warmed up. It was so warm that she wanted to cry. Meanwhile, in Myriad Merchant Palace, Tang Li and the 5th Elder had already locked onto Deacon Jean as the suspect. He didn't even show up to repay his debt. Who else could it be other than him? Tang Li's expression was malicious. He searched all over the brothels, but couldn't find Deacon Jean. The 5th Elder was about to speak when a servant came in to report. 5th Elder, Clan Master Tang, there's news of Uncle Chung. Note to the reader. Yesterday's seniority was wrong. Tang Li should be called Consort Wan, Aunt Wan, not Aunt Wan. Mo seems to have been wrong about seniority. Go face the wall. Chapter 935. Uncle Cheng's back. 5th Elder asked nervously, although 5th Elder usually had a bad opinion of Uncle Chung. He didn't want a traitor to appear in Myriad Merchant Hall, especially Uncle Chung, who had followed Master Ning for so many years. He didn't come back. It's just that the manager of Prosperous Heaven Bank said he saw Uncle Chung a few nights ago, the manservant replied truthfully. A few days ago? Which day? Tang Li asked warily. Reporting to son-in-law, this one isn't sure. This one has already found the manager of Prosperous Heaven Bank. He's waiting at the door, the manservant replied. Why haven't you called him in yet? Tang Li was anxious. They'd only confirmed that Deacon Jean was no longer in 3-way black market after 2 days, yet they didn't have a single clue. Cloud Realm was so big. Where could he find his wife and children? As soon as Prosperous Heaven Bank's manager came in, Tang Li shouted angrily, When did you see Uncle Chung? Speak in detail, or you'll lose your life. Prosperous Heaven Bank's manager was frightened by these words and sent a pleading look to 5th Elder. because Han Yunqi had personally instructed him before leaving. Fifth Elder was very polite and cooperative to Tang Li. He also said angrily, "Tell me everything you know in detail. If you hide anything, you'll bear the consequences." Prosperous Heaven Bank's manager didn't dare to be negligent and immediately reported everything Uncle Chung had said and done at Prosperous Heaven Bank that night. Fifth Elder was shocked. "You're saying that on the night Princess and Head Elder returned, Uncle Chung went to Prosperous Heaven Bank?" "Exactly. This one doesn't dare to lie. At the time, there were 3 workers in the bank who all saw it." Prosperous Heaven Bank's manager answered truthfully. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Fifth Elder, yesterday Uncle Chung received a sum of money, I don't know. Uncle Chung was in charge of many and miscellaneous affairs in the D-Clan, so he also had a lot of accounts on hand. Most of them came from Prosperous Heaven Bank, so this wasn't strange. However, for Prosperous Heaven Bank's manager to mention it like this, there must be something strange. Why are you being so long-winded? Speak." The Fifth Elder said unhappily. It was only then that Tianlong's shopkeeper did not hide the fact that Tang Li was present. He reported seriously, "Uncle Cheng's debt is relatively large. It's more than 100 million. "What debt?" The Great Elder's voice rang out before he even arrived. Soon, everyone saw him enter from the side door. It's very strange. The person who sent the banknotes didn't say anything. He only left 2 surnames and said that Uncle Chung would understand. The Tianlong shopkeeper answered truthfully. "What surname?" Great Elder asked uneasily. "Jia and Dai." Tianlong's shopkeeper replied, "Jia Dai." The Great Elder's face was pale, and he almost fell forward. Fortunately, the attendant caught him in time. "Jia and Dai. How are these 2 surnames? They were the same name. She was the original owner of West Jade Garden and South Jew Garden. Only the Council of Elders knew the details of the purchase of the gardens." Tianlong's shopkeeper naturally did not recognize this name. That day, the Great Elder had rushed back to 3-Way Black Market after he and the princess had finished discussing all matters. Uncle Chung had clearly said that he was going south to hire a dealer for the new casino. Who would have thought that he would actually go to Prosperous Heaven Bank that night? This was obviously a lie, and after so many days, Jia and Dai had actually sent money to Uncle Chung. If the Great Elder still did not understand that there was something fishy about this, he should commit suicide as an apology. "Where did Uncle Chung go that night?" the Great Elder asked angrily. Tianlong's shopkeeper, who did not understand the situation, shook his head repeatedly. Uncle Ching seemed to be waiting for someone. He left without waiting. This lowly one has not seen him since. The Fifth Elder's face was livid, while Tang Li sneered inwardly. Han Yunqi had told him about the purchase of the gardens. Uncle Chung was disloyal to Myriad Merchant Hall and was in charge of its defense. This was too suspicious. Tang Li thought that Jia Dai must have received his older brother's orders. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous as to spend 100 million in banknotes to expose Uncle Chung. Tang Li did not bat an eyelid. The Fifth Elder and the Great Elder exchanged glances. They had finally suspected Uncle Chung. That day, the Great Elder ordered the transfer of guards from the military to replace all of Myriad Merchant Hall's guards. At the same time, he ordered the entire D-Clan to remove Uncle Chung from all of his duties and authority and put Uncle Chung on the wanted list. The Fifth Elder invited Tang Li to search for Jia Dai together, but Tang Li refused. Tang Li remained at Myriad Merchant Hall to investigate the guards in charge of the palace. Uncle Cheng's suspicions made the Great Elder realize the severity of the situation. He handed over the affairs of the auction house to others and personally interrogated the people from the former East Valley Bank to track down Deacon Jin's whereabouts. The 2 guards that the Great Elder had sent to Han Yunqi's side had given him false information, but the Great Elder's report to Han Yunqi was the truth. The Great Elder would promptly send a letter to Han Yunqi whenever there was any progress in the case of Ningjing and Muling Er's robbery. That afternoon, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi settled down in a border town. Han Yunqi received the news that Uncle Chung had been exposed. 100 million! Han Yunqi's heart ached for Long Fei Yi. If it wasn't for Long Fei Ye's instructions, Jia Dai wouldn't have dared to spend so much. Long Fei Yi didn't take it to heart. He picked up some food for Han Yunqi. After traveling for several days, they could finally eat hot food. They would stay in the town for the night. Starting tomorrow, they would head straight for 100 Poison Sect. There would be no more time to rest on the road. Thus, he had Uncle Gao and Su Donglin hurry yesterday and reach the town in the afternoon. He wanted to give Han Yunqi ample time to rest and also let Su Donglin and Uncle Gao replenish their rations. When Han Yunqi left Myriad Merchant Hall, she had specifically asked the fifth elder to keep an eye out for Gu's whereabouts. She didn't dare mention it in front of Long Fei Yi. Just what did Gu Qishao run into at Black Tower? Why was there still no news of him? There was one more thing that Han Yunqi didn't understand. Long Fei Yi, by Yu Qiao, kidnapped Ning Chen. There should be news by now, right? She asked seriously. Bai Yu Qiao had kidnapped Ning Qing for so long. It should be time to use Ning Qing to threaten the D clan. However, there was no news at all. Could it be that Bai Yu Qiao was still hell-bent on finding Bai Yanqing after being tortured to such an extent by Bai Yanqing? Long Fei Yi had also been considering this matter. There's no news from Jun Yixie's side either. Could it be that she really went to find Bai Yanqing? Could she be hiding in 100 Poison Sect? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Long Fei Yi couldn't figure it out and asked back. Bai Yanqing still hasn't made any moves in Northernly. What exactly does he want to do? Bai Yanqing hadn't gained any advantage from the D clan and had fallen at Black Tower. He should have returned to Northernly to help Jun Yixie fight against the Northern Dynasty's emperors. However, Long Fei Yi had been keeping an eye on Northern Li's situation and hadn't received any news about Bai Yanqing. Jun Yixie hadn't made any moves either. No matter what he wants to do, we can't let him escape this time. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with viciousness. This time, she had to be ruthless. No matter what the reason was, no matter who it was, she couldn't be stopped. After dinner, the sky had just darkened. Long Fei Yi taught Han Yunqi a few moves of the hidden needle technique. Han Yunqi learned very quickly. She had already cultivated her internal energy and could control the power of nirvana at will. Now, what she needed to do was to learn the needle technique that Long Fei Yi had personally created for her. She named that nameless needle technique the Flying Cloud Needle Technique. Han Yunqi had just injected the needle according to Long Fei Ye's instructions when Long Fei Yi laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Han Yunqi asked, puzzled. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he retreated 10 steps and said to her, "Shoot the needle at me. If you hit it, you'll be heavily rewarded." Han Yunqi was amused. "You want me to finish my apprenticeship so soon? If you hit it, you can consider it." Long Fei Yi wasn't joking. Not only did Han Yunqi have an extremely high innate talent for cultivating internal energy, her comprehension was also very high. This kind of genius only needed a few pointers, and it wasn't impossible for her to learn without a teacher. Of course, he wouldn't let her learn without a teacher. He still enjoyed the process of teaching her martial arts. No matter how high Han Yunqi's innate talent was, if it wasn't a sneak attack, it was impossible to hit him. She had just cultivated her internal energy, so he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the lustful power with her. He wanted to let her rest for a while and practice the needle technique well. "Then I'll change the needle just in case?" Han Yunqi joked. Her needles were all poisonous. Long Fei Yi smiled but didn't say anything. He walked a few steps closer, closing the distance to help her reduce the difficulty. "Be careful, I'm going to shoot the needle." Han Yunqi laughed, mischievously. Long Fei Yi didn't panic as he waited. Han Yunqi took a stance, but didn't make a move for a long time. She just smiled foolishly at Long Fei Yi. Still not making a move? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi pretended to shoot, but all she did was shoot an empty needle. Long Fei saw through her at a glance. Playing dirty? I don't dare. Han Yunqi laughed. However, while she was laughing, 10 golden needles shot out and all of them hit Long Fei Ye's vital points without exception. Long Fei Yi didn't move. Seeing that the golden needles were about to enter his body, he didn't move at all. Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi was anxious. She was just playing with him. She was sure that he would dodge, so she was so ruthless. Han Yunqi rushed over. However, in an instant, the golden needles all entered Long Fei Ye's body. Han Yunqi suddenly stopped. Although these golden needles weren't poisonous, they all hit vital points. The consequences were worse than being poisoned. What was this guy trying to do? She stopped and looked at him in disbelief. Unexpectedly, his eyes turned cold. The 10 golden needles suddenly bounced off his body and flew towards Han Yunqi's body, according to their original path. So he was playing dirty. Han Yunqi anxiously wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The 10 golden needles all entered her body. Fortunately, there was a difference between her and Long Fei Ye's body. The golden needles flew back according to their original path and didn't hit her vital points, but it hurt. Long Fei Yi, you're more treacherous than me. Han Yunqi angrily rebuked. The enemy is more treacherous than me. Remember, all's fair in war, especially when using hidden weapons. Many of the hits are just illusions. Long Fei Yi walked over as he asked indifferently, "Does it hurt?" Han Yunqi immediately nodded. Besides her own medical needles, most of her needles had been specially made by Long Fei at the Tang clan's behest. The tips of the needles would hook into the flesh, making it very, very painful to be pierced. The instant the needle was pierced, it hurt even more when it was pulled out. "You'll remember it when it hurts," Long Fei Yi said. I'll remember it." Han Yunqi didn't argue. "Let's do it again." A strict teacher produces a fine student, but Long Fei simply scooped her up and carried her into the rooms. "What are you doing?" Han Yunqi asked, puzzled. "I'm going to get rid of the needles," Long Fei Yi said indifferently. "Just pull them out," Han Yunqi said. "It'll hurt. Take care of it slowly in the house. I need to apply some medicine." Although Long Fei Ye's face was cold as ice, his words were simply too warm. What happened to being a strict teacher? Han Yunqi was very worried that she wouldn't be able to become a fine student. She had to seriously consider whether she should let Long Fei Yi personally teach the children martial arts in the future. That night, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stayed at the inn, while Gu and Gu Beiwe arrived at the three-way black market. Chapter 936. As soon as they arrived at three-way black market, Gu took Gu Beiwe directly to Golden Wing Palace. Gu Beiwe was very surprised. "Since when did Golden Wing Palace fall into your hands?" Gu Qixiao was too lazy to explain, but carelessly went to sit on the golden-laid throne in Golden Wing Hall's main hall. He crossed his legs and lazily ordered, "Someone come, call the head manager over." Gu Beiwe glanced at him and chose a seat beside him. He smiled helplessly and didn't pursue the matter. When the head manager of Golden Wing Palace arrived, he immediately knelt. "This subordinate greets master. Welcome back to the palace, master. This is the head of Medical City, Dr. Gu Beiwe. He's my brother." Gu introduced him. The head manager didn't dare to be negligent and immediately bowed deeply, much less the title of head of Medical City. Gu Beiwe didn't put on any airs. He was modest and polite, like a flawless piece of white jade, gentle and warm. The head manager had seen many important people, but he was immediately impressed by Gu Beiwe. "What's the situation at Myriad Merchant Hall?" Gu asked. The first thing he did after returning was to check on the results. He was the one who had stirred up the storm in myriad merchant halls, gambling house, and auction house. More accurately, he had stirred up all the gambling houses in three-way black market. Although Gu Beiwa was a bit confused, he sat quietly to the side and listened. Master, myriad merchant halls, gambling houses are all closed. Gu was quite satisfied with the head manager's words. He lazily tilted his head and looked at Gu Beiwa. Money is the D clan's lifeline. If we want to take care of them, we have to cut off their source of income. Gu Beiwa nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with this point of view. What about the auction house? Is it closed as well? Gu asked carelessly. He had full confidence in the storm. The head shopkeeper silently wiped away his cold sweat and truthfully reported, Master, Myriad Merchant Hall's auction house hasn't opened for several days. It's about to close, but what? Gu became alert. Could it be that there were more variables? Reputation was the most important thing in an auction, unless Myriad Merchant Hall found the traitor and could prove that they had been framed. This black mark could not be washed away. If Myriad Merchant Hall found the traitor, wouldn't Golden Wing Hall be exposed? But I don't know where Myriad Merchant Hall got the ability to cooperate with Kangon Private Bank and play some kind of debt game. In short, they've borrowed Kangon Private Bank's reputation, and their business is even more prosperous than before. They've stolen a lot of our business. The head shopkeeper answered honestly. Before Gu could understand what was going on, the quiet Gu Beiwa suddenly exclaimed, Kangon Bank! Exactly. No matter how big the problem is, as long as Kangon Private Bank is willing to step in, it won't be a problem. The head shopkeeper could not help but sigh. Ruining this old man's business? Of course, Gu knew of Kangon Private Bank's wealth, but he didn't think much of it. As long as he was unhappy, he'd accompany them to the end, no matter the price. He narrowed his eyes, his expression dangerous. But Gu Beiwa's whispered words made his face pale. Gu Beiwa murmured, Seventh young master. Kangon Private Bank's master is Long Fei Yi. Gu gave a start before he exclaimed, What did you say? There's something fishy about this. There must be some inside story. Gu Beiwa grew serious. Long Fei Yi had always known that Myriad Merchant Hall was part of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. It was already good enough that he didn't make a move against them. So why would he use Kangon Private Bank's reputation to help them? While Gu's heart was still in turmoil, Gu Beiwa had long calmed down and looked at the head shopkeeper. You're certain that Kangon Private Bank is cooperating with Myriad Merchant Hall? Have you found out who's pulling the strings? Myriad Merchant Hall and Kangon Private Bank had never cooperated before, so there had to be someone pulling the strings. That's not clear. This subordinate will investigate immediately. The head shopkeeper was about to leave when Gu Beiwa called him back. Hold on, is Myriad Merchant Hall managed by the Council of Elders, or is Ning Cheng personally in charge? A few days ago there was an explosion at Black Tower. Everyone says that Ning Cheng brought along the red-robed men. There are many rumors, but this subordinate hasn't been able to find out the truth. Myriad Merchant Hall has always been managed by the Council of Elders. You can even see a few of them at the auction house these days. The head shopkeeper replied honestly. The head shopkeeper had no idea what was going on at Black Tower, but Gu and Gu Beiwa had a rough idea. When they passed by Black Tower, they saw that it had already been reduced to ruins. Gu Beiwa turned to Gu and said, Let's find out more about Black Tower first before we discuss the rest. Gu recovered his wits and silently sighed with emotion. Gu Beiwa really hid himself too deeply. He was a doctor, but he knew the business world and three-way black market like the back of his hand. Gu wasn't so patient. His face was gloomy as he said, Find out what? I'll go find Ning Cheng right now. Gu Beiwa stopped him and said, I keep feeling that there's more to Kangon Private Bank's cooperation with Myriad Merchant Hall than meets the eye. After some hesitation, he said to Gu, I'll take you somewhere. Do you dare? Where? Gu didn't understand. Gu Beiwa smiled faintly. You'll know when we get there. Then let's go. Besides a certain cave in Cloud Realm continent, there was nowhere Gu didn't dare to go. Gu Beiwe brought Gu to none other than East Origin Hall. When Gu followed Gu Beiwe out of the secret passageway and into the back courtyard of East Origin Hall, Gu couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, Gu Beiwe! So you're the mastermind behind East Origin Hall." Gu Beiwe smiled and replied modestly, "Seventh young master misunderstands. This one is only a poor doctor. This is—" Gu Beiwe couldn't help but laugh. Gu looked doubtful. "What do you mean?" "Seventh young master, this is the East Qin Crown Prince's territory," Gu Beiwe said. In a flash, Gu's entire body seemed to stiffen. Only his eyes could move, and he rolled them around like a marionette. Wasn't it enough to be attacked twice in a day? Both attacks came from the same person, Long Fei. Gu gritted his teeth. A complicated look flickered past Gu Beiwe's eyes. He didn't know whether to joke or not, but said seriously, "Seventh young master, I can't guarantee anything else. But I, Gu Beiwe, can guarantee with my life that Long Fei Yi isn't using the princess." Was Gu Beiwe trying to coax peace? Perhaps Gu Qishao and Long Fei were born to be incompatible, because he only laughed coldly and didn't reply. There must be an inside story behind Kangon Private Bank and Myriad Merchant Hall's cooperation. If you ask here, it'll definitely be truer than what you found at Myriad Merchant Hall. Gu Beiwe explained. "Long Fei Yi wouldn't lie to me. Moreover, I have to let Long Fei Yi know as soon as possible that Bai Yanqing has no more bargaining chips in his hands." Gu's face was still gloomy, but he still followed Gu Beiwe towards the East Origin Hall's Council of Elders. On the way, he didn't spare a glance at East Origin Hall and discovered that it was even more luxurious than Myriad Merchant Hall. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to. Long Fei Yi was Cloud Realm Continent's richest man. Soon enough, they ran into a guard. Gu Beiwe immediately told him to send word that he wanted to see the head elder, who knew that not long after the attendant left, a familiar figure would run towards them. "Tang Li." Gu narrowed his eyes. "You brat, you won quite a bit of money at 1,000 Gold Pavilion." Tang Li looked Gu Beiwe up and down, at a loss for words. In the end, he blurted out, "Dr. Gu, my big bro misses you every day." Gu Beiwe gave a start, but Gu only laughed out loud. "Hee, Gu Beiwe, Long Fei Yi treats you with deep affection." Tang Li realized he'd said the wrong thing in his excitement. He was about to explain when Gu Beiwe smiled. "Tang clan head, I wonder where the East Qin Crown Prince is right now. Did he receive the secret letter I sent him? And also, why is Kangon Private Bank cooperating with Myriad Merchant Hall?" Gu Beiwe's questions were all critical. Tang Li immediately told him everything that had happened recently. Gu Beiwe listened attentively from beginning to end, while Gu Qishao's face was a myriad of colors that kept changing. When he heard about the hostages, pain flashed through his eyes. When he heard that Ning Qing had been kidnapped, he fell into deep thought. And when he heard that Han Yunqi had used less than 10 days to resolve the crisis in Myriad Merchant Hall's gambling house and auction house, and take control of Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders, he smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do. Everything was explained clearly. Han Yunqi had already made her choice and was fighting side by side with Long Fei Yi. What else did he have to fight for? Actually, he hadn't lost to Long Fei Yi, but to Han Yunqi. As long as he was willing, with his immortal body, he could single-handedly fight against all forces and obtain everything. As long as she was willing, he could give her anything. Unfortunately, she wasn't willing. Han Yunqi could overlook such a deep national enmity. Even if they were to meet on the battlefield, Han Yunqi would still choose Long Fei Yi. Just how much did his poison last like Long Fei? His original hot-bloodedness seemed to have been extinguished by cold water. Gu shrugged and smiled. He didn't seem to be dispirited. He was still frivolous and did things his own way. Under Tang Li and Gu Beiyue's gaze, he smiled and said nonchalantly, "As long as Poison Girl likes it." He turned to leave after he finished speaking, but Gu Beiyue quickly stopped him. "Where are you going?" "To help Poison Girl find medicine. Fractures hurt a lot," Gu said calmly. Just a moment ago, he had been so full of himself, wanting to conquer the world for her. Now, he couldn't care less about anything other than the small matter of her wound hurting. Gu Beiyue suddenly realized that his previous worries were somewhat laughable. Looking at Gu's back, he suddenly felt that his heart was no longer as lonely as before. "Xiao Qi, do you know that I love her too?" The seventh young master had already walked far away when Tang Li suddenly remembered something and shouted anxiously, "Gu, Mu Linger has been kidnapped. She and Ning Jing have been kidnapped in Myriad Merchant Hall." He had been too excited just now and had been talking about his brother and sister-in-law. He had actually forgotten about this. Gu stopped abruptly. He finally remembered that he had left Mu Linger behind in Myriad Merchant Hall. He turned around and asked, "Who did it?" Tang Li named the suspect. He had come to East Origin Hall today to dispatch men to help track down Deacon Jean and Uncle Cheng's whereabouts. Gu Beiyue made a prompt decision. "Seventh young master, stay behind and help Tang Li. I'll go to 100 Poison Sect. The princess leg has been recovering for so long. She'll be fine after a few rounds of acupuncture. Leave it to me." Chapter 937. With Gu's temperament, Tang Li thought that he would reject Gu Beiyue's suggestion, and Gu Beiyue was prepared to persuade him otherwise. If Gu was the palace lord of Golden Wing Hall, then he would be able to help Tang Li in the three-way black market. At the very least, he would be able to find some clues about Deacon Jean. Deacon Jin's East Valley Private Bank didn't only do business in Myriad Merchant Hall's casinos, but also in Golden Wing Hall and East Origin Hall's casinos. If Golden Wing Hall could provide assistance, Gu Beiyue didn't believe that the three major powers of the three-way black market wouldn't be able to find a single person even if they worked together. Gu hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse. He said to Gu Beiyue, "If you need any medicinal ingredients, feel free to contact the Medicine Ghost Valley. Also, I will send someone to help you find the dragon pill." Ever since Gu Beiyue was severely injured by the two elders of the Chu clan, his dantian had been damaged, and his inner strength had dissipated. No matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't gather qi. Elder Kenzo had told Long Feiyi that there was a medicine in this world called the dragon pill that could heal Gu Beiyue's injuries. However, Long Feiyi still hadn't found this medicine. A few months ago, Long Feiyi had sent Gu Beiyue a phoenix habitat pill, which had allowed Gu Beiyue to recover 20 to 30% of his strength. The dragon pill only existed in legends. Long Feiyi had used all his resources, but still couldn't find any clues. Even though finding medicine was Gu's forte, if this medicine didn't exist in this world, how could he find it? Gu Beiyue didn't have much hope, but he still bowed in thanks. Gu glanced at him unhappily. "Why are you being so polite?" Just like that, Tang Li sent a letter to Long Feiyi informing him that Gu Beiyue had been rescued. At the same time, he sent a few elites to secretly escort Gu Beiyue to 100 Poison Sect. Gu stayed behind. After sending off Gu Beiyue, he went to Willowflower Lane alone. He was much better than Tang Li at the brothel. If Mu Linger knew that her Qi brother did not rush to find medicine for Han Yunqi, but stayed to look for her, she would be so moved that she would burst into tears. However, at this moment, she was working hard for herself. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. Ning Jing and Mu Ling were tied up in the carriage. Both of their legs were tied up. The two robbers were resting on a tree not far away. The old man in black leaned against the tree trunk with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. The young man was lying on the overgrown tree trunk, his hands behind his head. His eyes were wide open. The moonlight that sifted through the canopy shone into his eyes, reflecting his many years of loneliness and wandering. A homeless person would always have a ray of moonlight hidden in his heart. That was the bright moonlight that illuminated the mountains and rivers of his hometown. "Old Cheng, shouldn't we ask for money from Myriad Merchant Hall?" he asked calmly. Yes, he was Deacon Jean. The Deacon Jean who had been tricked by Ning Jing into losing everything, and then tricked by Mu Ling into a huge debt. That night, he had met Uncle Cheng in Willowflower Lane. Uncle Cheng could not take out the money and wanted to kill him to silence him. Uncle Cheng had truly underestimated him. In a few moves, he had killed all the experts Uncle Cheng had brought and captured Uncle Cheng. He had originally wanted to take Uncle Cheng to Myriad Merchant Hall to negotiate with Han Yunqi. However, Uncle Cheng had stopped him. Han Yunqi was a woman who would not take even the slightest loss. If Han Yunqi knew that he had colluded with Uncle Cheng, he would not be able to get anything out of it. When the time came, he would not be able to pay back his debt. Perhaps he would even be sold off. Uncle Cheng had helped him come up with an idea. He wanted him to kidnap Mu Ling. He had long wanted to settle the score with Mu Ling. Unfortunately, Myriad Merchant Hall was heavily guarded, and he could not enter. However, with Uncle Cheng's help, it was easy for him and Uncle Cheng to sneak into Myriad Merchant Hall. His target was Mu Ling, but he had not expected that Uncle Cheng would kidnap Ning Jing as well. According to Uncle Cheng, kidnapping Ning Jing was to mislead the public. Now, they were already far away from the three-way black market and were about to reach Northernly. It was time to send out the blackmail. Uncle Cheng laughed coldly. "Jean Z, you don't understand Han Yunqi at all, do you?" Deacon Jean immediately sat up. "What do you mean?" "As far as I know, Han Yunqi was threatened by Yanqing once. He even threatened her with Gu Beiyue's life," Uncle Cheng said calmly. "What does that have to do with me? Tell her that if she still wants to see Mu Ling, she should immediately help me pay off my debt to Kingon Bank. Then use the indenture contract to redeem her." Deacon Jean said coldly, "Jean Z, you still don't know about the relationship between Han Yunqi and Manager Luo of Kingon Bank, right? Kingon Bank has already cooperated with Myriad Merchant Hall's casino. If Han Yunqi wants to fake a debt repayment, it's just a matter of saying a word. Moreover, you want her to use the indenture contract to redeem her. Aren't you afraid of her poison skills?" Uncle Cheng analyzed seriously. "Mu Ling is in my hands. I have a way to escape." Deacon Jean said unhappily. Uncle Cheng walked over and said in a low voice, "Deacon Jean, don't forget that Han Yunqi doesn't have the final say in the D clan. Ning Qing is the true master." Deacon Jean suddenly said angrily, "Do you think I don't know that Ning Cheng's whereabouts are unknown? If Ning Cheng was here, he wouldn't have fallen into Han Yunqi's hands. It was Ning Cheng who had asked him to put Mu Ling under house arrest." Uncle Cheng carefully took out a letter from his sleeve. Deacon Jean glanced at the handwriting on the letter and was shocked. If that wasn't Ning Cheng's handwriting, then what could it be? "You have Ning Cheng's whereabouts? What's going on?" Deacon Jean asked anxiously. Although he and Ning Cheng were both friends and enemies, their friendship was more important than their hostility. He believed that Ning Cheng wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing about his fate today. "Just come with me. I guarantee that you'll definitely be able to see Master Ning. As for whether Master Ning will help you or not, that will depend on your friendship," Uncle Cheng said with a smile. Deacon Jean realized that he had been tricked by Uncle Cheng. It turned out that Uncle Cheng had asked him to kidnap Mu Ling and Ning Jing, not to extort Han Yunqi, but to have other motives. What was the relationship between the D clan and Han Yunqi, the Western Qin princess? Ning Cheng was so loyal, but why did he treat Han Yunqi's younger sister Mu Ling like this? He couldn't care less about Western Qin's domestic affairs, nor was he interested. He only wanted to repay his debt and regain his freedom. "Okay, I'll go with you." Deacon Jean readily agreed. Uncle Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he came up with the idea of kidnapping, he was forced into a corner. Originally, he only wanted to make things difficult for Han Yunqi, who knew that he would fall deeper and deeper, placing himself in the position of a traitor. If he had temporarily deceived Deacon Jean and let Han Yunqi have something on him, his fate would have been unimaginable. He hadn't thought about what to do next. However, he hadn't gone far from the three-way black market when his confidant delivered Ning Cheng's secret letter. This letter saved him and also pointed out a path for him. Ning Cheng's eyes were injured by Han Yunqi, but the letter said that he was fine in Northern Li. He couldn't help but suspect that Ning Cheng and Junie Xia were working together. No matter what the truth was, this trip to Northern Li was a good opportunity to persuade Ning Cheng. He had already told Ning Cheng that Han Yunqi didn't deserve to be Western Qin's princess, and even more so, she didn't deserve the D clan's loyalty. With Ning Cheng's ability and military strength, if he cooperated with Junie Xia, it would be enough to contend with Long Fei Yi. At least they could get half the world. Why should he be foolishly loyal to Western Qin and be beaten black and blue by Han Yunqi? Thinking of this, Uncle Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he knew Ning Cheng's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would be the only traitor in the history of the D clan. Just as the two of them were talking, Mu Linger suddenly shouted from the carriage, "Someone come! Someone come!" As soon as she shouted, Deacon Jean immediately looked over. Uncle Cheng heard it, but didn't pay much attention. What's wrong with her now? Deacon Jean asked impatiently. Don't worry about her. She'll stop shouting when she's tired. Uncle Cheng planned to ignore her. Deacon Jean didn't say anything and got up to go over. Uncle Cheng immediately stopped him. I'll go. See how I deal with her. She's a woman after all, and a pregnant one at that. You should restrain yourself. Deacon Jean said indifferently. Hee, Jean Z, when did you become so soft-hearted? You're in this state today because of that stinky girl. Uncle Cheng laughed. That stinky girl is worth more than Ning Jing. I'm only giving face for the sake of money. Deacon Jean lay back down. Uncle Cheng shrugged and strode towards the carriage, who knew that as soon as he arrived, Mu Linger would shout that she wanted to use the outhouse. Take care of it yourself in the carriage. Don't play tricks with me. Uncle Cheng said coldly. I'm not going to the outhouse. It's, Aya, hurry up and take me down. I can't hold it in any more. You're a man. Don't tell me you can't control a woman like me. Mu Linger said and immediately changed her words. No, you can't look. Aya, I'm begging you. I'll take care of it in the bushes at the side. Even if I run away, you can still chase after me, right? Mu Linger clutched her stomach. She was so anxious that her facial features were all squeezed together. All right. Uncle Cheng helped Mu Linger untie her feet and let her get off the carriage. Mu Linger looked like she couldn't hold it in any longer. She quickly ran into the bushes. Uncle Cheng shouted, Don't run too far. Very quickly, Mu Linger squatted down in the bushes, only revealing her head. Uncle Cheng glanced at her and waited by the carriage. Inside the carriage, Ning Jing was filled with anxiety. She only hoped that everything would go smoothly on Mu Linger's side. She and Mu Linger tore their handkerchiefs and inner linings of their dresses into strips. They bit their fingers and used their blood to write a cry for help. Mu Linger had already peeked in the carriage earlier. There were many herbs on both sides of the road, and there were signs that they had been picked. As long as they hid the strips of cloth beside the herbs, they would definitely be seen by the people picking the herbs. Mu Linger seemed to have picked a random spot, but she had actually picked a spot with the most herbs. Uncle Cheng waited for a moment and urged, Are you done? Mu Linger didn't dare to delay. She hurriedly tied the strips of cloth to the roots of the herbs and hurried back. Thank you, she said politely. She didn't show any signs of panic when faced with Uncle Cheng's scrutiny. Uncle Cheng sized her up and didn't find anything strange. He said coldly, Get in the carriage. Mu Linger heaved a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, when she got in the carriage, Uncle Cheng's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a torn corner of her dress. "Wait!" Uncle Cheng said angrily. Mu Linger's heart raced, but she still tried very hard to calm herself down. She got out of the carriage and asked, "What's the matter?" Uncle Cheng suddenly grabbed her and strode into the bushes. Mu Linger knew that she couldn't escape, so she lowered her eyes and let Uncle Cheng pull her. Soon, Uncle Cheng saw the strips of cloth tied to the herbs. He untied one strip and took a look. He was instantly furious. "Good, you brat. You're so smart." Uncle Cheng threw away the strip of cloth and suddenly grabbed Mu Linger's hair. Chapter 938. Uncle Cheng grabbed Mu Linger by her hair and pushed her to the ground. Mu Linger did not expect that the black-robed elder would attack a woman. She was frightened and turned to flee. "Damned girl, you don't know what's good for you." Uncle Cheng chased after her and grabbed Mu Linger's arm. Mu Linger screamed in fright, closing her eyes and struggling for her life. However, she soon heard a cold voice. "Let go!" Almost at the same time, she felt a large, warm hand pressed down on her shoulder. She looked up and saw that the person was none other than the masked young man. This damned girl left a secret signal for help. Uncle Cheng said angrily. He was so angry because Mu Linger had written the words "Trader of Myriad Merchant Hall" on the note. Uncle Cheng hated this title and thought that he had never wanted to be a traitor. He had been forced to take this step. He was going to find Ning Cheng now. He had not betrayed the D clan. Deacon Jean looked down at Mu Linger and asked coldly, "How many secret signals did you leave? Tell me the truth." "Right here, right here." Mu Linger blinked her large, teary eyes and looked pitiful. She did not know why, but she had a feeling that this young man would not make things too difficult for her. "Let go of her. Go pack up and leave immediately," Deacon Jean said calmly to Uncle Cheng. Uncle Cheng snorted disdainfully. "You can't believe this damned girl's words. If you don't interrogate her properly, she won't tell the truth. Who knows how many secret signals she left along the way." "I didn't. I just left them here. I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, let me go." "I really won't dare to do it again," Mu Linger hurriedly begged. She tried her best to break free from black costume old man's grip, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. That old thing was grabbing her wrist, so hard that it hurt. Uncle Cheng looked coldly at Deacon Jean and said fiercely, "Don't interfere. I have my ways to make her tell the truth." However, Deacon Jin's attitude was firm. "She's mine. I'll be the one to interrogate her. You." Uncle Cheng was exasperated. However, seeing the determination in Deacon Jin's eyes, he finally gave in. He was still on the run. He and Deacon Jean were in the same boat. He didn't want to fall out with him at this time. Compared to Ning Jing, Mu Linger was indeed more valuable. If Ning Ching saw Mu Linger as a bargaining chip, he would definitely be very satisfied. Uncle Cheng fiercely shook off his hand and went to deal with the bloody words left behind by Mu Ling. Seeing the masked old man walk away, Mu Linger immediately avoided the big hand on her shoulder. "That hero! I really only left the secret signal here. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go." Deacon Jean glanced at her wrist that was bruised from the grip. He looked down and quickly found that there were bloodstains on her skirt. He was shocked. Your child." Mu Linger looked down and saw the bloodstains. Only then did she realize that she was pretending to be pregnant. That push just now should have affected the fetus. She immediately pretended to be panicked. She and Deacon Jean looked at each other for a while, then looked down and slowly lifted her skirt. Deacon Jean had never encountered such a situation before. He didn't understand at all. Seeing Mu Linger lift her skirt, he looked on nervously, not realizing that he was being indecent. However, when Mu Linger lifted her skirt to her knees, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Mu Linger's knees were bruised and bleeding a lot. Mu Linger glanced at Deacon Jean and pretended to rejoice. She let out a long breath. Fortunately, she had never been pregnant before and didn't know what it felt like to be pregnant. Based on her understanding, she touched her flat belly and said in a choked voice, "Child, Mother has let you down. Woo, you must be fine. You're stronger than Mother." After a false alarm, Deacon Jean became irritated again. He said coldly, "If there's nothing else, then go back to the carriage. Hand over all the cloth strips you've hidden." Deacon Jean wasn't stupid. He wanted to know if Moo Linger and the others had left cloth strips in other places. He only needed to find the ones in the grass and the ones in their hands. If they weren't complete, for example, they were left in other places. Besides using handkerchiefs to tear cloth strips, these two women could only tear the corners of their skirts. It was very easy to piece them together. Moo Linger gritted her teeth and nodded pitifully. Before she left, Deacon Jean turned around and left first. She actually wanted to thank him. Her woman's intuition told her that this young man still took good care of her. Deacon Jean walked far away. He looked back and saw Moo Linger slowly limping away. He hesitated for a moment, then turned back. "Hero you." Before Moo Linger could finish her words, Deacon Jean picked her up and walked towards the carriage. "Thank you," Moo Linger said in a low voice. She didn't know if Deacon Jean heard her, but he didn't say a word. Seeing that they were about to reach the carriage, Deacon Jean suddenly turned and walked towards a big tree with Moo Linger in his arms. Could it be that this guy regretted it and wanted to interrogate her? Moo Linger felt uneasy. Deacon Jean put her down under the tree and let her sit against the trunk. Then he asked coldly, "Do you have medicine?" Moo Linger didn't react for a moment and asked, "What medicine?" Deacon Jin's eyes flashed with displeasure. He didn't answer her and suddenly leaned closer. Moo Linger pushed him away reflexively. "What are you doing?" Deacon Jean fell to the ground, and his sullen eyes became even angrier. He still didn't speak. He got up and approached Moo Linger again. "What are you doing? Go away. Don't touch me. Get lost," Moo Linger shouted, but Deacon Jean grabbed her hand so that she couldn't struggle. Moo Linger stretched out her leg and was about to kick him when Deacon Jean took out a few bottles of medicine from the small cloth bag that she always carried around with her. At this moment, Moo Linger quieted down. She realized that she had misunderstood. Deacon Jean picked out a bottle of medicine and said coldly, "Leg." Moo Linger finally understood that he wanted to help her apply the medicine. She carefully took out another bottle. "This one is more effective." Deacon Jean was about to take it, but Moo Linger avoided him and said timidly, "I can apply it myself. Just now. I'm sorry." Deacon Jean snorted softly but still didn't speak. Moo Linger hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Can you leave for a while?" She had lifted her skirt just now to prove that she didn't have a miscarriage. Lest this man really called the doctor. Now that she wanted to apply the medicine, he naturally had to leave. How could she let others see her leg so casually? Since Moo Linger had spoken so bluntly, Deacon Jean naturally understood what she meant. He immediately turned his back and sat in front of her. Moo Linger was relieved and carefully lifted her skirt. Both her knees were bloody from the fall. It really hurt. Luckily, it was hidden under her skirt. Otherwise, it would have been ugly. The surroundings were quiet. Deacon Jean and Moo Linger sat in front of each other. Moo Linger was sure that she was a valuable hostage and that this young kidnapper wouldn't hurt her. She forgot about her earlier fear and focused on her wound. Deacon Jean lowered his head. His fine fringe covered his eyes, and in the darkness his eyes were dark. He was silent for a while. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Moo Linger's well-proportioned and fair calves. He said, sarcastically, "Moo Linger, you're so casual. Do you mind being seen by others?" Moo Linger was stunned. She immediately covered her skirt and said angrily, "What do you mean?" Deacon Jean snorted coldly. "You can even do something like getting pregnant before marriage. And you're still afraid of others seeing your legs? What are you pretending for?" Moo Linger was immediately angry but she suppressed it. I'm casual with Chi brother. No one else can do it. Deacon Jin's gaze turned cold. He scolded, "You're so cheap." Mu Linger had never scolded him like that before. She said provocatively, "I like it. What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to meddle in other people's business?" Deacon Jean seemed to want to say something, but he didn't. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Mu Linger's words stopped him in his tracks. Mu Linger said, "Hey, you're Deacon Jean, aren't you?" "No," Deacon Jean replied calmly. "You are. You must be. I can't be wrong." Mu Linger insisted. Deacon Jean didn't intend to pay attention to her, but Mu Linger said, "That old man is from Myriad Merchant Hall, right? Who is he? Do you know that you've been tricked by him?" Although Deacon Jean didn't answer, he didn't walk forward either. There was no doubt that this was the emotional drama he had told Mu Linger about. Seeing this, Mu Linger hurriedly said, "Deacon Jean, you kidnapped me just to threaten my sister to help you pay off your debt, right? You didn't intend to kidnap Ningjing, did you?" Mu Linger continued, "Think about it. Why would that old man kidnap Ningjing for no reason? He has selfish motives. He's trying to clear himself of suspicion and throw all the blame on you. But everyone in Myriad Merchant Hall knows that kidnapping Ningjing won't threaten the D clan or anything. That's why he brought Ningjing out on purpose. He's creating an illusion to clear himself of suspicion. He's taking you all the way north now. You don't even know that you've been used by him." Of course, all of this had been analyzed by Ningjing. Otherwise, given Mu Linger's understanding of Myriad Merchant Hall, she wouldn't have thought that it was so deep. Uncle Cheng did indeed have such intentions when he kidnapped Ningjing. He didn't want to leave any stain on Myriad Merchant Hall's reputation. But he never expected that Jia Dai would give him 100 million taels and betray him so thoroughly. As for Ningjing, how would she know so much? Until now, she was only certain that there was a traitor in the D clan, but she couldn't guess who it was. Deacon Jean turned to look at her. "Ningjing told you, didn't she?" Deacon Jean could more or less see through Uncle Cheng's scheme. However, Ning Cheng's handwritten letter confirmed his decision to meet Ning Cheng instead of blackmailing Han Yunqi. You admitted it," Mu Linger exclaimed. Deacon Jean avoided her gaze. "Ning Jing is wrong. I'm not Jean Z. You are." Mu Linger said anxiously, "Deacon Jean, I'll sell all the things I won from the auction and exchange them for money for you. If it's not enough, I'll think of a way to pay for it. Let us go, all right? I swear on my life that I'll definitely convince my sister to return the indenture contract to you." Deacon Jean stood up, clearly uninterested. "Deacon Jean, I'll be honest with you. My sister has already taken control of Myriad Merchant Hall. Ning Cheng's whereabouts are unknown. Now, other than my sister, no one can help pay off his debt, much less return your indenture contract. Don't believe that old man. I'm not lying to you," Mu Linger said seriously. "Han Yunqi has taken control of Myriad Merchant Hall?" Deacon Jean was shocked. Chapter 939. Mu Ling had no idea that Deacon Jean was heading north to find Ningcheng. Seeing Deacon Jin's shock, she thought she had a chance and quickly added, "Deacon Jean, you should know what Myriad Merchant Hall means to the D clan. I won't lie to you about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ningjing yourself. My big sis helped Myriad Merchant Hall deal with the gambling houses and auction houses. So all of the elders are wholeheartedly convinced of her abilities." A complicated look flickered past Deacon Jin's eyes. If Han Yunqi controlled Myriad Merchant Hall, then what about Ningcheng? If there was a rift between Han Yunqi and Ningcheng, then the D clan would definitely listen to Ningcheng. After all, Ningcheng was the clan head. Deacon Jean didn't tell Uncle Cheng about this. After checking all the strips of cloth and making sure there were no mistakes, they hurried through the night towards northern Li's Sky River City. But the next day, they heard news that Eastern and Western Qin were actually working together. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi had joined forces to denounce the Bai clan and challenge the 100 Poison sect. They wanted the Bai clan to clarify whether the civil war between Eastern and Western Qin had been East Qin's fault or Western Qin's. The ones who spread the news were none other than the D clan's myriad Merchant Hall Council of Elders. Only now did Deacon Jean believe Mu Ling, or his words. Ning Cheng must know about this too, Deacon Jean probed. Hee, Han Yunqi's caught herself in a trap of her own making. Don't you worry, Ning Cheng won't let her off. Uncle Cheng said coldly. Mu Ling, and Ning Jing were trapped in a carriage, so they didn't hear the news. If Ning Jing did, she'd probably be happy. Myriad Merchant Hall had spread the news throughout Cloud Realm continent, so Jun Yixia had long received the news. With a loud bang, Jun Yixia threw a secret letter in front of Ning Cheng. This secret report was about the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the deputy generals of the Ning clan troops rushing towards the 100 Poison sect. Ning Cheng casually flipped through it and said coldly, "Isn't that perfect? I'll get rid of Bai Yanqing for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Yixia clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He would never allow anyone to mention the matter between him and his master. Bai Yuqiao was afraid of him, but Ning Cheng was not. He snorted, "Jun Yixia, you should be glad that Bai Yanqing did not come to Bailey. Otherwise, you would be very pitiful." "Enough." Jun Yixia flipped over the letter on the table and raged, "Ning Cheng, Han Yunqi controls your D clan's purse. What are you going to use to cooperate with me?" This was Jun Yixia's main concern. Ning Cheng was unruffled. This clan head will always have the final say in the D clan. "Haven't you already reported your safety? Why didn't the Council of Elders inform you of such an important decision?" Jun Yixia pressed closer to Ning Cheng and demanded. Ning Cheng slowly pushed him aside. "Jun Yixia, I was kidnapped by Bai Yuqiao. As long as they search the ruins of Black Tower, they'll be able to guess it. What do you think they'll believe with a single letter before confirming my safety?" Jun Yixia seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. Ning Cheng coldly said, "Jun Yixia, if the 30,000 cavalrymen head south, the entire D clan will believe that I'm safe. Otherwise, they'd rather listen to Han Yunqi than a letter of unknown origin. You won't get a single copper coin." "You're threatening me," Jun Yixia raged. "Yes," Ning Cheng admitted generously. "Don't forget that your life is in my hands," Jun Yixia said sternly. "You can kill me." Ning Cheng looked indifferent. With Jun Yixia's personality, if he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. "Haha, kill you? I can't afford to kill you. Your life is worth at least 1 billion. Jun Yixia's words implied that he wanted to use Ning Cheng to threaten the D clan. "If you think it's worth it, you can try." Ning Cheng was as calm as Mount Tai. The news of Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's cooperation was a huge help to him. The cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin would make Ning Cheng desperate. The reason why he wrote a letter to Uncle Cheng was because Uncle Cheng was usually dissatisfied with Han Yunqi and repeatedly instigated him to betray Western Qin's imperial family. Han Yunqi hurt his eyes, and he only wrote one sentence in the letter, which was enough to arouse Uncle Cheng's suspicion. If he didn't gamble wrong, Uncle Cheng wouldn't tell anyone in the D clan his whereabouts. Instead, he would personally come to find him and persuade him to cooperate with Jun Yixia. With Uncle Cheng helping him put on an act, it would be easier to win Jun Yixia's trust. Jun Yixia was indeed anxious. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng sat down on the side and said indifferently, "I don't mind telling you that Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you still have feelings for each other. That woman has long ignored the cause of reviving the empire. The grudges between Eastern and Western Qin can't stop her. Instead, Myriad Merchant Hall's Elder Council will be led by the nose by her. Jun Yixia, you don't have much time. Think it over." Jun Yixia finally understood that Ning Cheng was gambling with the entire D clan. If he gave up the 30,000 war horses, Ning Cheng would immediately appear to take back the D clan's authority. If he didn't, Ning Cheng would rather give the D clan to Han Yunqi than cooperate with him. In the end, Ning Cheng wanted him to give the 30,000 war horses to the D clan first, and then give him military pay and provisions. Originally, they had agreed to hand over the money and the war horses. Jun Yixia was naturally on guard against Ning Cheng holding back, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen in just a few days. How did Han Yunqi control myriad merchant Hull's elder council? How did she persuade the D clan to cooperate with Long Feiyi? After not seeing her for a long time, that woman's ability had grown. Hand over the war horses first, then take the military pay and provisions, Jun Yixia muttered in his letter. He was also weighing whether or not he could take this risk. He was also weighing how much of Ning Cheng's attitude was true and how much was false. Jun Yixia didn't immediately reply to Ning Cheng. Instead, he said coldly, "Just wait. I'll think it over." After Jun Yixia left the camp, he saw Bai Yuqiao walking towards him. Bai Yuqiao had talked to him about his master a few times recently. Whenever he saw Bai Yuqiao, he would feel vexed. However, he still asked coldly, "Has Su Xiaoyu confessed?" "Not yet. That girl is too stubborn," Bai Yuqiao said truthfully. She had interrogated Su Xiaoyu quite a bit these days. Naturally, she wanted to know the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion. There are plenty of extreme punishments in the horse farm. "What? You still can't get anything out of her?" Jun Yixia asked. "Senior brother, if that girl dies, we really won't be able to get anything out of her. Besides, Han Yunqi treats the people around her well. That girl has been with her for so long. She can be considered a hostage." Bai Yuqiao analyzed seriously. These words reminded Jun Yixia that if he couldn't come to an agreement with Ning Cheng, he might be able to use Su Xiaoyu to make a fuss. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. He didn't think too much about it and left in a huff. Bai Yuqiao looked at Jun Yixia's back and began to worry. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi had teamed up to challenge 100 Poison Sect. Would her senior brother rush over to help? Han Yunqi's poison skills were profound and unfathomable. She was a match for her master, while Long Feiyi's martial arts were probably the best in Cloud Realm. If the two of them teamed up, her master would have no chance of winning. 100 Poisons Sect would be in danger. With her master's crafty personality, he might not show himself. Moreover, her senior brother had deep feelings for 100 Poison Sect. If her master didn't go and her senior brother did, then wouldn't that be? Bai Yuqiao didn't dare to think any further. She told herself that she had to keep a close eye on her senior brother for the next few days, no matter what. She didn't want him to do something he would regret. Bai Yuqiao was about to follow him when a soldier hurried over to report, "Miss Yu, something has happened to the hostage in the prison." "What's going on?" Bai Yuqiao was alarmed. The person feeding her wasn't paying attention, and that girl hit her head on the ground. "The doctor has already rushed over to save her." The soldier replied truthfully, "Damn it." Bai Yuqiao immediately went to the prison cell. When she arrived, Su Xiaoyu was unconscious, and the doctor was treating the wound on her forehead. After Su Xiaoyu was kidnapped, she hadn't said a word or drank a drop of water. She only wanted to die. Not only could Bai Yuqiao not do anything to her, she even had to be careful to prevent her from committing suicide. Bai Yuqiao didn't understand. How could this girl be so stubborn and ruthless at such a young age? Was she really not afraid of death? After the doctor finished treating the wound, Bai Yuqiao had everyone withdraw. She guarded Su Xiaoyu alone, quietly pondering what method she could use to make this girl betray Han Yunqi. She had long sent people to investigate her background. If they could find out about it and find her relatives, perhaps they could threaten her. It was a pity that there wasn't any effective information until now. Orphans were like barefooted people. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone wearing shoes. Bai Yuqiao understood this feeling of having no scruples and being fearless too well. Because she was also an orphan, she was able to feed the whole family and had no worries. Therefore, she was fearless and was willing to risk everything. Han Yunqi's feelings towards Su Xiaoyu were the same as her senior brother's feelings towards her. She was the only person she cared about and was willing to risk everything for. Thinking of this, Bai Yuqiao couldn't help but think, what if one day she found her long-lost younger sister? Would her younger sister replace Ning Cheng's position? She didn't continue thinking about it and summoned the soldiers to watch over her. Watch over her carefully. If anything happens again, be careful of your little lives. After she finished instructing them, she went to senior brother's tent. Since last night, she had been secretly hiding outside and keeping watch for the entire night. There were still 7 days before Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi challenged 100 Poison Sect. Bai Yuqiao was going to have a lot to endure. At this moment, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were still hurrying through the night. Myriad Merchant Hall had already spread the news. She and Long Fei Yi had also written a letter of challenge and sent it to 100 Poison Sect. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Long Fei Yi, do you think Bai Yanqing has already brought Gu Beiwe to 100 Poison Sect? Han Yunqi asked excitedly. She couldn't wait to reach 100 Poison Sect immediately and truly join forces with Long Fei Yi to beat Bai Yanqing to a pulp. Long Fei Yi lazily raised a hand to rub Han Yunqi's head. He seemed to be in a good mood as he smiled. If he tries the same trick again, will you fall for it again? Last time at Tianning's Imperial Palace, she and Ningqing had already captured Bai Yanqing. Unfortunately, she wasn't ruthless enough. Even though they had the same chips, Bai Yanqing had used Gu Beiwe to threaten her, so she'd compromised. When the chips were equal, it was a contest of patience. Han Yunqi had never lost before, but she'd lost to Bai Yanqing once. With you here, I won't fall for it, Han Yunqi said seriously. She believed that Long Fei Yi was ruthless and steady enough. She also believed that Long Fei Yi wouldn't be like Ningqing and sacrifice Gu Beiwe. She was looking forward to Long Fei Yi and Bai Yanqing's negotiations. Long Fei Yi laughed out loud. Han Yunqi, let me tell you some good news. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 940. Han Yunqi could clearly feel that Long Fei Yi was in a very good mood. Even if Tang Li found Ningjing and Mu Ling, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have much of a reaction. What good news could make Long Fei Yi laugh so heartily at this time? Han Yunqi really couldn't think of anything. Han Yunqi smiled slyly and answered, I don't want to hear it. Don't say it. Long Fei Yi was in a good mood today. He originally wanted to whet Han Yunqi's appetite, but he didn't expect to be defeated by Han Yunqi's words. He really wanted to say it and couldn't wait to share this good news with Han Yunqi. He didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, In 2 days, Gu Beiwe will join us. Han Yunqi was stunned and muttered, Who are you talking about? Gu Beiwe. Other than Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi rarely said a person's name so seriously. Han Yunqi widened her eyes in shock. Gu Beiwe? Gu Beiwe? God, did she hear wrongly? Gu Beiwe. Seeing Han Yunqi's shocked expression, Long Fei Yi calmed down and laughed loudly. It's Gu Beiwe. He was rescued by Gu and rushed over from Three-Way Black Market. He'll catch up with us in 2 days. Even though she heard it with her own ears, Han Yunqi still couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't sit still anymore. Looking at Long Fei Yi, she grabbed his hand excitedly. What's going on? Are you really not lying to me? Her heart was hanging in mid-air. She was really afraid that Long Fei Yi was playing with her. She couldn't bear such disappointment. Long Fei Yi smiled brightly. He took out a secret letter from the stack beside him and handed it to Han Yunqi. You should recognize his handwriting. Han Yunqi quickly opened the secret letter. However, What she saw was not Gu Beiyue's handwriting, but Tang Li's. She was puzzled, but when she saw the contents of Tang Li's letter, she hurriedly read it and did not have time to ask more questions. Tang Li briefly explained how Gu had rescued Gu Beiyue, and how the three of them had met in East Origin Palace. In the end, he asked Gu to help him find Ningjing and Mu Ling. Gu was secretly escorted by several experts. If she hadn't read the letter, Han Yunqi wouldn't have been so shocked. After reading the letter, she didn't know what to say. She never thought that it would be Gu who had rescued Gu Beiyue. Furthermore, he had avoided by Yanqing and directly rescued him from the mountain valley. Gu has performed a great service, Han Yunqi said very seriously. Yes, although Long Fei Yi only replied with one word, he had acknowledged it. Gu had done so many things, but this was probably the only thing that Long Fei Yi would willingly nod his head in acknowledgement. Record his great service. Han Yunqi quickly spoke up for Gu. Gu Beiyue owes him. Long Fei Yi replied expressionlessly. In other words, he didn't owe Gu anything. If Long Fei Yi and Gu were incompatible, Han Yunqi would definitely believe it. She didn't have time to argue with him. She carefully checked the secret letter and asked nervously, "Where's Gu Beiyue's handwriting?" The letter that Tang Li sent to Long Fei Yi was brought over by the shadow guard, so it couldn't be fake. However, she felt uneasy when she didn't see the handwriting. On the back, Long Fei Yi said lightly. Han Yunqi immediately flipped the letter over and saw a familiar line of handwriting. It was clear and strong, with a certain degree of curvature. The handwriting was like the person. Han Yunqi could tell at a glance that it was Gu Beiyue's handwriting. He only wrote one sentence. "Please wait for this subordinate to return and treat the princess's injuries. I hope the princess can stand on the battlefield." This subordinate hid his identity without permission. "I will ask for forgiveness when we meet." Han Yunqi read it over and over again. She couldn't help but giggle foolishly, then shook her head helplessly. It was so familiar. It had been so long. Even though they hadn't seen each other for months, even though the truth was out, Gu Beiyue was still so humble and gentle. He was still so calm. With just one sentence, she could almost see the gentle Dr. Gu standing in front of her, smiling warmly at her, just like how he was in the beginning. Seeing Han Yunqi giggling foolishly, Long Fei Yi pursed his lips. He suddenly reached out and took back the secret letter. He folded it and put it back quietly. Han Yunqi turned to look and inadvertently caught a glimpse of his face. She realized that he didn't seem as happy as before. Han Yunqi felt like saying something, but she didn't know what to say. Long Fei Yi was silent. It seemed like he had no intention of speaking. The two of them suddenly quieted down. An aura that hadn't appeared in a long time gradually spread between the two of them. It was sour. In the end, it was Han Yunqi who spoke first. "Long Fei Yi." Long Fei Yi responded faintly. "You." Han Yunqi wanted to say something, but stopped. Long Fei Yi seemed to be quite willing to talk to her. Han Yunqi glanced at him and finally asked, "Long Fei Yi, are you hungry? Do you want to eat supper?" Long Fei Yi glanced at her. He didn't seem to expect her to ask this question, but he quickly answered, "You're hungry. What do you want to eat?" Han Yunqi timidly spat out 3 words, "It's all sour banquet." After saying that, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she almost lost her image. At this time, Gu Beiyue's identity was already clear, but Long Fei Yi was still jealous. She really had to hand it to him. She wouldn't be satisfied if she didn't ask for a table full of sour banquet from him. Long Fei Yi was 30% embarrassed and 70% helpless. Looking at Han Yunqi, who was laughing so hard, he didn't know what to do with her. It wasn't the first time this woman had dared to mock and tease him. What could he do? Long Fei Yi simply called Su Donglin over. "How much longer until we reach the county?" "We'll reach it at daybreak." "Your Highness wants to stay in the county?" Su Donglin was puzzled. They had been on the road and hadn't stayed in the county for a long time. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when Han Yunqi quickly said, "It's fine. You can leave." Long Fei Yi wasn't going to rest in the county. He was really going to order a table full of sour banquet for her. Su Donglin waited a while, but didn't hear a word from His Highness. He silently withdrew. He didn't understand the world between His Highness and the princess. Sometimes Su Donglin couldn't help but think of his former boss, Chu Shifeng. He hadn't heard from Celestial Mountain in ages, so he wondered how Boss Chu was doing after his martial arts were crippled. If only Boss Chu was still by His Highness's side serving him. "You're not eating anymore?" Long Fei asked mildly, as if nothing had happened at all during this meal. Han Yunqi also pretended nothing had happened and replied calmly, "I've gained weight recently, so it's better if I don't eat." "If you're hungry, don't hold it in." Long Fei Yi was clearly implying something else. Han Yunqi refused to be outdone. "I'm not hungry. If you're hungry, don't hold it in. It'll be bad if you starve yourself to death." The two of them had a tacit understanding, but both were holding it in to see who would speak first. Long Fei Yi changed the subject. "It's getting late. I'll give you a massage, so you should sleep early. We're not done with business yet." If Bai Yanqing doesn't have anyone on his hands, then, before Han Yunqi could finish, Long Fei had already sat down on one side and lifted her leg to rest on his thigh before massaging the sole of her foot. Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel nervous. Her leg would feel uncomfortable if it stayed in place for too long. In the later stages, she'd need massages to improve blood circulation and loosen her muscles and ligaments. Although it was supposed to be a foot massage, every time Long Fei Yi massaged her foot, it turned into a full-body exercise. His massages were excellent. A bit too light would make it itchy, while a bit too heavy would make it too hard. The strength was just right, making her feel very comfortable. If Han Yunqi wasn't nervous, this would be a rare pleasure in the world. Unlike in the past where they chatted while massaging, Long Fei Yi was very quiet at this time. Han Yunqi could only discuss business with him tomorrow. Unexpectedly, after a while, Long Fei Yi said to Uncle Gao, "Turn around and head back to meet up with Gu Beiwe." Han Yunqi stared at him in disbelief. "Let's walk slower. He'll catch up. Don't be so tormented." She couldn't move, so they could only take a carriage. Gu Beiwe chased after them on horseback, so his speed was naturally much faster than theirs. The sooner your leg heals, the sooner it's healed. It doesn't matter how much you torment it. Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunqi looked at him and couldn't help but gently caress his face. She was full of words, but in the end, she said gently, "I'll listen to you. As for 100 Poison Sect, we'll make further plans when we meet up with Gu Beiwe," Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunqi nodded. Gu Beiwe wasn't in Bai Yanqing's hands, so they had an absolute chance of victory. Their letter of challenge had long reached 100 Poison Sect, so everyone in Cloud Realm Continent knew about it. Bai Yanqing wouldn't be such a coward. Even if he didn't accept the challenge, they didn't mind taking 100 Poison Sect under their wing. As they chatted, Han Yunqi suddenly discovered a problem in the letter and exclaimed, "Long Fei Yi, in other words, the true master behind Golden Wing Hall is Gu." No wonder Gu was so generous with his money and filled Cloud Realm Continent with tea houses and estates. In the end, it was all thanks to Gu Qishao that these two troublesome events had happened. Long Fei Yi didn't even care about Myriad Merchant Hall, much less the third-ranked Golden Wing Hall in three-way black market. He focused on massaging Han Yunqi without saying a word. What would Gu's expression look like when he found out she was the one who'd helped Myriad Merchant Hall settle those two storms? That devastatingly beautiful face would definitely stiffen. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Nothing." Han Yunqi didn't dare to tell the truth. Long Fei Yi looked at her seriously, so Han Yunqi could only beat around the bush. "I'm happy. I'll be able to stand up soon. That was a very reasonable reason. By now, the foot massage was over as well. Long Fei Yi carefully moved her legs aside. Han Yunqi couldn't resist sneaking a glance at him. What a rare sight. This guy didn't push his luck this time. But Long Fei Yi quickly leaned over and asked in a low voice, "You're not tired, are you?" She was indeed overthinking things. There was no exception when it came to foot massages. However, unlike before, Han Yunqi could clearly feel Long Fei Ye's domineering strength this time. It was especially domineering. She felt like her body was about to be penetrated and her soul was about to be crushed. Although he was rude and unreasonable, she was willing to endure it and even snickered. He was clearly the one who changed the topic of the sour banquet, but he was clearly warning her with his actions, punishing her and retaliating against her. She was the only one who could truly understand just how much of a man Long Fei was. Soon, Han Yunqi couldn't think too much. That man's domineering strength forced her body and soul to follow his rhythm, gradually tensing up. It was as if something was imprisoning her, waiting for the opening to open. Chapter 941. Faced with a man of action, Han Yunqi couldn't think too much. His tyrannical strength forced her body and soul to follow his rhythm, gradually tightening as if something was imprisoning her, waiting for the opening to open. After the opening opened, she slowly opened her mouth and exhaled a long breath. Her entire body relaxed. She chuckled. "Long Fei Yi, you win again." Long Fei knelt down, his forehead covered in sweat as he lay soundlessly over the bite mark on her chest. Han Yunqi gently hugged him and said in a low voice, "Long Fei Yi, don't doubt me. I'll only love you in this lifetime." "What about the next lifetime?" Long Fei Yi asked indifferently. Han Yunqi took his hand and stroked the scar on her chest. She didn't say anything about the next lifetime. Instead, she said seriously, "When I've loved enough in this lifetime, I'll tell you." "Okay." Long Fei Yi agreed without hesitation. In this lifetime, he probably wouldn't tell Han Yunqi that the Shadow Clan's protection had two meanings. That night, they stubbornly turned back the way they came. The next evening, they arrived at Anmin Town, an ancient town in the eastern part of western Zhou. Long Fei Yi booked a hot spring tea house in the western suburbs of Anmin Town to stay and wait for Gu Beiwe to arrive. Originally, Gu Beiwe would need 2 days to catch up with them, but because they turned back the way they came, the meeting time was shortened by half. Therefore, Gu Beiwe would arrive late at night. Han Yunqi was attracted by the hot spring that was emitting white steam as soon as she arrived at the hot spring tea house. It was already early winter, and the weather in the northwest was already cold. However, it wasn't too cold outside. This was the best time to soak in the hot spring. Unfortunately, her leg was injured and she couldn't soak in it. Such a big hot spring wasn't a small bathtub for her to cross her legs outside. Long Fei Yi and she lived in the largest courtyard in the tea house. The house was surrounded by tatama mats and short tea bushes. Ning Jing was very happy. Being in this place, no matter how impetuous one's heart was, it would subconsciously calm down. But Han Yunqi could not calm down at all, because Long Fei Yi was soaking in the hot spring pool in the courtyard, and she was sitting at the tea table by the shore, watching, unable to get down. Ever since her legs were seriously injured, she hadn't been able to soak in a hot spring properly. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would unconsciously imagine the relaxing and leisurely feeling of soaking in a hot spring. If she could get into the pool now, she would definitely sleep until dawn. However, she could only look on enviously. Soon, Long Fei Yi swam over from the pool. He lay on the shore and splashed a handful of water at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi pretended not to see it and continued to make tea. However, she only made tea and did not drink it. Long Fei Yi smiled and splashed another handful of water over. The strength was just right, and the water only splashed at Han Yunqi's feet and did not wet her. Han Yunqi still pretended not to see it, and she pushed the wheelchair to leave. "Where are you going?" Long Fei Yi immediately asked. For a walk. Han Yunqi answered. You're not going to accompany me? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi sighed and said, Sigh, when Gu Beiwei comes, I'm afraid I'll only be able to enjoy the time in a wheelchair when I'm too old to walk. Of course, I have to cherish tonight. You soak by yourself, I'll walk around. As she spoke, she glanced back at Long Fei Yi and smiled. Under the moonlight, it was a different kind of charm. Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly. She could even come up with such a reason. He was convinced. Han Yunqi really left just like that. Long Fei Yi did not know that when she glanced back and smiled, she secretly glanced at his good figure. She was puzzled. Why did she not have the chance to seriously admire his sculpture-like, perfect figure after being pampered by him so many times? Han Yunqi did not walk far before Long Fei Yi caught up with her. He was dressed in a loose and casual white robe and wooden clogs. He was very leisurely pushing her wheelchair. She looked back and smiled mischievously. Not soaking anymore. He deliberately looked at her enviously, and she naturally had a way to prevent him from getting his way. His gentle eyes were doting and helpless. Actually, there was no one who won or lost between them. They had always been evenly matched. The two of them strolled under the moonlight in the tea garden and chatted. Tell me about what happened 3,000 years later, Long Fei Yi said lightly. Han Yunqi readily agreed. Of course. She only talked about happy things and did not mention the pain. Many times, people would have the illusion that time had healed the wounds and erased the scars. In reality, it was not time, but the people brought by time. Han Yunqi finished talking about her own matters and did not ask about Long Fei Yi's childhood. She hoped that she was the person who was brought to Long Fei Yi by the reversal of time. Long Fei Yi was quite interested in the matter of her refusing to cut the queue for people with connections before she transmigrated. Lingyun Hospital. Long Fei Yi pondered for a while and smiled. Then under what circumstances can you cut the queue? Depending on the illness? It depends on my mood. Han Yunqi laughed. Long Fei Yi also laughed. Chatting like this, Han Yunqi did not know how she fell asleep. She only vaguely remembered that Long Fei Yi carried her to the room. When she woke up, it was already the next morning, and the sun was high in the sky. The pillow beside her was empty, without any warmth. Obviously, Long Fei Yi was already up. She sat up, full of doubts. Why was she so sleepy? Yesterday, she had been sleeping in the carriage during the day. She thought that she could sleep through the night and wait for Gu Beiwei to come to see her. Who knew that she would unknowingly fall asleep last night? Although they had been on the road recently, the carriage was stable and not bumpy at all. Other than the needle technique, there was basically nothing to do. If it was in the past, she would cultivate the poison storage space. But now, she had to conserve her energy and did not cultivate for several days. Han Yunqi was in a daze, but suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly took her pulse. She remembered that pregnant people would have a period of sleepiness. When it appeared, and the length of time varied from person to person. Unfortunately, her pulse quickly made her reject this idea. She laughed inwardly. That matter would not be so fast. She was afraid that she was too tired a while ago and relaxed during the journey. Her body automatically entered a period of recuperation. Han Yunqi did not think much about it. She quickly got out of bed and tidied up in a few seconds. The sky was bright. Gu Beiwei must have arrived. She called for a servant, but who knew that it was Bailey Mingxiang who came in. Bailey Mingxiang had always been reserved, but today there was an obvious joy on her face that could not be hidden. Princess, you are finally awake. Dr. Gu has arrived. He is drinking tea with His Highness at Pine Fragrance Court. This servant has been ordered to bring you there. Bailey Mingxiang said with a smile. She had not been so happy in a long time. Han Yunqi was not surprised. Quickly. However, Bailey Mingxiang pushed her to the table and called for the servant girl waiting outside to bring in breakfast. Princess, eat your breakfast first. Dr. Gu's treatment will take a lot of time. You must eat until you are full. Bailey Mingxiang said. Han Yunqi was helpless. She thought that this must be Long Fei Ye's order. She could not refuse. However, when the servant girl brought in breakfast, she found that it was Bailey Mingxiang who was sitting for breakfast. These dishes were the ones she often ate at leisurely Cloud Pavilion. There was no doubt that this meal was specially prepared for her by Bailey Mingxiang. It might not have been ordered by Long Fei Yi. Bailey Mingxiang helped her to a bowl of millet porridge and a pair of chopsticks. Princess must eat until you are full. If the treatment is delayed until the afternoon, you will be hungry. Han Yunqi suddenly had an illusion that she was back at leisurely Cloud Pavilion. As soon as she sat at the table, Zhao Mama and Bailey Mingxiang came to serve her. Su Xiaoyu was outside the door watering the poisonous plants in the garden. Those days could never be returned. Bailey Mingxiang's future belonged to the army. Xiaoyu Er's whereabouts were unknown. Xiaoyu Er was still valuable in by Yu Qiao's hands. Therefore, Xiaoyu Er's life was not in danger. She only hoped that Xiaoyu Er would be smarter and not so stubborn. She did not know if she could find out by Yu Qiao's whereabouts on this trip to 100 Poison Sect. Although she was anxious to see Gu Beiwei, Han Yunqi still ate seriously. Only when she was full did she ask Bailey Mingxiang to send her to Fragrant Pine Courtyard. When she arrived at the courtyard's entrance, she saw Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei talking at the tea table in the courtyard. Their voices were sometimes loud and sometimes deliberately lowered. She could not hear what they were talking about. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they did not notice Han Yunqi coming over. Bailey Mingxiang was about to speak when Han Yunqi stopped him. She looked at Gu Beiwei from afar. His white clothes were spotless, and his expression was easygoing. Even if a stranger saw him, they would feel very comfortable, as if they were old friends. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Han Yunqi did not find him strange at all. He was still as intimate and at ease as before. It was as if they had never been separated by life and death at the cliff, as if he had always been there and had never left. There were not many people who could sit at Long Fei Ye's tea table and have Long Fei Yi personally pour tea for them. Gu was one of them. It was rare for Long Fei Yi to be so easygoing as well, chatting and laughing. Han Yunqi even forgot about her leg injury, not wanting to disturb this picturesque scene. But Long Fei Yi had long noticed her arrival. He quickly stopped talking with Gu Beiwei and arched a brow at her. "You're still not coming over?" Actually, Gu Beiwei had noticed her long ago as well. No matter how anxious he was to see Miss Yunqi, he would never speak up as long as Long Fei Yi did not speak. Only now did he turn to look. As soon as he saw Han Yunqi, the gentle curve of his lips widened, but even his smile was soundless. He quickly rose to his feet, as modest as he had been when they first met at General Mu's estate. But this time he didn't call her esteemed Wang Fei, but Your Highness Princess. This time he didn't clasp his hands in front of his chest, but knelt on his knees. "This subordinate, Lone Moon, greets Your Highness Princess!" He knelt on the ground and cupped his hands in greeting, kowtowing until his forehead rested on those warm, slender hands. He was a white cloud in the sky, but right now he was kneeling piously in the mud. But it wasn't just Han Yunqi. Even the lofty Long Fei Yi, standing on the side, didn't think he was lowly. Some people were just like that. Even if they were kneeling, they were still lofty and noble. Han Yunqi couldn't bear to see Gu Beiwei kneel. So she quickly said, "Gu Beiwei, if you don't hurry and get up, I'm going to get angry." She'd told him for years not to be so courteous, but he'd knelt as soon as they met. After not seeing him for so long, she thought he'd be as excited and agitated as the rest of them, but he was still as calm as water, as warm as jade. She didn't know what to do with him. Han Yunqi couldn't help but wonder what could break Gu Beiwei's warmth and quiet. Chapter 942. Han Yunqi was angry, but Gu Beiwei still didn't get up. He said seriously, "Your subordinate hid his identity and bullied my superior. Please punish me, princess. Han Yunqi already knew that it was useless to talk nonsense with him. She said fiercely, Gu Beiwe, I'll punish you by treating my injuries. If I still can't walk today, do as you see fit. Gu Beiwe was about to speak when Han Yunqi stopped him. This is an order. No more nonsense. Get up quickly. Gu Beiwe sighed softly and got up. Don't worry, princess. You will definitely be able to walk before nightfall. Gu Beiwe's words could definitely be trusted. He helped Han Yunqi with acupuncture treatment in the bamboo hut in fragrant pine courtyard. For injuries like fractures, the bones had to grow back together before they could be considered healed. Acupuncture alone wouldn't have such a miraculous effect. Gu Beiwe not only used needles but medicine as well. He used acupuncture and moxibustion to bring out the effects of the medicine. In the end, it was the medicine that had taken effect. Of course, only he could use the medicine so quickly. For others, it wouldn't be effective for at least half a month. Han Yunqi's injuries had been recuperating for some time. She could even stand stably, so it wasn't difficult for Gu Beiwe. The room was silent. Han Yunqi was lying down. Gu Beiwe was focused on performing acupuncture, asking her a few questions from time to time. Long Fei Yi sat beside Han Yunqi, watching and watching. Time flew by quickly. There was no rest in the middle. When Gu Beiwe finished the entire set of acupuncture, it was already evening. Princess, you can leave now. Gu Beiwe didn't even say the word try, and directly let Han Yunqi leave. He packed up the medicine box and retreated behind the screen, not even looking at Han Yunqi's bare calf. Although she knew that she could recover, Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel excited when she really recovered. She unconsciously grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand and looked at him. Long Fei Yi was actually more nervous than her. He picked her up. Han Yunqi immediately said, I want to walk. Long Fei Yi carefully put her down, but didn't let go of her hand. Han Yunqi looked at him, broke free from his hand, and took a step forward. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't walked normally for a long time, but this step seemed a little rusty. Han Yunqi took another step, and Long Fei Yi chased after her to prevent her from falling. The second step was still unfamiliar. Han Yunqi threw caution to the wind and took a few steps forward with Long Fei following closely behind. Just like this, the two of them walked around the room, went around the screen, and turned in from the other side. Gu Beiwe watched, smiled quietly, and left silently, closing the door behind him. Soon, he heard Han Yunqi's surprised voice behind him. I can walk. Long Fei Yi, I can walk. Long Fei must have picked her up, because Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh loudly. Gu Beiwe listened without turning back or stopping. When he reached the courtyard's entrance, he instructed Su Donglin, when His Highness comes out later, tell him that the princess's injury has just recovered. Don't walk too much in the next 3 to 4 days. She still needs to recuperate. Su Donglin was overjoyed. The princess's leg injury is really healed. Gu Beiwe nodded and was about to leave when Long Fei Yi's surprised voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Gu Beiwe! Gu Beiwe! If it was someone else shouting like this, perhaps Gu Beiwe would still be calm. But Long Fei Yi shouting like this, it was definitely a big matter. Su Donglin had not yet recovered his senses when Gu Beiwe disappeared in front of him. His internal injury had just recovered. With only 20% of his internal energy left, he used the shadow technique. The shadow technique consumed a lot of internal energy. Using it like this, only God knew how many days he would need to recuperate to recover. His gentle calmness could be broken in an instant. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi could not see it because Han Yunqi had fainted. When Gu Beiwe barged into the room, he saw Long Fei Yi sitting on the floor and Han Yunqi unconscious in his arms. They were walking well just now. Long Fei Yi was only on guard against Han Yunqi falling. He did not expect her to suddenly fall unconscious. While listening to Long Fei Yi's explanation, He also took Han Yunqi's pulse. Gu Beiyue's brows were tightly knitted. His already pale face turned even paler. "What's wrong?" Long Fei Yi could not help but disturb him. Gu Beiyue only shook his head and continued to take her pulse. After that, he checked Han Yunqi's eyes before replying, "The pulse is normal. There is no lesion, just like the previous few times." "Is it the poison storage space?" Long Fei Yi asked nervously. Gu Beiyue was also suspicious, but as a doctor he was very cautious. "It's possible, but I can't be sure." Han Yunqi was still unconscious, so he had no idea if she was feeling unwell anywhere. "Then when will she wake up?" Long Fei Yi did not realize that his question was nonsense. Gu Beiyue shook his head helplessly. The most troublesome illness he had encountered in his life was Han Yunqi's coma. He said, "We can only wait." Long Fei Yi fell silent. If even Gu Beiyue could not do anything, then no one else in the world could. He decisively carried Han Yunqi to the bed and instructed, "You can stay in the side room. Come over if anything happens." A complicated look flashed past Gu Beiyue's eyes. Although he did not want to persuade him, he had to. "Your Highness, we don't have time to waste. 100 Poisons Sect has issued a challenge. The whole of Cloud Realm is watching. If we don't show up, we will be in big trouble. No matter how big the matter is, we have to wait for her to wake up." Long Fei Yi said coldly. Han Yunqi had told him that she had already cultivated to the 2nd level of the poison storage space. She had been working hard to break through to the 3rd level, but had not made much progress. She only knew that the 3rd level was called Battle Strategy. It allowed her to freely collect any poison in the world. She did not know anything else. Moreover, every time the poison storage space leveled up, it needed a trigger to help her break through the final shackle. The first time was because of the water of 10,000 poisons. The second time was because of the little thing's recovery. If this was the 3rd time, then what was it that helped her break through the final shackle? Han Yunqi had not cultivated the poison storage space on the way here, nor had she encountered any poison. Long Fei Yi had a premonition that this was not because of the poison storage spaces leveling up. Perhaps this was a normal coma caused by the poison storage space. But it could also be that there was something wrong with the poison storage space. How could Long Fei Yi not worry? How could Gu Beiyue not understand this? But he still tried to persuade him. "Your Highness, don't forget that this isn't a matter between you and the princess, but between the imperial clans of Eastern and Western Qin. As far as this one knows, the princess had to rack her brains to convince Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders for this cooperation." Gu Beiyue's reminder hit the nail on the head. This time, it wasn't just Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi who were heading to 100 Poison Sect. There were also higher-ups from both the Eastern and Western Qin factions. East Qin's General Bailey had sent Bailey Yuqi, a major general, to head out in secret, while Western Qin's Ning clan had sent a cavalry general named Luo Qing to head out in secret. There were also rumors that Western Zhou and Tianning had sent people to watch. 100 Poisons Sect was involved in murdering and robbing, so the medical community had always called them a malignant tumor in Cloud Realm continent. Medical and Medicine City had long since sent people to support them. By the time the appointed day arrived, there was no telling what the situation would be like at 100 Poison Sect. If Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't go, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their respective Eastern, Western Qin factions, or the rest of the world. Moreover, they weren't just going to kill by Yanqing this time, but to uncover the truth behind the Great Qin Empire's civil war. Seeing Long Fei Yi remain silent, Gu Beiyue took a step back and bowed. "Your Highness, please reconsider. The princess wouldn't want to break her promise." At this moment, Su Donglin, who had been standing by the door all this time, couldn't help but speak up. "Dr. Gu, if the princess doesn't wake up by then, we won't be able to deal with 100 Poisons Sect either." Su Donglin had brought up the thorniest problem. Gu Beiwa had naturally thought of this point and said seriously, at least we'll have to wait until we get there before making any plans. Right now, everything was still unknown. No matter what, they had to go to 100 Poisons sect first. Whether or not they showed their faces and how to deal with the situation would give them room to adjust. Long Fei Yi glanced at Gu Beiwa before realizing that he had lost control. Su Donglin still wanted to retort, but Long Fei Yi knitted his brows and said mildly, Su Donglin, arrange for a night's rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. After Su Donglin left, Long Fei Yi said mildly, You're quite calm. Gu Beiwa was still very modest as he cupped his hands. This is this one's duty as a subordinate. That's right. As a subordinate, he had to be this calm. This was his duty. Losing control and being impulsive was a kind of qualification, a kind of power. He didn't. Long Fei Yi didn't do anything, but looked at Gu Beiwa for a long time. This one will be waiting in the side room. If anything happens, I'll be there immediately. After Gu Beiwa finished speaking, he looked at Han Yunqi from afar before retreating. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for everyone. Long Fei Yi sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Han Yunqi's peaceful face. The scene of her falling unconscious replayed in his mind over and over again. She was clearly happy and smiling, but all of a sudden she lost consciousness. Facing this woman, it was the first time he had experienced the feeling of extreme joy turning into sorrow. How could he not lose control? How could he not lose control when he thought of what she had said last night about 3,000 years in the future? Today, she was smiling and smiling when she suddenly fell unconscious. Then, would there be a day when she would suddenly disappear and disappear? He had always hidden this uneasiness in his heart. Late at night, Gu Beiwa wasn't in the side room, but sitting on the steps outside Han Yunqi's room. He missed Lil Thing. He tried to probe by Yanqing multiple times, but couldn't find out Lil Thing's whereabouts. Now that he was sure Lil Thing wasn't with the princess, it must have fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands. He wanted to make the princess happy before telling her about Lil Thing tomorrow. But who knew something like this would happen? If only Lil Thing was here, it could enter and exit the poison storage space, so it would know about the princess's situation. In the past, Lil Thing had been the one to keep him company on many sleepless nights. Gu Beiwa sighed. Little fellow, are you well? Lil Thing wasn't well at all. Ever since Mama Yunqi had advanced to the second level, it could sense everything about her and knew she was unconscious. It was trapped in a terrifying space that reeked of an incomparable stench. It was like a fermentation pool filled with all sorts of rotting, poisonous corpses. If it wasn't immortal, it would have rotted to death long ago. This seemed to be the poison storage space, but it also didn't. In any case, it couldn't tell. But if this wasn't the poison storage space, how could it be imprisoned? Chapter 943. That night in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, Lil Thing had chased after the man into the abyss to save him. But for some reason, it didn't fall into the abyss, but ended up in this space instead. The poisonous creatures in this space all looked strange, like jellyfish in the sea. They looked both like plants and animals. Lil Thing didn't know what they were, only that the stench they gave off was worse than rotting corpses. The stench made Lil Thing throw up a few times, but it slowly got used to it after a while. Lil Thing called this terrifying space the black space. Although this space didn't look like a poison storage space, and Lil Thing couldn't sense what was going on outside, Lil Thing still considered this space to be a poison storage space. But Lil Thing could only treat it as a poison storage space. It really didn't know what else in this world could trap it like this besides a poison storage space. Because Lil Thing had recognized Mama Yunqi as its master, it had a master-servant contract. Unless Mama Yunqi intentionally restricted it, it could enter and exit her poison storage space as it pleased. If it was another direct descendant of the poison sect, Lil Thing wouldn't be able to enter and exit freely. Only when Lil Thing's cultivation was higher than the poison storage space's owners would it be able to enter and exit freely. Otherwise, it would be under the control of the owner. As for Lil Thing's cultivation, if its fangs were fully recovered, its cultivation would be the highest in the poison sect. No one would be able to match it. After all, no one could cure the poison fang's blood. Unfortunately, its vitality had been greatly damaged after Mama Yunchi had taken its blood to save someone. Add that to its injuries on Celestial Mountain, and it couldn't recover in a few short years no matter how much nourishment it took. To this day, Lil Thing still didn't know who Mama Yunchi had taken its blood to save. Every time it thought about it, it wanted nothing more than to bite that person. Unable to fully recover, Lil Thing could only eat poisonous plants to nourish its body while borrowing Mama Yunchi's strength to cultivate. When Mama Yunchi had broken through to the second level of the poison storage space, it was all because of Lil Thing's recovery. Thus, from then on, Lil Thing and Mama Yunchi's cultivation complemented each other and influenced each other. Mama Yunchi hadn't cultivated much during this time, but Lil Thing had been working hard to cultivate in the black space. It was precisely because it was working so hard that it affected Mama Yunchi and made her feel tired. Since the first day it was locked up, Lil Thing had never stopped cultivating. It only stopped when it sensed that Mama Yunchi couldn't withstand the intensity of its cultivation and fell into a coma. It was an undying and indestructible poisonous beast, while Mama Yunchi was immortal. Her endurance, naturally, couldn't be compared. At this moment, the little thing was curled up in a dark corner. Its big tail was curled up to its neck and curled up like a hand hugging it. From the first day it was locked up, it had been cultivating day and night like a madman. It had even forgotten the time. Now that she suddenly stopped, she realized that she didn't know how long she had been locked in here before she remembered her young master. His young master, well, falling into the abyss. How could one survive? It didn't dare to think about it, but it couldn't help but think about it. The more it thought about it, the more scared it became. It could only make itself busy, so busy that it did not have the time to think too much. It was certain that the black-clothed assassin that night was not Long DeLong, but his swordsmanship was on par with Long DeLong's. It felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards that black-clothed assassin, but it couldn't put its finger on it. It had felt the same at Medical City's banquet as well. Could it be that the black-clothed assassin was a direct descendant of the poison sect? Was that why it felt so unfamiliar? And the black space it was trapped in belonged to the black-clothed assassin? Lil Thing had a keen sense of smell and could smell the scent of every person. However, there was only one way to determine if the black-clothed assassin was a direct descendant of the poison sect. Smell the scent of blood. Lil Thing racked its brains, but couldn't figure it out. If the black-clothed assassin was a direct descendant of the poison sect, why didn't he acknowledge Mama Yunchi? These questions were too complicated, and Lil Thing would get a headache if it thought too long. But if it didn't think about these questions, what else could it think about? Even if it couldn't cultivate, it had to keep its head busy. That way, it wouldn't miss the young master. As long as it closed its eyes, it could pretend that the world was dark. Could it pretend that the young master was fine as long as it didn't think about him? But there was only so much it could ponder about the black-clothed assassin's identity. There was nothing left to ponder about. Lil Thing crawled to its feet and began to spin in circles. It spun faster and faster until its tail and head were about to connect. What should it do? It couldn't help but think of the young master again, of that bright moon night when the young master was injured and fell into the abyss. He was as frail as a butterfly, broken into pieces and drifting away with the wind. No, the little thing that was rapidly spinning suddenly stopped. It had to keep itself busy again, so busy that it couldn't think. Eat. Besides cultivating, it could also eat. It could eat with all its heart and soul, eating until it became dizzy. Without any hesitation, Lil Thing flew to a nearby vine. This vine was especially vigorous. It grew next to a large tree, but completely submerged it. Each of its leaves was as big as an adult's palm, and a sticky, yellowish-brown liquid constantly seeped out of them. It was a kind of venom that dripped to the ground. And the entire vine looked like it was suffering from a serious illness, with pus constantly flowing out. It was very disgusting. Lil Thing climbed up the tree without hesitation, allowing the disgusting mucus to stain its snow-white fur. Once it was on the tree, the stench became even stronger. Who knew that Lil Thing would bury its head in the dense leaves, crazily gnawing on them? Not long after, Lil Thing raised its head and vomited. But once it finished vomiting, it continued to gnaw. After vomiting a few times, it stopped vomiting. It wasn't like it didn't eat continuously for days and nights. It didn't care even if the sky collapsed. Pretend these poisonous things were delicious food. Pretend, as long as it was busy, it wouldn't think too much. Pretend, as long as it didn't think too much, the bad things wouldn't happen. Lil Thing just ate and ate like this. It didn't know how much these poisonous things would affect it in the future. Lil Thing's appetite was very big. In just one day, it had eaten all the poisonous things around it. The owner of this black space could obviously sense it, but he could only imprison Lil Thing in the space and couldn't do anything else to it. Lil Thing hoped that Mama Yunchi would wake up quickly and rest so that it could continue to cultivate. Cultivation was the only way for it to escape the black space. Mama Yunchi was about to break through the third level of the poison storage space. She just needed an opportunity, a helping hand. Lil Thing also hoped that Mama Yunchi would quickly advance to the third level. As long as it could, it would be able to completely connect with Mama Yunchi's mind and communicate with her soul. At this time, Han Yunchi was unconscious and didn't know how hard Lil Thing was working. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe didn't know either. They had already left the tea house and were on their way to the 100 Poison Sect. Long Fei Yi watched over Han Yunchi day and night. Gu Beiwe and Bailey Mingxiang sat in the same carriage. He frowned and didn't say a word. Bailey Mingxiang didn't disturb him, but was filled with worry as well. Day after day passed, but Han Yunchi still didn't wake up. The closer they got to the 100 Poison Sect, the more nervous everyone grew. One afternoon, while they were resting by the stream, Long Fei Yi received some bad news. Long Tianma had been invited to Western Qin by Emperor Kongqing to publicly express his support for the alliance between Eastern and Western Qin against the 100 Poison Sect. Support us? Gu Beiwe smiled. That's not Long Tianma's true goal. He and Emperor Kongqing want to act as witnesses for the alliance between Eastern and Western Qin so that they can figure out the true cause of the civil war, Long Fei Yi said. Not only did the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans have their own versions of the cause of the Great Qin Empire civil war, but the rest of Cloud Realm continent had their own theories as well. No one knew which was the true cause, or which of the two imperial clans was the true victim, or which was the true culprit behind the destruction of the Great Qin Empire. Ever since Myriad Merchant Hall announced the alliance between Eastern and Western Qin, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi had teamed up to capture Bai Yanqing. The topic had once again become a hot topic in Cloud Realm continent. After all, Eastern, Western Qin, and Eastern Qin occupied half of Cloud Realm continent. This matter directly affected the future of the continent, so who wouldn't pay attention or be curious? Moreover, many people were curious to know who would emerge victorious after the former couple, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi, turned against each other. Act as witnesses, now that's interesting. Gu Beiwe was about to continue when Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed viciously. Cold, he said. That depends on whether they have the skills to see it. The 100 Poison Sect was located within Western Zhou's borders. Had Emperor Kongqing invited Long Tianma as the host, or had Long Tianma sought him out of his own accord? Both Western Zhou and Tianning had long been exhausted from last year's war. It would take them at least 5 or 10 years before they had enough troops and money to wage a war. But Long Tianma and Emperor Kongqing were still so restless that they wanted to get involved in the enmity between eastern and western Qin. It looks like Emperor Kongqing is going to do his part as a host, Gu Beiwei said helplessly. As expected, Long Fei received news the next day that Emperor Kongqing, as the host, had sent invitations to Medical and Medicine City, inviting them to witness the ceremony together. What a joke! Even someone as benevolent as Gu Beiwei found it ironic. Who in the world knew that Medical and Medicine City had long been under Han Yunqi's control? Wasn't Emperor Kongqing's actions superfluous? Medical and Medicine City didn't need his invitation even if they wanted to go. What's Kongqing planning? Long Fei Yi began to wonder. Emperor Kongqing didn't necessarily want to invite Medical and Medicine City. On the contrary, he wanted to make a big fuss so that even if he and Han Yunqi captured by Yanqing, they couldn't interrogate him in private. They could only interrogate him in public. This matter wouldn't affect Western Zhou much. Why would Emperor Kongqing worry about such things if he wanted to protect them? Ask Chu Tianyin what Kongqing's motives are. Long Fei instructed coldly. After Gu Beiwei returned, he naturally left the task of contacting Chu Tianyin to him. Long Fei Yi returned to the carriage to stand guard by Han Yunqi's side. He took her hand and pressed it against his lips, looking even quieter than she was. There were still 3 days left until the deadline on their letter of challenge. Would Han Yunqi wake up in time? Chapter 944. Even an ordinary citizen would pay attention to 100 Poison Sect, much less Jun Yixia and Ning Cheng. Jun Yixia had yet to give Ning Cheng a clear answer regarding the 30,000 warhorses. Ning Cheng, on the other hand, kept a high profile. Not only did he not attack Jun Yixia, he did not even mention it. It had to be said that Ning Cheng's attitude had more or less influenced Jun Yixia's decision. But everything was in Jun Yixia's heart, so he didn't say a word. Over the past few days, he and Ning Cheng had been paying attention to 100 Poison Sect. Ning Cheng guessed that Jun Yixia was probably waiting for the results of 100 Poison Sect before making a decision. Although Ning Cheng was unwilling to admit it, he knew that Bai Yanqing would not be able to escape if Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi joined forces. So what if they caught Bai Yanqing? Bai Yanqing did not even want the world. Everything he did was to sow discord between Eastern and Western Qin. Would such a person speak the truth? Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had invited various factions and made such a big deal out of it. How many people would rush to 100 Poisons Sect in the next few days? How many people would come to watch? Under these circumstances, Bai Yanqing would be even less likely to speak. In fact, Bai Yanqing would even use such a big event to cause the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin to sink to a point of no return. Ning Cheng punched the wall with his fist. He had spent a lot of effort over the past few days, but he could not find an opportunity to send a message under Jun Yixia's surveillance. How could he have imagined that there would be a day when he would spend so much effort to resolve the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin? At this moment, Bai Yuqiao entered. Every time Bai Yuqiao came, there was only one thing, and that was the grudge between Jun Yixia and Bai Yanqing. She didn't dare to ask Jun Yixia directly, so she could only ask Ning Cheng for information. Is my senior brother really not planning to go to 100 Poison Sect? Bai Yuqiao asked the moment he entered. He never beat around the bush. Although it was too late to set off now, she was still worried. No, Ning Cheng said coldly, "Little girl, you're underestimating your senior brother. Even if Bai Yanqing is his father, he won't go." "What did he say to you?" Bai Yuqiao asked anxiously. "What, do you like your senior brother that much?" Ning Cheng asked with a sneer. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Yuqiao denied in a huff, but her face was still red. Ning Cheng shrugged and didn't say anything. He just pointed at the door for her to leave. "What did my senior brother say to you?" Bai Yuqiao asked anxiously. She was worried that although her senior brother didn't go personally, he would still send someone to help. After all, the fact that her senior brother was the sect master of 100 Poisons sect had long been exposed by Han Yunqi. Now, everyone was paying attention to the Feng clan, so very few people would mention him. However, this didn't mean that everyone had forgotten about him. At this time, not only could he not get involved, but it was also best to take the opportunity to draw a clear line between himself and 100 Poisons sect, so that he wouldn't become the target of public criticism. Seeing that Bai Yuqiao wasn't leaving, Ning Cheng didn't say anything more and left. However, Bai Yuqiao immediately rushed in front of him and blocked him. "What do you want in order to tell me?" "Ning Cheng, don't forget that you were poisoned to death by Han Yunqi. I saved you." "So what?" Ning Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked back. "Do you believe that I can have my senior brother kill you at any time?" Bai Yuqiao warned. Bai Yuqiao was simply deceiving herself. Ning Cheng controlled his temper and said to her word by word, "Your senior brother didn't put you in his eyes at all, let alone put you in his heart. Your words aren't even as important as that little soldier in my battalion commander's camp. If you don't believe me, you can go and try." Bai Yuqiao stared blankly. She was self-aware and had enough eyesight to clearly see her position in front of her senior brother. Ever since she came back, she had never seen her face like this. However, her senior brother hadn't asked a single word about it. One had to know that her face was completely ruined. It was very ugly. However, it was one thing to know about it, and another to have it mentioned by someone else. This was like a scar that had formed a scab. The scab that one carefully removed was completely different from the scab being removed by someone else. The latter would be very, very painful. Ning Cheng walked around her and headed out of the door. Who knew that Bai Yuqiao would chase after him and grab Ning Cheng's arm? Almost at the same time that Bai Yuqiao grabbed his arm, Ning Cheng fiercely flung it away, as if he didn't like this kind of touch. Bai Yuqiao really almost fell out. Ning Cheng looked over angrily. Bai Yuqiao actually said loudly, "Yes, I like my senior brother." "So what? What does that have to do with me?" Ning Cheng snorted. "I'm begging you, all right?" Bai Yuqiao was actually about to cry. Such a vicious and stubborn girl. Her face had been ruined by goo, but she had never cried. Now she was actually crying because of Ning Cheng's harsh words. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. When he was in Myriad Merchant Hall, there were many women who acted coquettishly in front of him. There were also many who pretended to be pitiful. All of them were more beautiful and had higher status than Bai Yuqiao, but he had never softened his heart, let alone Bai Yuqiao. Ning Cheng wasn't someone who would show mercy to women. If it was in the past, Ning Cheng would definitely leave without looking back. However, this time, Ning Cheng seemed to have broken his patience. He answered Bai Yuqiao, "Why should I help you?" When he said this, Bai Yuqiao finally felt less hopeless. She hurriedly asked, "What do I have to do for you to help me?" Ning Cheng snorted softly. "What can you do?" Bai Yuqiao was afraid of Ning Cheng's cold attitude earlier. She was afraid that Ning Cheng would be unhappy and not even give her a chance. How could she have known that Ning Cheng had his eyes on her for a long time? "As long as you don't betray my senior brother, I can do anything." Bai Yuqiao immediately revealed her bottom line. Ning Cheng knew that he was halfway to success. When Bai Yuqiao came to ask about Jun Yixia, she would send away the people who were watching him inside and outside the tent. Therefore, he could only hide from Jun Yixia through Bai Yuqiao. Ning Cheng finally turned around and came back. He said indifferently, "When the time comes, there's something that you can help me with." "Say it." Bai Yuqiao was excited. "Hee, help me buy a few jars of wine. Don't let your senior brother know," Ning Cheng said casually. Bai Yuqiao was naturally vigilant. "Why don't you let my senior brother know? He didn't forbid you from drinking." Ning Cheng sneered. "The wine in his army can't even be swallowed. It's not enough for this patriarch to drink. Hee, since your senior brother is so short on money, I won't despise him. I don't want to ask for trouble. Bai Yuqiao knew how much senior brother needed money. Bai Yuqiao also knew how much senior brother cared about his face. If Ning Cheng despised senior brother for such a small matter, senior brother would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. Bai Yuqiao was originally on guard against Ning Cheng asking her to do something big. She didn't expect that it would be such a small matter as secretly buying wine. She let down her guard a lot. What kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll treat you. Although she didn't have much money, she could still treat Ning Cheng to a meal. Who knew that the moment Ning Cheng opened his mouth, he would scare her? 10 jars of iced wine will do, Ning Cheng said. The corner of Bai Yuqiao's mouth twitched. Iced wine was a kind of wine that was unique to Northern Li. It was the best kind of wine produced in Northern Li. It was specially provided by the imperial family. Only when the imperial family was happy and rewarded it to the nobles and officials would this kind of wine flow out of the palace. Some people who were rewarded didn't like wine and loved money. They would secretly give the iced wine to the big wineries to secretly sell. Over time, some people in the imperial family knew about this. Therefore, every year when the iced wine was sent to the palace as tribute, those princes and imperial grandsons who lacked pocket money would secretly take out the iced wine and sell it at a high price. This matter was no secret in Northern Li's noble circle. Over the years, the iced wine had become more and more expensive. A small jar of only 4 or 5 cups would cost more than 5,000 taels of silver. But there were still people who could afford it. These people didn't want to buy the wine to drink. They wanted to get close to the people who bought the wine and get close to the princes and imperial grandsons. To put it bluntly, this was disguised bribery. Ning Cheng wanted 10 jars of this iced wine. Wouldn't that be 50,000 taels? Not to mention 50,000 taels. She didn't even have 5,000 taels. The few gold cards that Ning Cheng had given her before, she had already given them all to her senior brother to pay for the army. Taking a step back, even if those gold cards were still in her hands, she couldn't spend so much money to buy wine for Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng was a rich man, and she was just a poor person. Bai Yuqiao looked at Ning Cheng and finally understood the real reason why Ning Cheng didn't ask her senior brother for wine. He was simply humiliating her senior brother for being poor. This wine is rare, I can't afford it. Bai Yuqiao was very direct. Ning Cheng didn't hesitate to take out a few banknotes worth 10,000 taels of silver. This family had never drinks wine that a woman pays for. This is 100,000 taels. I'll sell as much as you have. The rest will be a fee for my hard work. Although the price of iced wine wasn't fixed, and the difference in price between different places wasn't small, it shouldn't be a difference of 50,000 taels. This fee for his hard work immediately moved Bai Yuqiao. She immediately agreed, thinking that she could save the remaining 10,000 taels for emergencies. Bai Yuqiao took the banknotes, I promise you. Can you tell me why senior brother didn't go to 100 Poison Sect? He's waiting for your master to have nowhere else to go and come find him. Ning Cheng replied. Bai Yuqiao was very smart, but how could she compete with him? You mean my master won't go to 100 Poison Sect? Bai Yuqiao said seriously. She had always guessed this. Only her thoughts were crooked. She thought her master wouldn't go, and her senior brother would go and stand up for 100 Poison Sect. She neglected the fact that her senior brother was waiting for her master to come. Senior brother told you? Bai Yuqiao needed this confirmation. Ning Cheng shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Bai Yuqiao thought he had tacitly agreed. Ning Cheng, I can continue to help you sell wine and do other things. Promise me. If my master comes, you must persuade my senior brother not to fall into Bai Yanqing's trap. Bai Yuqiao said seriously. Bring me 10 jars of iced wine first. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Ning Cheng finished speaking, flicked his sleeves, and strode away. Bai Yuqiao didn't hesitate. That night, she left the army camp and personally found someone to sell wine. Jun Yixia couldn't see any clues about this matter, but Jun Yixia might not agree, and also might not ask for Ning Cheng's wine money. Bai Yuqiao was different. She would definitely help Ning Cheng spend the banknotes, and what Ning Cheng wanted was these banknotes to flow out. As for whether Bai Yanqing would go to 100 Poison Sect or come to see Jun Yixia, Ning Cheng wasn't completely sure. He was more inclined to believe that Bai Yanqing would go to 100 Poison Sect. The day was getting closer, but there was still no news from Bai Yanqing. How would he choose? M.O. It's said that I've been typing names wrong a lot lately. Faint sadness. Chapter 945. The day of the challenge approached, but there was still no news from Bai Yanqing and no response from 100 Poison Sect. Even Han Yunqi was still unconscious. Tomorrow was the day of the challenge. Long Fei Ye's group had already arrived at Great Central Mountain, where 100 Poisons Sect was located. Great Central Mountain was the tallest mountain in the eastern part of Western Zhou, and 100 Poisons Sect ruled it. Although it was located within Western Zhou's borders, it wasn't under its jurisdiction. The Western Zhou imperial family couldn't do anything to 100 Poisons Sect, so they had always avoided the issue. Only recently did Emperor Kong Cheng assume the role of Western Zhou's master, denouncing 100 Poisons Sect and entertaining guests. After occupying Great Central Mountain, 100 Poisons Sect planted all kinds of poisonous plants and bred many poisonous creatures, mainly poisonous snakes. It had to be said that Han Yunqi's group had chosen the right time to come. When winter came, most of the poisonous creatures would hide and hibernate, especially the poisonous snakes. They had avoided a lot of trouble. All kinds of small palaces and pavilions could be found throughout Great Central Mountain. The main palace of 100 Poisons Sect, 100 Poisons Temple, was located at the peak of Great Central Mountain. A stone staircase led from the foot of the mountain to 100 Poisons Temple. At the foot of Great Central Mountain was Great Central Village. Because of 100 Poisons Sect, the villagers here relied on medicinal herbs for a living. They didn't sell herbs to 100 Poisons Sect, but rather to those who came to learn from their masters or to those who came to seek treatment for poisons. 100 Poisons Sect did all kinds of shady business, such as murder, robbery, and the sale of poisons. Occasionally, a disciple would treat someone's poison, but the fee was exorbitant. Of course, more importantly, they trained poison masters, poison humans, and poison corpses for Jun Yixia's use. Back when Han Yunqi exposed Jun Yixia's use of poison goo in Medical City, the city had sent many spies to infiltrate the 100 Poisons Sect to investigate the matter. Unfortunately, none of them had succeeded. The Wang clan of Medicine City, on Long Fei Ye's request, had sent a few spies, but they hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact with Bai Yanqing and his 2 disciples, so they hadn't been able to obtain much useful information. This was a place that couldn't be won by wits, only brute force. Long Fei Ye's group did not stay in Great Central Town. After arriving in secret, they stayed in a house on the northern outskirts of Great Central Town. This was the Wang clan's territory. Meanwhile, Emperor Kongcheng was in the Great Central County town, about 10 li away from Great Central Village, receiving guests who had come to join in on the fun. Long Tianma had indeed come in person. It was almost noon, which meant that Long Fei Yi and the others had half a day less. However, Han Yunqi was still lying on the bed, motionless. After arriving at the mansion early in the morning, Long Fei Yi had been sitting beside Han Yunqi, holding her hand and interlocking their fingers until now. Gu Beiwei stood by the side, completely silent. If he had been holding on to hope along the way, he would have been able to remain calm. He would have shared Long Fei Ye's worries and made plans for the 100 Poisons Sect. But now he was completely unable to think. Although he hadn't mentioned anything to Long Fei Yi, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Han Yunqi had never been unconscious for so long. All kinds of cultivation carried the risk of qi deviation, and the poison storage space was no exception. If Han Yunqi really did go mad, would she never wake up? Had Long Fei Yi ever wondered the same thing? By now, all of Cloud Realm continent was anxiously waiting for the big show at 100 Poison Sect. Many of its powers had gathered around the sect as well. It had been a long time since Cloud Realm continent had been so lively, right? But these two men had long forgotten about the excitement. They only wanted Han Yunqi to wake up. It wasn't because she was the only one who could attack 100 Poison Sect, but because she was the only one in their world. Time didn't stop, and soon it was noon. The food that Bailey Mingxiang had personally delivered was carried out untouched. Bailey Mingxiang stood by the door with her hands clasped in prayer. She had made the food, but didn't eat it herself. Whether it was the princess, His Highness, or Dr. Gu, she couldn't bear to look at them. By now, Su Donglin and Uncle Gao had returned. Su Donglin stood by the door and reported, "Your Highness," the subordinate, and Uncle Gao went around town just then and saw a few familiar faces. If the princess wasn't unconscious, Su Donglin would have bypassed His Highness and let her guess who they were. But now that she was unconscious, he couldn't muster up the courage to act impudently. It's Carefree City's city, Lord Qi Zonglin, and Young City, Lord Qi Yaotian. They've come to join in the fun too, Su Donglin reported. Long Fei Yi had been in a bad mood for the past few days. As soon as he heard the words Carefree City, his temper flared. He suddenly stood up and dragged Han Yunqi's hand into the quilt. Then he said to Gu Bei West solemnly, "Protect her!" After that, he left the room. "Lead the way," Lung Lung said to Su Donglin. Su Donglin was somewhat dazed. For a moment, he didn't understand what His Highness meant. Long Fei Ye's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He asked coldly, "Where is Qi Zonglin?" When he asked several experts to escort Han Yunqi back to the governor's residence from Heaven Mountain, Han Yunqi had been ambushed by the people of Carefree City on her way back. Qi Zonglin, as the mayor of a city, had led all the experts of Carefree City to besiege Han Yunqi, a weak woman who did not know any martial arts. He was not only bullying Han Yunqi, but also insulting Han Yunqi's man, him. If Gu hadn't arrived in time, God knew what Qi Zonglin would have done. It was unforgivable. Although he had declared that whoever dared to be friends with Qi Zonglin would be enemies with him, Long Fei Yi, this couldn't be counted as revenge at all. He had been unable to find time to settle the score with Qi Zonglin in person. Now that Qi Zonglin had come knocking on his door, he couldn't be blamed for being in a bad mood. Under Su Donglin's guidance, Long Fei Yi arrived at the entrance of a brothel in Great Central Town. "Your Highness, I saw the father and son of the Qi family enter," Su Donglin reported truthfully. "Call them out," Long Fei Yi said indifferently. How could someone as obsessed with cleanliness as him enter a brothel? The only time he did so was to find Han Yunqi. He lowered his eyes and didn't even look at the brothel. "Yes, Your Highness." Su Donglin's voice was shaking. He knew very well that when His Highness was angry, the calmer his tone was, the more furious he was. Su Donglin couldn't imagine what would happen when he entered the brothel. Su Donglin quickly found Qi Yaotian. Qi Yaotian had been poisoned when he attacked Han Yunqi and couldn't detoxify the poison in time, so he could only cut off his arm. At this time, Qi Yaotian was standing by the railing on the second floor, looking at the singing and dancing in the lobby downstairs. His left arm was empty. Su Donglin walked forward and said politely, "Young hero, my master invites you." Qi Yaotian turned around and replied coldly, "Who?" People who were looking for him were either here to kill him for revenge or to invite him to kill someone. Qi Yaotian took Su Donglin's polite attitude as a business opportunity. "You'll know when you get there." Su Donglin didn't dare to tell the truth. If he told the truth, what if Qi Yaotian turned around and fled? He couldn't catch up to him, so where could he find him? When looking for an assassin to negotiate a business deal, Su Donglin was obviously misleading him on purpose. Sure enough, Qi Yaotian didn't ask any more questions. "Lead the way." "Please." Su Donglin finally let out a sigh of relief. Qi Yaotian didn't expect that the person looking for him would be standing at the entrance. He lowered his head. Although he had lost an arm, he was dressed as an assassin and had a cold expression. He was still intimidating. When he went down from the second floor, everyone took the initiative to make way for him. Outside the door, Long Fei Yi had already attracted a lot of onlookers. What kind of scene was this? A man who angered men and gods alike, standing at the entrance of the brothel with a cold expression. Qi Yaotian was stunned when he saw Long Fei Yi after walking out of the door. His body's reaction was faster than his brain's. His face turned pale as he turned around to flee. The body's reaction was faster than the brain's. This was called instinctive reaction. The people of Carefree City were afraid of Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi hadn't used his sword for a long time. However, even though Su Donglin was staring at him, he couldn't clearly see Qi Yaotian unsheathing his sword. Instead, he was blinded by the sword's radiance. When he looked again, Long Fei Yi fiercely slashed his sword and cut off Qi Yaotian's empty sleeve. Qi Yaotian also couldn't clearly see Long Fei Yi's move just now. However, he could feel that Long Fei Yi's sword energy was terrifying. It was far from what he had seen before. How much had Long Fei Yi's martial arts improved after he returned from Heaven Mountain? How could Qi Yaotian retaliate? He could only flee. However, he soon heard the whistling sound of sword energy. The moment he heard the whistling sound, his right arm was cut off. It was forcefully chopped off and blood splattered all over the ground. Qi Yaotian was already vexed after losing an arm. Now that his other arm was cut off, he didn't even have a sword hand. He suddenly roared and turned around to charge at Long Fei Yi. At this time, he finally saw the trembling sword in Long Fei Yi's hand, pointing at his legs. So, Long Fei, you wanted to cut off his legs? No. Qi Yaotian immediately knelt down and loudly begged for mercy. Long Fei Yi, Carefree City, made things difficult for the Western Qin princess. We have never disrespected you. I beg you, please spare my life for the sake of our past cooperation. My Carefree City is willing to pledge loyalty to you from now on. At this time, the surrounding spectators finally learned of Long Fei Yi's identity. They were all very surprised. No wonder this man was so eye-catching. So he was the East Qin Crown Prince, Long Fei Yi. He was here. Where was the Western Qin Princess, Han Yunqi? Was she also here? Carefree City had bullied the Western Qin Princess. What was Long Fei Yi doing? Was he avenging the Western Qin Princess? The two of them were burdened with national enmity and had long turned against each other. They had no choice but to cooperate this time. Just what did Long Fei Yi mean by this? Everyone began to talk amongst themselves. Most of the spectators had come from all over Cloud Realm Continent to watch the show. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. He was about to swing his sword a third time when Carefree City's city lord, Qi Zonglin's voice rang out. Who dares to bully me just now? Qi Zonglin had been enjoying himself in the comfort of his women when he heard the procuress say that Qi Yaotian had been beaten up at the door. He didn't ask for details before he rushed out. After all, anyone who could beat Qi Yaotian couldn't be weak. By the time Qi Zonglin reached the door, he swallowed the rest of his words. He didn't even notice his son's injuries as he stared in shock at Long Fei Yi. You, Long Fei, you wasn't so angry when he saw Qi Yaotian. At the sight of Qi Zonglin, the flames in Long Fei's eyes burned fiercely. Chapter 946. Long Fei Yi was about to swing his sword at Qi Yaotian, but the tip of his sword changed direction and slashed viciously at Qi Zonglin. This time, everyone present could see his movements clearly, as well as the sword ray. The cold blue sword ray followed his movements, and the sword Qi, accurately piercing through the brothel's door over Qi Zonglin's head. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. In an instant, the large brothel rumbled as a long crack appeared in the middle. The 3-story building was in imminent danger and could collapse at any moment. Everyone came out to watch the commotion. There weren't many people left in the brothel. so they all fled. Qi Zonglin was completely unharmed, and it was precisely because of this that he was dumbfounded. He looked down at his feet and saw that the ground beneath his feet had also cracked open. Qi Zonglin couldn't believe that he was completely unharmed in this situation, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. Just what level had Long Fei Ye's swordsmanship reached? Just how powerful was his internal energy? How could he control his internal energy so precisely? It was said that Long Fei Yi could already contend against Elder Kenzo back at Celestial Mountain. Then what about now? Was he already Cloud Realm's #1 expert, an unrivaled sovereign of the martial arts world? Why hadn't Long Fei Ye's attack hurt him? Qi Zonglin didn't have time to think. He hurriedly knelt before Long Fei Yi and repeated Qi Yaoyin's words. He wanted to surrender, submit, and serve. It wasn't that he lacked backbone as the city lord, but that Long Fei Yi was too strong. At this level, it would only take him a day to destroy Carefree City, all by himself. The Qi father and son had knelt in front of everyone and begged for mercy. Carefree City had lost all face. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy Long Fei Yi. Even killing the father and son wouldn't satisfy his anger. Besides, killing them would be letting them off too easily. Long Fei Ye's face darkened as he pointed his sword at Qi Zonglin. Driven to desperation, Qi Zonglin simply questioned, "Long Fei Yi, why did you kill the old man? If you don't give the old man a reason, the old man will not accept it." Long Fei Yi hadn't said a word since the beginning, so he didn't care about Qi Zonglin at all. Qi Zonglin was clearly trying to find a way out for himself by asking this. He quickly said, "If it's to take revenge for Han Yunqi, what qualifications do you have as the East Qin Crown Prince? Or are you and Han Yunqi still clinging to each other?" As he spoke, he immediately sought the support of the surrounding people. "Everyone, what do you think? Does the East Qin Crown Prince and the Western Qin Princess have some unspeakable secret? If Han Yunqi wants to take revenge on the old man, let her do it herself." The anger coming from Long Fei Yi made the surrounding people not dare approach, not to mention supporting Qi Zonglin. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only carefully hide it in their hearts. Su Donglin looked over in disbelief. It had been a long time since he had seen someone like Qi Zonglin who sought his own death. The words unspeakable secret were already harsh enough, but Qi Zonglin actually had the face to ask the princess to personally take revenge on him? After a group of men besieged a woman, they actually wanted the woman to seek revenge on them? What did this count for? Su Donglin couldn't help letting out a sigh. "City Lord Qi, how can you bully a woman like this?" Long Fei Yi did not waste words. He suddenly raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. It looked like a handsome movement and didn't have much killing power, but Qi Zonglin's clothes were instantly torn to pieces. Qi Yaotian, kneeling beside Qi Zonglin, was also affected by the sword Qi. His outer clothes were torn apart, and he was only left with a thin undershirt. For a while the crowd was silent, just like Long Fei Ye's cold face. It was incomparably terrifying. The kneeling Qi Zonglin was completely naked, not covering anything at all. This body of old flesh made everyone forget that Qi Zonglin's body was not bad. Ah, ah, ah. Only when the women in the crowd screamed did everyone come back to their senses and understand what had just happened. Qi Zonglin quickly covered his vitals in fear. His old face was as red as blood, and even his eyes were red. Su Donglin looked over and felt that the flesh on Qi Zonglin's face was much uglier than the old flesh on his body. "Long Fei Yi, old man will fight it out with you." He rushed forward in a frenzy, but Long Fei raised his sword and pointed it at him. Qi Zonglin was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He actually forgot about his own sword, which had fallen to the side. Instead, he tried to use his bare hands to block Long Fei's blade. Because of his anger, Long Fei's sword was filled with sword qi. Forget about touching it, even getting close to it would hurt him. Qi Yaotian finally recovered his wits and rushed over to grab his father. Unfortunately, his hands were useless, so he could only knock his father aside. As Qi Zonglin crashed to the ground, Qi Yaotian cried out, "Father, let's go!" Qi Yaotian could tell that Long Fei Yi didn't want to kill them, but humiliate them. If they didn't leave now, they'd soon become the laughingstock of Great Central Village. All of Cloud Realm Continent was paying attention to 100 Poisons sect now, so Great Central Village was the most sensitive place. Anything that happened here, big or small, would spread immediately. Carefree City would become the laughingstock of the world before 100 Poisons sects show even started. Moreover, if they stayed any longer, what if Long Fei Yi changed his mind? With Long Fei Ye's current strength, killing the father and son duo would only take a single thought. Qi Zonglin finally recovered his wits and threw himself at a nearby person, trying to steal his clothes. That person hastily backed away, while Qi Zonglin threw himself at an old man. The old man was only a commoner, so he was scared stiff in place and couldn't move. Fortunately, Su Donglin pulled him away in time. Seeing this, the onlookers scattered in all directions, afraid that they'd be too late. Qi Zonglin was even more wretched than a street rat. He was about to flee when Long Fei Yi called him back. Qi Zonglin. Both Qi Zonglin and Qi Yaotian jumped in fright and didn't dare to look back. Long Fei Yi said, "This crown prince is avenging the princess of Western Qin. This is to show our sincerity in cooperating." So speaking, Long Fei Yi turned to leave without waiting for Qi Zonglin and his son to escape. How could this father and son die? He had to let them live on and accept the world's humiliation. He could use this chance to tell the world that no matter what his relationship with Han Yunqi was or what his stance was, anyone who bullied Han Yunqi wouldn't have a good ending. Qi Zonglin was an ambitious and ruthless character in the world of assassins, but his reputation was ruined just like that. After today, who would be willing to hire Carefree City's assassins? Who would still want to work with Qi Zonglin? Even Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's rivals would probably look down on Qi Zonglin. No one in the history of Cloud Realm Continent had ever been humiliated like this. This scene was simply the prelude to the 100 Poisons sect drama. By the time Long Fei Yi shook off his pursuers and returned to his residence in the northern suburbs, news of the joke had already reached Great Central County and spread to every corner of Cloud Realm Continent. What a delightful revenge! What a joke! Unfortunately, Han Yunqi had no idea. At this moment, she was still lying quietly on the bed. Her face was bare, but still breathtakingly beautiful. No one would ever get tired of looking at her. Those who didn't know the situation would only assume that she was sleeping. As long as Long Fei Yi called her gently, she'd wake up. Who knew how many times Long Fei Yi had called her over the past few nights? Long Fei Yi didn't say a word the entire way back from Great Central County. Without Han Yunqi waking up, his mood wouldn't improve no matter how much he vented. Gu Beiwa had no interest in Carefree City's affairs, so he didn't ask Long Fei Yi and Su Donglin anything when they returned. Outside, the skies grew dark. It was already night. Great Central County, Western Zhou, and all of Cloud Realm Continent were in an uproar. Only this small house remained silent. Its silence was enough to silence the entire Cloud Realm Continent. By now, all of 100 Poisons sect had heard of the news. In place of Jun Yixia and Bai Yuqiao was a senior member of the 100 Poisons sect's Council of Elders. He was also an outstanding talent in the poison world, Shi Jiuxia. Elder Shi, we've made some inquiries. Today's incident in Great Central County was indeed caused by Long Fei Yi. Our spies in town have all lost track of him. Now we're not sure if Long Fei Yi came alone or with Han Yunqi, the scout reported. Didn't they say that the young general of the Bailey army is staying in Great Central County? Long Fei Yi isn't there? Shi Jiuxia asked. He didn't blame the scout, because few people in the world could track down Long Fei Yi. Nope. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's people are in Great Central County as well. This subordinate has sent people to investigate, but Han Yunqi isn't there either, the scout replied. Shi Juxia began to mutter to himself. Could it be that the two of them are really in cahoots? Great Central County had plenty of honored guests, but 100 Poison Sect had no plans to make a move. After all, they weren't their targets, so there was no need for them to seek trouble at a time like this. Moreover, Shi Juxia still couldn't figure out Emperor Kongqeng's motives for such a high-profile move. He couldn't help but worry that Long Feiyi and Western Zhou's emperor were putting on a show. If they acted rashly, they'd fall into a trap. Of course, Shi Juxia couldn't make a decision on such a big matter. Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi had come for the old sect leader, but there was still no news of him. No one in 100 Poisons sect knew of his whereabouts. Shi Juxia had already sent no less than 10 urgent messages to the current sect leader, Jun Yixia, but Jun Yixia hadn't replied a word. Shi Juxia had tried to contact Bai Yuqiao, but couldn't get in touch with him. It was already late at night. Tomorrow noon would be Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi's challenge, so he didn't know what to do. Was the old sect leader coming or not? After all, Long Feiyi's actions today at Great Central County meant that he might join forces with Han Yunqi to destroy 100 Poison Sect if the old sect leader didn't show up. The more Shi Juxia thought, the more nervous he grew. Although he'd already ordered for the 100 Poison Sect to be surrounded, he was still afraid to face the #1 expert of the Wulin world and the leader of the Poisons community. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. Far away in Great Central County, Long Tianma had just finished his meeting with Emperor Kongqeng and returned to his rooms. Ever since the battle with the Ning clan troops, the Tian-En and Western Zhou had both laid down their flags and ceased all activities. They didn't show their faces in Cloud Realm Continent's affairs. But this time, it wasn't Emperor Kongqeng who took the lead, but Shi Juxia and Emperor Kongqeng working together in private. Emperor Kongqeng agreed to use his name as the host to invite the world's nobles and heroes to Western Zhou. Shi Juxia promised Emperor Kongqeng that if Eastern and Western Qin were to fight against Northern Li in the future, Western Zhou and Tian-En would advance and retreat together. Emperor Kongqeng's actions might very well offend Eastern and Western Qin. He was only willing to cooperate because Long Tianma had given him a huge benefit. This benefit was related to Chapter 947. Long Tianma's gift to Emperor Kongqeng involved Western Zhou's trump card, the Chu clan troops. Years ago, the Chu clan had betrayed Western Zhou's imperial clan and sought refuge with Tianning. The two elders of the Chu clan had mobilized their troops for a civil war that broke free from Western Zhou's control. This was the main reason why Western Zhou had fallen from being a major power in the West to its current state in just a few short years. However, after the Chu clan broke away from Western Zhou, Ningcheng had dealt them a vicious blow. Not only did they fail to take over Tianning, they failed to establish themselves as the hegemon of a region and suffered disastrous losses. Afterwards, Chu Tianyin listened to Gubeiyue's plan and pretended to surrender to Western Zhou. This gave Western Zhou a chance to ally with the Tian-En and launch a pincer attack against Ningcheng. That battle had forced Ningcheng to use the redcoat cannons he'd set up to defend northern Li. Although Ningcheng had won 2 battles against both Western Zhou and Tian'en, he'd still gained the upper hand and won 2 battles. However, the Ning clan army had also suffered a blow because of this. Otherwise, the Ning clan army wouldn't have suffered defeat after defeat in the battle with the Bailey army not long ago. Northern Li hadn't participated in the war because of the horse plague, while Long Feiyi's commander-in-chief's estate in the south-central regions was the true fisherman. Western Zhou and Tian-En were separated by Tianning, but Chu Tianyin had risked Ningcheng's pursuit to forge an alliance. But now Long Tianma was using the Chu clan troops as bait to ally with Emperor Kongqeng. What would Chu Tianyin think if he found out? Long Tianma's gift to Emperor Kongqeng was Long Tianma gaining control of a powerful deputy general in the Chu clan troops named Wei Mingshi. The 7 noble families had limited clansmen, so the Chu clan, Ning clan, and Bailey army were all led by clansmen. They would then recruit capable men and by horses. Wei Mingshi was one of the generals Chu Yuni had spent a lot of money to recruit. He'd raised the man himself and personally taught him archery skills. The last time Chu Tianyin had pretended to surrender, the Emperor of Qin had no choice but to give him a lot of military power in order to protect the eastern border. Now, the Chu family had once again taken control of the military power in western Zhou. After the war, Emperor Kongzheng had a headache for several days trying to regain his military authority. Long Tianma's recommendation of this person was both a show of goodwill to Emperor Kongzheng and a threat to him. Long Tianma controlled Wei Mingshi, which meant that Long Tianma could make a large portion of the Chu clan's army betray him at any time. They could betray western Zhou, or they could betray Chu Tianyin. As soon as Long Tianma returned to the room, Mu Qingguo, who had been waiting at the tea table for a long time, immediately stood up. "Your Majesty, how is it?" Although Long Tianma and the Mu family were master and servant, they were more like allies. Without the Mu family, Long Tianma's regime would have collapsed long ago. Although he had been the crown prince since he was a child, he'd been ill for years without much training. How was a young man like him supposed to deal with the unpredictable changes in Cloud, Realm, Continent over the past few years? Actually, the straightforward and upright Mu Qingguo was even less of a match. The true controller of Tianning's political power was General Mu. Today, Long Tianma and Emperor Kongzheng had a secret meeting. Long Tianma had formally handed Wei Mingshi over to the emperor. From tonight onward, Wei Mingshi would no longer be loyal to Long Tianma, but to Emperor Kongzheng. Emperor Kongzheng had promised to keep this a secret no matter what happened. Kongzheng agreed. Everything went smoothly, Long Tianma murmured. Mu Qingguo nodded. Then I'll send a messenger hawk back immediately. My father must be anxious from waiting. A complicated look flickered past Long Tianma's eyes before he took Mu Qingguo's hand. Mu Qingguo gave a start before his gaze turned complicated as well. He could guess what Long Tianma wanted to ask. Your Majesty, this soldier really doesn't know anything about this. This soldier only found out a few days ago that Wei Mingshi was one of my father's men. Mu Qingguo replied honestly. Then do you know anything else? Long Tianma asked coldly. If General Mu's hands could reach into the Chu clan's troops, then what about the other armies? Did General Mu have other spies in the Northern Dynasty's emperor's cavalry, Jun Yixie's cavalry barracks, the Ning clan troops, and even the Bailey army? Long Tianma had always respected General Mu, but he couldn't help but be on guard this time. Just how deep were the foundations of the Mu family? Why was General Mu hiding his true strength? Was General Mu, this old fox with hidden depths, truly sincere in helping Tianning's imperial clan? Or did he have ulterior motives? Mu Qingguo could clearly sense Long Tianma's anger and wariness in his tone. I don't know if there are any, Mu Qingguo replied truthfully. Long Tianma suddenly grabbed Mu Qingguo by the collar and said angrily, Do you father and son take Jin as a 3-year-old child? Mu Qingguo didn't struggle. Your Majesty, this soldier has never lied to your Majesty. Long Tianma calmed down at his words. He had always known Mu Qingguo's temperament and Mu Qingguo's character. When Mu Qingguo had pretended to get close to him, it was to investigate the embezzlement case of the disaster relief grain. After finding out that the case was the imperial uncle's doing and not the eastern palace's, Mu Qingguo and Long Tianma gradually became a monarch and subject who could talk about anything. Although they weren't friends, their relationship had long surpassed that. Mu Qingguo's words had calmed Long Tianma down because Mu Qingguo had spoken the truth. Mu Qingguo's words implied that he hadn't lied to Long Tianma yet, but he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't in the future. He could only listen to his father. Long Tianma flung his hand aside. Why does your father want to get involved in the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin and the Wind Clan? You should know that, right? Mu Qingguo still shook his head, helplessly. He had to admit that his father's actions had frightened him. Long Tianma was angry, but so was he. It was just that he hid everything in the bottom of his heart. He was the only son of the Mu family and the sole heir to the Mu family army. But his father still treated him like an outsider and hid everything from him. What was he? Long Tianmo couldn't calm the sullen anger in his heart. He flicked his sleeves and was about to leave when Mu Qinggu stopped him. Your Majesty, although this place is far from the 100 Poisons sect, it's still not safe. He stopped Long Tianma and walked out of the door. Your Majesty, rest early. With a bang, Long Tianma slammed the door shut and headed for the tea table, only to see a booklet on the table. When he opened it up, he saw that it was a letter from General Mu urging him to spread his bloodline for the Imperial Long clan as soon as possible. Long Tianma sneered. He hadn't taken a concubine since he ascended the throne, and he had never touched Mu Luiwe. Was General Mu standing up for his daughter? Based on the current situation, once Mu Luiwe became pregnant with the dragon seed, he might become the late emperor. He would never repeat his imperial father's mistakes. Long Tianma immediately called for the guards outside. Send orders back and prepare to take a concubine. If he wanted to produce more offspring for the imperial family, then he had to be fair. Mu Luiwe wanted to have a child, right? Let's rely on our own skills. Long Tianma threw the memorial to the floor and angrily sat down at the tea table. As he raged, the image of a serious, focused face surfaced in his mind. It had been a long, long time since he'd seen Han Yunqi. The deepest impression he had of her was her expression when she took his pulse. He never knew that a woman could be so serious and so beautiful. Was she here already? Would she be happy that Long Feiyi had avenged her in Great Central Town today? Just what was her relationship with Long Feiyi now? He had worshipped and revered Imperial Uncle Qin since he was a child. Now that he knew the man wasn't a member of the Tianing Imperial clan, he didn't hate him or denounce him. Instead, he admired him even more, for no other reason than the fact that the Eastern and Western Qin Imperial clan was the noblest in Cloud Realm continent. Their bloodlines were of the highest order. Han Yunqi was Imperial Uncle Qin's woman and his Imperial aunt, so he didn't dare to think too much about it. Now Han Yunqi had nothing to do with him and was Long Feiyi's enemy. Still, he didn't dare to think too much about it. After all, she was born in the Western Qin Imperial clan. The only one worthy of her was Long Fei. Was the Tian Emperor's sleepless nights for the sake of his country, or for the sake of his love life? Mu Qinggu personally stood guard outside the door, arms crossed over his chest as he stood like a sturdy pine tree. However, that pair of eyes that had always been bright and full of vigor had unknowingly lost their luster. Was his sleepless nights for the sake of the army, or for the sake of his beloved woman? As the night grew darker, the northern winds whistled. Winter had already descended upon Cloud Realm continent. Northern Li's weather was the coldest of all. Currently, Ning Cheng was warming up wine in his tent. Even if he was drinking by himself, he could still drink to his heart's content. He was in a good mood because Bai Yuqiao's business was progressing smoothly. In less than a day, Bai Yuqiao had already bought 3 jugs. With Bai Yuqiao's skills, he'd probably be able to buy 10 jugs in the next few days and spend half of his silver drafts. He'd tampered with each of the banknotes so that Northern Li's trade consortium members would recognize them and hand them over to Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders. Once the news got out, he'd be able to continue competing with Juni Xie without fear of repercussions. Thinking of this, Ning Cheng's single eye slowly blossomed into a sinister smile in the dusk, adding a hint of resolute evil to his cold and arrogant face. Now he just had to wait for news from 100 Poisons sect tomorrow. Jun Xie was also in his tent, drinking by himself. He hadn't left his tent for a day, and Bai Yuqiao had also been guarding outside the door for a day. Both of them were waiting, not for news from 100 Poison Sect, but for news from their master. Would their master go to 100 Poison Sect or come to northern Li's Milky Way? Jun Yixia raised his wine cup high, toasting to the bright moon outside the window. His heart was toward the moon, but the moon was toward the ditch. He told himself that if his master didn't come tomorrow, then their master-disciple relationship would be over. A group of people in three-way black market were also waiting for news tomorrow, except for two people who didn't pay much attention to 100 Poison Sect. These two people were none other than Tang, Li, and Gu. Gu had already inquired about Deacon Jin's whereabouts in Willowflower Lane. Someone saw Deacon Jin fighting with Uncle Chung behind a brothel, but the outcome was unclear. Someone else saw Deacon Jin buying a carriage and leaving from the north gate of three-way black market. Uncle Ching must have colluded with Deacon Jin to kidnap Ning Jing and the others. Tang Li said angrily, "North." Gu pondered. Tang Li was shocked. Could they?